a marginalized community. So when I hear
They are.
policies come through, I purposely be like, wait a minute, I want to make sure Black women is protected, right? Like, or not Black women just, but all women is protected. So let's vote on this policy that helps protect all women. So
What?
it's different ways that we can protect women
I was
outside
just
of
gonna say that.
violence. Yeah. Like
People
I don't
think
know if I'm the only
people
one
think
that's catching.
protection means physical. It's not always physical. It's not always physical.
I agree with that.
So that's why they get riled up. Oh my God, he's not protecting us. So he gonna let a man hurt us, girl. Do you not know that protecting you is so many different forms?
Yeah.
Don't protect me because I keep going back to the same dude over and over and over and over. Don't
Because
protect me that
because
way.
in systematic harm, white men harm Black women at any higher rates in government, education, criminal
Facts.
justice, and so on. So me being a Black man in public education and public health, it's important for me to dismantle white proximity to protect Black women because this data shows us that Black women is harmed more by white men systematically. So when we've been in this conversation, I've been hearing a lot of like neighborhood shit, and it's like I'm not in a neighborhood like that, right? Like I don't see women being mugged and kidnapped all the time. More so, I see Black women die 3 times more than white women when they're giving birth in hospitals. Most hospitals are ran by white men, and it's like, wait a minute, I need to be in there trying to check these doctors and seeing why is Black women dying at higher rates than white women. So I don't know. I just more maturely, it's way more ways that we can protect Black women that is more detrimental than somebody getting mugged on the street. But that's my situation. I don't know about nobody else's.
That's understandable.
Mm-hmm.
I can see your perspective as to why those are the reasons why you have those notions. The only issue I would see that is if we're talking about something that's to apply to a general populace, a lot of the bases in which you're moving is from proximity. And proximity kind of limits the scope in which a lot of things can kind of encompass all. Um, and case in point, if I were to exclusively only say we need to protect Black men, that would marginalize a lot of people from protection that would be needed. And to a certain degree, we could pull up statistics that could justify those claims as well. But the flaw in that is there's an asymmetry in representation when it comes to allocated resources, social awareness, and political autonomy. You know what I'm saying? So like those are the things that we kind of have to factor in when we're talking about these things. And then also you have to think about the repercussions of the things that are being mandated. What is to come of if we were to function in a place where everyone is exclusively protecting women? Who is going to account for the men that have to deal with the repercussions of that protection, i.e., either the social stigmatization that comes behind it, the loss of life, the loss of your freedom, and the inability to protect those who are personally close to you because of the things that you've done. Like, where are those responsibilities going to lie when it comes to what happens after the protection is given? You see what I'm saying?
That's a good point. And I think that we are actually living in that right zone now, right? Like we are living in the matter of when we do choose to protect women, the privilege that comes from that. We're all actually living in that, and it's not harming us. It's actually uplifting our communities. Black women that are protected and have now space to um, thrive. We have more community centers, we have more educational institutions, we have more Black folks sitting on board of directors, we have more Black people building businesses because we need to be at an equal equilibrium with women as Black men, because that is how we thrive within our communities. So we're actually living in that right zone, right? Like it's happening right before our eyes.
Um, I hear you saying, brother. Uh, I'm not necessarily clear on the question. What I was asking was like, who's going to be responsible? Like, simple question. A simple scenario.
So are
If
you
I'm
saying
walking down,
who's
all right,
responsible for us after we protect them?
yeah,
So
like
we're
what's going to
men.
happen? Say if I go. and sacrifice my freedom for somebody who's being accosted in the street. I go to jail because I'm the person that's being seen as the aggressor. I have a family at home. I was literally going to go get food for my family that night. Who is going to notify my family, either put up some bail to let people know? Who's going to help me get out of jail, or who's going to find the lawyer to make sure I don't get lost in the system? Who are the things, who are going to do, who are going to count for those men who are sacrificing themselves for that? And how is that going? How is operating off of this premise going to benefit the men who are willing to sacrifice themselves for that?
That's a
Like,
good question. That's a good question. So
and
that
the
is
reason why I say
happening.
that is
Have you?
because you're to essentially you're asking somebody to go on a suicide mission for someone who
But
is
I'm
not
about to
necessarily going to do
answer
the
how
same.
it's why the rise zone is so important. So that's actually happened. Have you ever heard of like United States or community bail funds? Those are mainly created by black women, and
Mm-hmm.
needless to say, outside of that, black women and other villagers that are men within our village, when a man is taken out of his community, especially by injustice, other black men fulfills to help that woman keep her household going until that brother gets out. Other women also helps her with keeping that household going until that brother get out because of his sacrifice. It's kind of usually like a gift in exchange. So we are leaning on each other because of the equal opportunity. But if black women don't have nothing that we can lean on, when you do sacrifice your life for that black woman and she goes to jail, she will have absolutely nobody to lean on. But now we are at that place where black women are actually getting places and doing things to have a system for us to have resources to lean on. So it's actually happening. We just gotta, I think, in our villages, be a little patient. And we've been very patient for 400 years, don't get me wrong. But a lot of our communities are thriving. That's why we've seen a lot of like public housings being torn down across the nation. That is not happening because white people just want to give us a break. That is happening because we are breaking systems. And that black men are not doing that alone. I'm being like, I know for a fact that black women are pushing those walls down that allow us black men to go in there and dismantle those systems. We are working together. We
Brother,
are.
I'm not. I have to push back on that. I'm not seeing on a practical level. Like, where are the messaging around those kind of talking points being popularized when it's associated if with men, one just with men.
Hey,
Well,
hey,
there is though in society.
can we go down to is people in the panel? They're requesting to come up. So we
I don't want to hog it either. Like, I step
anybody
down if
want to
you
drop?
whatever. I
Anybody
mean,
want to drop or no?
I'll let Tasia go. I know he was talking to me, but I want to hear the sister.
No, yeah. So go ahead and finish, y'all. Go ahead.
Yes.
oh no, I'll let this speak. I ain't
Hold
No,
up.
I
Let me
ain't
say
mean
this,
to.
sis,
I
and
was letting
then
you know
I'll
there was
drop.
people in the panel.
Sis, Chrissy, let me say this and I'll drop. It's been nice. Appreciate 608 for the insults. It's amazing.
I
But
said sorry, brother.
Drop
I
the
do I wanna say this. The pushback on that is when they talking about tearing down public housing and all that, a lot of that is regentrification. It has nothing to do with black men working with sisters. First of all, like I said, and you're talking about a village. We can't be a village if nobody is in there. You got one side saying, "Hey, I'm willing to do my duties. Are you willing to do yours?" And they're saying, "No, I'm not doing anything, but I still think you should do this for me." I
exactly.
think that's an unfair ask.
I
I wouldn't
agree.
ask that for my son. I wouldn't ask that for my daughter. If my daughter grow up and she wants to be independent and tell these men she don't need them, well, I tell you what, every brother that mess with her and she bring them to me, I'm gonna say, my dude, run. Cause this is the type of motherfucker. She is not a wife. I don't know what I did wrong or what her mama did wrong or what we both did wrong, but you need to run for the hills, my brother, because you can't have a lady telling you what the hell she ain't gonna do, but you supposed to end up with your end of the bargain. That's not it. But I
That's the way
salute
this premise
everybody. I
functions.
hope everybody have a
I
good
have a
day.
question. Hold on. No, hell no. I got
What's up?
questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as a woman, that is submissive,
Mhm.
when we are dating as a man that's masculine, what do you recommend?
In terms
You
of what
said,
exactly?
How do we
hold
move?
up. You
What do we say? How do we move? Do we
oh, you
make
mean to
a
be
move?
submissive?
Well, when we're dating, yeah. What do we do? Like,
Okay, yeah. But let me like I said, I think femininity comes first.
yeah.
Before even all of being submissive and all that stuff. Being
Okay.
submissive really just means being agreeable and be cooperative. It's not saying that you have to agree with everything that your spouse say, but it's a way to go about it. You don't get mad at me because I tell you, hey babe, look, we can't get the car this year, but we'll get it next year. At the top of the next year, I got you, whatever car you want. And then you get mad at me and now all of a sudden your head hurt and I can't get no poom poom. Or now it becomes all this resistance because
Mm.
I tell you something that you don't want to hear. See, that's being unagreeable. See, for you to tell me, babe, you know what? That hurt my feelings, but you know what? I'm gonna take you at your word. You said I'll get the car at the top, and she continued to do her duties, and I continue to do mine, and we raised this family together. That's being agreeable. That's being cooperative.
So what if
That's
you
where you
get,
start.
so what if you get a woman that says that, but then you get a
Mhm.
man that says you're still nitpicking?
Well, I think then you just got a sucker. Like he just a dude that he want to whine and complain and bitch about shit. Because the reality of it is, I find myself doing it
But
sometimes.
you're not
Some
lying though.
some
But I'm
some
laughing because
no no some little stuff that my wife do, and I be thinking, and I be
it's
like, man,
crazy
damn,
work.
like I want to trade her ass in. But then when I get on TikTok, that's why I like listening. I don't mind shitting up. I listen and I be like, okay, if I trade in, what the fuck am I trading in for? These crazy
They all
motherfuckers on
they
here?
worse.
Are
They
you
either the
crazy?
same or
They
they
even
worse.
worse.
They
Hey,
worse.
Mr. No, can I ask you something, sugar? On some real
Yeah,
spit.
go
Even
ahead.
if you
Go
say,
ahead.
if you say you don't got it right,
Yeah.
and I'm not gonna look down on you. It's like, okay, baby, you ain't got it right now. I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna go out and get it and come back with it.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
You're not gonna let me do that?
Nope, because I said no. I said we'll get it at the top of the year. See, and that's the thing.
Okay, that's different. Go ahead.
Yeah,
That's
that's
being disagreeable. Basically, what she's
That's
saying
not
is,
being
well, since
disagreeable. That's lifting
listen,
us up when we
no,
ain't
I
up,
never
that's
right?
definitely being
listen.
disagreeable.
Hold on. Let me answer. Because I never said I didn't have the money to. I'm just saying that money may have been allocated to do something else at the time. So I'm telling her, baby girl, calm down. You'll get it at the top of the year. But you gonna tell me, no, I find a way then. I go pickle thumping and suck on people pickle. I
Okay,
get it
no, no,
done.
no, no. Hold
Oh
up, boo boo.
no.
No,
I'm
that
not
not
talking
that.
about you personally,
But I
miss.
but I hear what you're saying. Oh,
Right.
Yes, that's all I was
even
saying.
if even if she decides not to lean and she wants to go get the money because she wants it now, you gonna
Hmm.
tell her no, and that's going against you?
That is going against me.
Oh yeah, we could never fuck with each other. Cause just last night, I pick up shifts when I feel like it. You heard me? I picked up a shift last night, made $1,000 in one night. And you
Okay.
gonna
Hmm.
tell a woman that can make that type of money not to make
Mm.
that money?
A
Can we
thousand
let
dollars,
Tasia go?
$1,000 is
That's
not a lot of money.
crazy work.
$1,000 is not a lot of money. I
Can
could
we
give
let
you
Uh,
like
uh,
a
Tasia
uh,
go?
uh,
All
uh,
right.
uh,
one.
uh,
It's
uh, uh, we're talking
one
about
shift.
one shift. Yes, it
No,
is,
no, it's
and
not.
that that can take care care of
No,
some bills.
the
Bills.
here,
Average
here's why I
Americans
say
make
that,
that in
and
a
this is
week.
not this is not to discredit anybody that makes this type of money.
But it is
When you
though. But it is. It's funny when people
hold
say
on,
that.
Say that, and then it's
I
like,
don't mean to offend you, but
no,
I'm
I'm not trying to
offended.
offend
so
you, but you
here's
ain't
why I
shit.
say
I'm like,
this.
what?
The reason why y'all think it's a lot of money is because you have never been exposed to make that money in
No, no,
that.
honey,
Wow.
it's not.
No,
The one,
no,
The
it's not
what?
a lot of
That is
So
money,
now,
not
Miss
why I
so now
think
Chrissy.
you're
that,
talking from a
It's
okay?
third
not.
of a
I've
ten
been too
percent of
exposed to
people.
a lot more in one day.
then
And
Yeah.
I
then
Yeah,
why
still
you
that's
ain't
what
believe
trying
it's
to
a
tell
lot
the
of
then why
money
you ain't
for
trying to tell the
somebody.
hold on,
For
then why
Yeah, but
you
that's
somebody. And
90%
it
of the
may
it's
not be a
really
population.
lot of
not.
money for
I wish
someone
y'all
else.
God
But
damn.
you cannot say that.
Hush. God. Ooh, I see why men be struggling dating y'all motherfuckers. Y'all get on my nerves. Y'all don't know how to
Mm-mm.
shut the fuck up,
You
man.
ain't lying. It ain't a lot, but you know, it'll
No, I'm
help.
not saying it's not a lot. What I'm saying is the reason why they think it is a lot is because they haven't been exposed to a lot of money and they don't know how to make a lot of money in 30 minutes. You can make that shit in 30 minutes. $1,000? What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's
I can
not that
go,
much.
hold on.
And you
No,
and just
no,
as quick
no,
as
I'm
you
not
make it,
saying
you
that.
can blow it.
Hold on.
Go
That's
ahead.
not what the, and I need you to mute because you smacking the shit and it's getting on my nerves.
Oh, my apologies.
And please, girl,
I just told you
if
I've
I'm
been
too
up all night
blunt, girl,
since
just
two
tell me.
in.
Cause child, maybe I'm too blunt. Y'all have to understand this. $1,000 is decent, right? But can you go live right now on your Instagram and make that shit in 30 minutes? No, you cannot. Y'all be out here acting like oh, God gonna humble you. Do you know what humble mean? Humble means that I have to think that you're above me and below me. The fuck? I ain't doing that. Okay, you made $1,000 in a week. I can make that in 30 minutes.
Okay.
The
Wait,
Are
setup
we
is
A
able to
week
better.
stick to the
for
prompt?
you. Great.
Yeah, Jesus
no,
Christ.
Paige,
because he was talking about money, and I was just saying. So if your
No,
woman
yeah,
just
but can
did
we
girl.
one
get back to the
shift,
prompt? Let's get back to the prompt and let the new people in here kind of go.
Yeah, I'd rather go with that. Go ahead.
Tage,
okay.
could you check the prompt out, please?
She said in a week. I just did that
Yeah,
in
thank you, champ.
12 hours.
Yeah, some people do make that in a week though. But yeah, champ, thank you. My name is Taj. Um, okay, yeah, should men protect all women? Yes, men should protect all women. Uh, no,
Who
single
whispered?
mothers are not
Somebody
to
whispered
blame.
something.
I think,
What your husband whispered to you? What he said?
I think that,
That was her reading to herself.
okay. I think that, no, it's not single mothers, that come up with that. It's more of society. I think men with any logical sense just know to do that. Women need protection from other men, right? I think that's just common sense for humans. Um, yeah, they are considered weak when they see a woman in need of their help and they decide not to help or not wanting to help. I think not wanting makes them evil. Not helping makes them weak. Um, well, in a relationship between a man and a woman, why did I get muted? Is that an issue?
I know Chrissy accidentally do it sometimes, and she on teacup, so she probably did that on accident.
Yeah, Chrissy got a
But go
trigger
ahead.
finger.
We was at the can you protect?
Now I think Tone was saying don't go
If I'm
too
on
far.
teacup, I can't do it. So it wasn't me.
No, Tone was saying he don't want her to go too far because everybody else hasn't answered those questions because he put stop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can stop there.
So should we go to the third one since that's kind of is a man weak when he doesn't want and what makes him weak? Do y'all want to start there, and then we just start at the
So,
top left to right?
Wait,
are
hold
we
on.
actually
What?
are
What
we
the
actually in open
fuck?
panel
Hold
right
up,
now, or are we
double
just
O,
still
Yeah.
answering?
double
Is
O,
a man
double
weak?
O seven haven't answered. He haven't answered
What
yet.
I don't
makes
think
him
everyone's answered
So
the questions yet. That's
I'm
what I
not
was about to
what
say. And then we
what?
Yeah.
haven't done the open panel.
007,
okay,
have you answered the first question?
I have answered the first two questions. Yes, I have.
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody.
Okay.
I think everybody answered. So I think we'll be at the third question. And Chrissy, are
But
you okay with us going from left to right from the top?
yeah, but I'm hold on. Is a man weak when he doesn't? I don't. The third question kind of
It's kind of
confused.
weird. Yeah, it is a man weak when he doesn't and what makes a man weak. So I guess if he
Oh, so we
It's
chooses,
gotta
following the first two
correlate.
yeah,
questions.
yeah,
I
yeah,
get
yeah.
that. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, yeah.
So we gotta correlate this one with the other one. Okay, so is a man weak when he doesn't protect and when he doesn't? What? You know what? Yeah, go
So
ahead.
is a man weak if he doesn't protect a woman, and if he is, what makes him weak?
No, he's not weak.
But we're gonna start with you
I
and then
think
go
that's
from the
more of a
top.
twofold question.
Well, kick
Yeah,
it
I'm
off,
gonna
Kate.
The
Kick it
first,
off,
the, the
Kate.
start
first
with
one's
her.
opening up based on
Let's
the
start
subject,
with
and then also saying what
yeah.
actually makes a man weak. Like what definitive terms will make a man weak outside of just the protection as well.
Is a man weak when he doesn't? I think the doesn't is because he's not protecting her. What makes a man weak? So if he doesn't, just give the points on why he is weak.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go from the top. You go ahead.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's literally in the question, but go ahead.
I know. You have to break it down. That's crazy.
I know this is scary. Okay, go ahead. Uh,
From the top, left to right,
yeah,
right? So that means K.
No,
KB
y'all ain't
create. You
listening
go
to
first.
me.
Okay, I tend to be long-winded, so I'll forfeit my spot now for someone else that
Thank
hasn't as
you.
much chance, has much
They
time.
007.
acting scared.
Double O
And y'all
Seven
can
Okay,
at the
circle back
point.
to
right.
me.
Okay. So, real quick, no, it doesn't make a man weak when he doesn't try to become Superman or a vigilante. I would actually say that makes him smart. And what does make a man weak? Anything that a man, hmm, the inability to not know when to do something and when not to do something. So if you don't have that good discernment, I think, well, not, and I think weak is a bad word, but yeah, to me, when you can't exercise discernment, when you can't make a decision, being very indecisive, yeah, those are things that in my line of work, they have pretty big consequences. So we would definitely call you weak for that.
I can agree with that.
If I'm summing over, what I said earlier, as far as the family unit is important, and usually, the man is required to protect his woman, his mother, or the women of their family. That's the man's responsibility. So, no, not protecting any random woman for any random situation. I'm saying is not necessarily going to make him weak, but I think the lack of discipline to correct those things that's non-conducive to
Mm.
his elevation or his growth. Yeah, that's a sign of characteristic of weak man.
Yeah, I feel that.
Like I said, I'm with more on this. To me, it doesn't make you weak. For me, what makes a man weak is when he operate right off pure emotions. If he's very emotional, that
Mhm.
means he can be erratic at times. And you don't, and as a leader, you can't afford to be erratic. You have to have a plan in place, and you have to be able to execute such plan. You have to know the results that could come of, guess what? You may not make it out. And so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about as far as protecting random women. We don't know the cases that they're in. You may not get a chance to even ask the young man, "Hey man, are you a boyfriend or what's going on?" By then you might have lost your life already. And so you have to know that going in as a leader. And for me, I just don't think that at this particular time in which our people are at, that it serves a man a purpose to basically protect random women.
Go ahead, Taj.
Okay. Yeah, I think I pretty much answered it. My answer is yes. That would make him weak. That would make him weak because I mean, aren't we supposed to be as humans? I don't see what's humane about that, and how is that not gonna make you weak? That's like an adult standing around as as a child gets, violated or kidnapped, and you're not doing nothing. You're just standing there. It's not my business. Yeah, you're weak.
We don't
You're
hold it.
absolutely weak. And I'm pretty sure that 99.9% of us, if it was our daughter who is getting violated or kidnapped, and there's a big, strong man standing by and just watching her get kidnapped when he could have stopped that, then we would all agree that that man is weak. So, yeah, it is our job to protect one another as humans and to look out for one another as humans. Uh, it is our job to be there for a person who isn't capable to be there, right? Adults look out for kids, men look out for women. That's just the society. And I don't know why are you guys complaining, but okay.
Can I offer something
No,
really quick against that or no?
No,
no,
we should
no.
do it.
We're gonna let that ride, even though
Got it.
obviously
Got
there's
it.
a lot of
Okay.
ways we could just,
Got it.
destroy at that point. Um, Person next to her, I don't see a name, so I just see a bunch of masks and stuff. The nurse. Yeah,
So, does that make a man weak? No.
all
And
right.
and the thing that upsets me about these topics is, why are we always trying to make the man so weak? Our men are extremely strong. They've endured. They've had to go through. Inco- I don't really like to talk about this topic because it makes me teary eyed. But they put smugs in our community, showed our young men how to sell them. They made a lot of money. They got glorified. They got addicted to that life, and then they did a weed and seed, and then locked them up for the bullshit they put them in our community. And these men have done 15, 20 years. Like, they didn't, for just selling smugs. And then they had to come out. So that's what's going on right now in my age group, my generation. Is all that time they gave them for nothing. They're coming out. But they're coming out so damaged, afraid, anxious. There's no programs. They keep talking about they have these programs for my men. No, our men are not weak. They are strong. And they're getting stronger.
Mhm.
No,
Okay,
just
so
because you ain't running up on everybody else's business. Wasn't nobody running up for you on your business. Your homies even turned their backs on you. You've done this all alone, and
okay,
I'm watching them. So,
all
no,
right,
my men aren't weak, and I don't think they're weak. They're
okay,
protecting themselves because they've already been convicted.
all right. So, I guess what I'm gonna say. So, I don't know who. Wait, is that the math? Hold on one second. Okay. Um, is a man weak if he doesn't, and what makes a man weak? I would say a man that obviously upholds his obligation to his family initially, obviously is not weak. No, I don't think those men are weak. I think they're acting virtuously, and I think if you act outside of virtues, especially towards the family in which you cultivated, then you are doing something weak. I think you are definitely doing something very weak, very manifold. So, yeah, I would say in a utopian world in which I would say everyone was cooperative, right? Then it would be, I would say all men should be able to protect all women. But this just isn't the reality in which, we live in. So it wouldn't be smart. It just wouldn't be smart. I would say it would be virtuous for all men to protect all women. It would be virtuous, but it's not smart to do. Because if it be the case that obviously men would protect all women, it would just be trivially the case that all women should listen to all men. So they wouldn't have to be in certain troubles or dangers or anything. It would just be trivially true, but we understand that women have their entitlement. So, of course, they're not going to listen to all men. We can even see this as examples, today, on this panel. I'm not calling nobody out. But obviously, no. So I wouldn't say it is in all men's interests to protect all women. No. Go ahead, 608.
My take on it, my example would be a man and a woman is having altercations, another man is present, but the man and the woman who is having altercations are in a relationship. And so that man chooses to stay out of it because the two people in the altercation is in a relationship, and we all kind of be like, yeah, we know how that go. They'll be back together tomorrow. And so I think when he doesn't intervene, I wouldn't consider him weak. I think sometimes making smart decisions in situations like that is the strongest decisions to be made. So sometimes that doesn't is smart because this is just a situation I shouldn't do it, or it could be a situation with a active pew-pewer. Hey, I can't do nothing about this. People, there will be casualties. The smartest thing for me to do is exit. And so those smart decisions sometimes are the strongest at the time. What makes a man weak? His decision making. That's what I would say to my example. The decisions he chooses to make in regards to the problem.
All right. Open panel, y'all go ahead.
All right, so I would say one, in association with men, masculinity and strength, that isn't a monolith that can be reduced to a single happenstance in life. That's kind of disingenuous to imply. A lot of times, the rhetoric around topics like this are particularly used to, I guess, sway or entice a preferred reaction or a preferred acquiescence to a certain line of thinking. You'll see certain things like this. For instance, case in point, when and I'm not taking off subject, but the parables are kind of similar. Well, when you look at a dominant society, if a dominant society wanted to take over a particular subculture or a subsect outside of their domain, and they wanted to infiltrate them internally, if they wanted to change their culture and completely have them acquiesce to their line of thinking, the first thing that they would do is shatter and attack their center of understanding or basis, creating cognitive dissonance within that person to get them off of their guard and then refill the information that they want. One of the ways that you can do that is with negative reinforcement. So a lot of times when we mention, male identity, masculinity, terms like strength, weakness, those are tools that can be used specifically for either negative or positive reinforcement, depending on what kind of outcome you're trying to get. And that's why I say, those particular words like masculinity, men, and strength are not a monolith when it's becoming applied to individuals who actually have to be men. You see what I'm saying? So, having said that, what I would say makes a man weak is not being able, or I guess internally acquiescing to external influence that goes against the own fortitude of what that person knows to be true based off their own life experience. I think that would make a man weak because at that point, it can easily be no different than a USB that can be imported into another computer.
So what you just said was brilliant, and that is probably going to go over so many people's heads. But so if I could ask you this, as long as you've been on this panel, listening in on the panel, how many weak men has there been more weak men joining the panel in the comments and sharing their input on these answers, or have there been more strong men?
Comprehension is key.
Yeah, definitely.
Comprehension is definitely key. I would, based off of this conversation, I wouldn't say I've seen any weak men.
Okay.
I would. Okay.
And the fact is, just to say, just so you know, I'm not just saying this for the sake of gratitude. What I've noticed between each conversationalist, they have the ability to listen, respond, control their reactions enough to be able to analyze the information that they're taking, and then give a perspective based off of their own interpretation. Comply, and I've noticed that within everybody, because even though we kind of come to some of the same agreements, it's all from a different perspective. You see what I'm saying? I mean,
That's
even with the your perspective, brother 608, you have more of a you're kind of on the alternative spectrum, but even still, you have ways that you can identify with, and that shows a level of strength within inside your own perspective. So yeah, no, I wouldn't say I've seen any weak men on this panel, and I've seen weak men before. I've seen all the traits that I defined earlier, not within this panel though.
So, uh, I think that the one observation that I've made is that you probably ask this question to maybe a 50-year-old man, a 60-year-old man, a group of 50 or 60-year-old men, you probably get probably different answers.
Mm-hmm.
But the funny thing is that women have now they've earned their rights and they've fought for so much autonomy and independence, and they've fought for that. And it's like, I am a person, I am a human, I do deserve to have control over my own life. And in that regard, they've shed a whole lot of old stereotypes. They've shed a whole lot of old things that were applied to them. And in that, it's almost like it's forced men to shed it as well,
Yeah.
to adapt. And it's like literally we watched them grow and therefore had to grow and adapt with them in our thinking and how we deal with them because we still want connection with them.
Mm.
And to watch, I think that's happening in real time.
Yeah. I
And
can see
since
that.
that's happening in real time, we're also like judging each other in real time
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
while making decisions.
Exactly.
And it's like, and it's like we're so, us as a community, we are just like, well, why'd you make that decision? And it's like, well, hold on, wait a minute. This is a journey. This is a journey. Even
Mm-hmm.
as a collective, it's a journey. So it's like, hold on, we ain't crashed the ship yet. We still here. We still, the waves are rocking, but we ain't crashed the ship yet. So it's like, let's stop arguing with each other about where we turn the wheel and like figure out, okay, what do you know about the winds? What do you know about the sea? What do you
Mm-hmm.
know about how this ship is built? That should be how the conversation is going. And I think when we effectively have conversation, that's what we're essentially doing.
Those are two powerful points.
I can agree with that. Yeah. 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 For sure.
Okay, so
gratitude. Yeah, I just
if I may say something, because it sounds like most of you guys, all of you guys are in agreement. I think I'm the only one that said, yeah, it does make a man seem weak. Um, so let me say, I did hear someone say, something about the black man in the community and how no one is really there for them. And
Mm-hmm.
I did notice, I do want to say though, I do notice in Hollywood that they try to put the protective role on the black man in America. I think every man knows to protect their community. I think every man and every community practices this and they know this. Yes, through humanity do men step in when something happens right in front of them from time to time. Yeah, that's part of humanity. So yeah, that's fine too. But however, for the most part, most people know to stay to protect their community, right? And that's what most men tend to do. But I do notice in Hollywood, uh, the white man always trying to get the black man to do his work for him. I do see that they put the black man in the protective role most of the time. Most of the time, protecting the white T woman or the white T family or the old ladies, right? So yeah, with that, be
I can
careful.
agree with
I
that.
would
I've seen that
say.
too. I've seen certain instances that more. I've seen that pushed a lot more than the alternative. I can say that.
Right. So that's why I'm saying that. So I would say be careful. I would say don't allow them to program you into thinking that it is your job to protect the world and you alone. But however, yeah, a man's job is definitely to protect the women and the kids. And if you're not doing that, what the hell are you doing as a man? What are you useful for?
Taj,
Mm.
I got a question. I got a question that Big Brother Bert asked. He said, if men are obligated to protect, what is a woman's obligation?
And I have a follow up
Follow.
after that about that last statement about what the hell are men useful for if they can't do something. But go ahead.
Go ahead, he up here now. Bert, you go ahead and ask, brother.
Yeah, to follow. Her obligation would be to follow,
I'm
right?
finna mute. I want to hear this.
So
Bert, you
women
there?
are, yeah, I'm here. So a woman's obligation is to follow. So are women doing that?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about your woman, but I don't know about all the women in the
Well,
world.
the prompt is about all women. The prompt is about
Yeah,
all women, not just my woman.
yeah, the woman that in my community and what I'm used to, yes. But in a larger, I think, American society is what you're talking about, a particular, no, because they are programmed not to. They're programmed to go against the men.
So the question becomes: should men, because we're still focused on the prompt, should men protect women that are not in submission to them?
I think it'll be harder for him to do so.
Does it make him weak if he doesn't?
I think it depends on what type of situation. So that's a yes
So
or
now
no.
so that changes what you said before. Before you said multiple times that a man who doesn't protect all women is weak, but now you're saying that's not
Yes.
necessarily the case.
No, I'm not changing my answer, sir.
So a man who
Life have different scenarios. Not all scenarios require the same reaction or force, or so I don't know how you would want me to have just one blanket answer for every situation in life.
you had one blanket answer though.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did
No,
before I came up
no,
here.
now you're breaking it down and you're going into details. So yeah, my answer will alter a little. But if we're talking in general protection, which is physical protection from harm, that's a yes. But if you want to get technical and break it down, then it's going to sound a little different. But it doesn't mean my answers have changed.
I thought I heard you say that a man doesn't necessarily need to protect a woman who is not in submission to him. Did I hear you say that? And I thought I heard you
No, so
say,
you asked me the question,
I'm just telling you what I thought I
should a
heard. You can
man,
disagree with it. I'm just
sorry?
trying to make sure I'm trying to make sure we're communicating. So I'm just telling you what I think I heard, and you can tell me where I'm wrong. And I thought I heard you say that women aren't in that the average woman is not in submission to men generally, right? Did you say that?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you think
Can I ask, what do you mean
It
when you
depends on
say
what
submission?
society,
I'm
yes.
confused by that. What does submission mean to you?
well it means I didn't wasn't talking to you right now. That's what that
Okay,
means.
if you
That
I
means
took
you
it
should be
to
muted
how
right now.
whatever it means to
Go
me.
ahead, Tosh. What does it mean to you, Tosh?
Submission is just really being cooperative. Simple.
Right. Very good. Rick, I use that word because you used the word follow. So we were communicating.
Yeah. So you asked if a woman is not being submissive, should a woman still, or a man should still protect her? And I said, well, that depends. It's a yes or no. Because it's hard for someone to protect anyone that isn't being submissive, right?
Right. I think we agree on that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess my larger point is: does that make him weak if he doesn't?
If he couldn't, and then that's why he doesn't, then no. But if he doesn't simply because he chose to, like say like she is being difficult because she's some idiot, but she's literally in harm, like her life is literally in danger, and he chooses not to protect her because she is being a hardhead, then I think yes. Because I think any like brave, strong person, man or woman, they're gonna do the right thing. Period.
Okay. Anybody else? I mean, I think we've exhausted this. So thank you, Tosh, for doing that with me. So anybody else, including you, 608, you still have a question because that's where we were. I wanted her to explain it, but in the context of our conversation, I used the word submission only because she used the word follow, and we were right. We were communicating with each other. So to follow someone is to be in submission to them. 608. Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy because ultimately what I got from that exchange is that, she agrees that it's their duty and responsibility. Cause we talking about now, like, what's the benefit of one just being in this protect all energy, right? And we have yet to got an answer to get a good answer or a reason why, right? So from y'all exchange real quick, I got that she was saying that she know their job or their duty is to follow men. Yet she danced around the idea about them, in the masses, generally women not being in alignment with following the man, right?
Okay, I did not
It's,
dance. I gave a direct answer.
excuse me,
If you want to
excuse
hear
me,
that direct answer, I'll
excuse
be
me,
happy to repeat it.
We'll come
excuse
to
me,
you guys.
excuse me.
Let him
I
explain
listened,
his
I
perspective first.
listened
Go ahead.
respectfully,
Well, don't
afterward.
make shit up. Respect is about not lying. When you're lying on somebody, that's the biggest disrespect.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, that was the main thing. She almost made me lose my thought, but it definitely, stemmed back to the number two question. You feel me? As far as, what's the blame or where did this protect all mindset comes from? And then I wanted to refrain from even asking the question, meaning whether or not she has that, direct counterpart, right? And whether or not her answer is directly connected to her way of thinking or reasoning because it's not aligning. I'm saying it's still drawing a blank on what's the benefit of this action or thought process. Period.
Go
Okay.
ahead, Sister.
Can I just ask the entire panel, do you guys know or recognize women that do protect you all and that you feel deserves protection, and what are those characteristics? And I want to hear from folks that actually know women that they protect.
You want to
I
start
can
from the top?
start. I can start. Oh yeah, go ahead,
We're on open panel,
seven.
though, but I could be wrong.
But I wouldn't say seven want to go, but I can tell you this: for being married for gonna be
Hold on.
13 years, October 20th. Um, my wife exudes, like I said, she's definitely gonna follow my lead. She's not a pushover. If she feel like I did something wrong, she'll let me know, but she'll let me know in a feminine way. She doesn't have to raise her voice at me. I can hear her. The throwing insults and all that shit. She know that shit in my real life I don't tolerate. So it's no fun and games over here. We not laughing. If me and you have a problem, let's get the problem solved. So those characteristics to me would be, first of all, be a follower, be submissive, be cooperative, be understanding, be patient. Like I say, because sometimes you're not going to get the answer right away that you may want. Like I said, I use the car analogy. Hey, man, I want a car today. Well, we're going to get the car, but we're not going to get the car today. That's
Okay.
patience. That's understanding.
So,
And,
so
and
no
so I'm
good.
hearing communication too, right? Like,
Hold on, Sister. Hold on,
no,
Sister. So
I'm talking to him. I'm the one
you're about
asked,
not to be talking to anybody.
right, but
So just
I'm the one that
when
asked the question, Bird.
when I talk, it's me. When I
But
talk,
Bird,
it's
I
me. Maybe
asked
you
the
don't realize.
question, but you can have it. Go ahead.
When I talk, I'm talking. Maybe you don't realize that.
You can have it.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. No Good, I'm okay with you answering this question, but I also want to know what did you think about the exchange I had with Taj?
I think she's an entitled lady. I think you do like you always do. You was basically trying to get to the bottom and establish a foundation in which y'all could communicate off of, which was successful. But I think the result in itself was the same. She did change her answer once you brought in, are all women submissive to men, or do you think the women as unsubmissive men should protect? She did say, well, no, I don't think that. Okay, but then she went back and switched her answer. Well, I said it's a yes or no. So I think the result is the same. I think she's entitled, and it's nothing we're going to say to change her mind, whether it's culturally the reason why she's entitled. Just ask your people then. If it's your culture that you're talking about, then just ask your culture to protect you. Don't ask just black men.
So, Mr. No Good, like the premise, and this is for everybody, right?
Wait,
So I'm
Bert,
not
you
trying.
done came and I was asking the whole panel. It was
Hold
double
on,
O
sister.
seven
Wait, I didn't even
turn.
call
No,
your
it
name.
was
I
double
didn't
O
even call your
seven
name. I
turn
did
to the
not call your name.
question.
I did not
That's
call your name.
rude. That's
I did
rude,
not call.
bro.
I am a very rude man, and I did
Right?
not call your name,
Okay, so are we allowed?
Mr. Good. Mr. Good, hold on. Don't make me mute you. I don't feel like moving my finger. Mr. Good. So the premise is this, and this is for everybody, right? Right, and we are open panel, but I want to like keep us kind of on track, right? So the
But I
premise is
asked
this:
a question and
if
you
let me
didn't give
finish my
everybody the
thought, man.
opportunity
Don't
to
make me mute
answer
you,
it.
brother. Don't make me mute or drop you. I don't want to do either one. So just mute up or don't talk. Either one. So thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. No Good. So the premise is this, right? And I want this for everybody to understand. If it's true, this is the premise, right? If it's true that men are to protect all women, then it must also be true that all women are to submit to all men. Right, Mr. No Good? Doesn't that stand to reason?
Agreed.
Absolutely.
That's an even exchange.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that worked both ways.
Go
But
ahead.
we're
Go ahead, Sister
ultimately
Wade.
seeing,
You can keep talking. Go ahead, Thermos. Go ahead, Moore. Go ahead, brother.
I said, but what we're ultimately seeing is that one end is being fulfilled or striving to be fulfilled, and the other is saying that even though I lack to follow, I'm still deserving of this action. And we're just saying that that's simply just unreasonable. And the inability to even acknowledge that is like, it's getting like draining.
Anyone?
I would say there's a certain level of respect you would at least have to have somebody who's willing to sacrifice their life so you can live. If it's to the point to where that sacrifice is becoming mandated and I'm being made to have to, at the drop of a dime, no matter what's going on within my own personal life, sacrifice my life for somebody who's not obligated to return that, the least that somebody could do, just for the sake of both of us being, if it's my responsibility to get us out of this situation safely, just for the sake of both people being able to get out of that situation safely, it, it would be respectable and to a certain degree logical to at least adhere to the direction that the person is trying to give. Say, for instance, if there's a woman in a situation where she's being accosted by multiple people, and I'm trying to give her directions to get her to safety while I fend these people off. But in the heat of the moment, she wants to retaliate because she has backup. How am I supposed to be able to navigate the situation if I have to both defend myself, her, ward these people off, and find a way to not get killed in the process?
So
Ex-
wait, you said.
Exactly.
You said it.
So
Hold
that's
on, Tosh.
why.
One second. One second, Tosh. I'll come to you in a second. I promise. 608. You said it goes both ways. What do you mean by that?
So I was talking to Mr. No Good. Mr. No Good, it sounds like you love your wife. She's a beautiful woman. Do you also give all those same qualities back to her? Are you do you submit to her as well? Do you communicate well with her as well? Do you
So that goes to my question for you, 608. If I'm protecting a woman, why should I be in submission to her?
if you're protecting a woman, why should you be in submission to her? What's the premises? Because I feel like
You said it goes both. You said it
you
goes
gotta
both
let
ways.
me
I don't understand.
finish. You have to let me finish, Bert.
You
Because
you are you are you are standing on such thin ice right now. You have no idea. Listen,
you can drop
if
me
the
if you want to
question I
drop me.
have
Go
for
ahead.
you,
We don't have to be violent for a drop. If you want to drop me, drop me. It's cool.
yeah, I wouldn't call that violence. By the way, I wouldn't call that violence. That's not violence. That's consequence. Taj, go.
That was kind of a bullyish, but okay. Um, yeah. Because I was saying a lot, I don't even know what to respond to. But well, I think I'm gonna respond to what his name KB Creative was saying. Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. If he couldn't, like you said, that scenario you gave was perfect in a situation where she's making it hard for him to protect her, right? As he wants to. So then in that case, okay, of course he's not a weak man. I mean, he did what he was supposed to. It just didn't play out how it should, right? But if he were to simply, not even try because of all those odds against him that you named, and say, oh, well, I'm not even going to try. Yeah, you're a weak man. Yeah, you are. Um, and again, I didn't go around answering the question whether women are submissive or not. I gave a clear answer. I don't know if you were listening or not. I said, to repeat my answer again, I guess it depends on the communities you're talking about. We come from two different communities. So in my community, yes, women do submit. 99% of the women submit. If they don't, they're frowned upon, and they're just not accepted as much. Um, but in the society I believe you're talking about, in the American society, typical American society, no, they don't, because women are programmed to be independent of men in every way possible. They're programmed to believe that they don't need a man, even though reality says otherwise. Even though nature says otherwise, somehow they're programmed into believing that they don't need a man. So I think that's the society you're talking about. And that society, no. And I can see why men are now complaining about protecting them.
Can I ask Tyler a question real quick, Bert?
Real quick, and I'll come to you, and then I'll go to Praj after you. So, real quick, Todd. So, let's just talk about your community, as it were, right? So, in your community, those women who are not in submission to men, do they fall out of the umbrella of protection?
No, they don't.
So, men should still protect them? Are you saying that? I know I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, my I don't say it. My society does. My society, my men in my society believe that they should, period, protect the woman. But they won't marry her, they won't reproduce with her if she's not submissive, but she still gets his protection because she's a woman.
Oh, 007, what's on your mind?
Um, Ms. Charles, would you say that you are a part of or subscribe to that programming?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, I
My
don't.
next question was that you said in a little bit earlier, you ended a statement saying something about, well, what are you useful for? Would you mind like clarifying when you said what are you useful for? Were you referencing a man not being able to protect? He has no use. Is that what you were communicating? I want to make sure I got
Yeah,
that right.
yeah, for the most part, yes. One
Okay,
of
okay.
men's biggest job in society is to protect the woman and the children, right?
But you
It's to
just
use their
you
strength. If they're not using that strength to protect the woman when in situation that is needed, then yeah. Well,
You know
what?
what
are
the
you
difference is, Scott? Hold on, 007. Just one quick question. I'll let you continue. The difference between women and children is that children are in submission.
Not always. Children definitely
Eh,
do whatever they want. They're kicking and screaming when they're not supposed to be kicking and screaming and staying quiet. What are you talking about? But you still have to protect them.
I, I have an authority. We both, men and women, have an authority over children that we do not have over each other. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah,
Okay, very
that's
well.
fine.
007, go.
well, I'm about to wrap this up really quick. You said you weren't part of the programming. Is it not part of the programming to view a man as merely a utility of something to be of service?
No, it's not. And I
Okay.
don't see them as a utility. If
Well,
you
you
got
said
the,
I have no
what
use if
I
I can't
said, if
protect you.
yeah, it's if you simply conclude that to, oh, men are just useless and just a tool, then that's your understanding, sir. It's not for me to
That's
correct
what
that
you
for
that's what you're
you.
communicating to me. You said that if
That's
you
not
don't
what I
use your
said.
strength,
I said again, that is not what I said. It is not my job to help you understand that. If that's how you understood it, then that's how you understood it. But that's not what I said, and that's okay.
Bert,
We
come
are
on,
all
man. You can't keep letting her do this. She going back and forth.
No, no,
I'm
it's
not
good. It's
I
okay.
going
just want to
back
know.
and
I just
forth,
want to know
sir.
that I misunderstood.
I am able to give
If she,
you.
listen,
Can you?
hold on, Todd. Hold on, Todd. It's not. I'm not letting her do anything. I'm.
All
I'm.
right.
I'm it's you guys. If you hear something, hold her to task. But she's doing a good job
Right.
standing in the gap. I got to give her
Nobody's
credit for that.
letting
But if you
me
hear something,
speak
hold
my
her to task.
opinion.
yeah, respectfully, you know what I mean, just trying to refrain from getting into
We
the
can
rant.
agree to
So
disagree.
let
We don't
the
have to be
dialogue
polite.
progress as it needs to. Go ahead, 007.
I was just going to ask the rest of the people on the panel, did I misunderstand something? If I did, tell me in the comments or something. I don't know. Maybe I
No, you
misunderstood.
didn't.
I was about to
No,
say
you didn't.
we don't
Nah,
have
I
to
ain't gonna lie.
do anything.
That's what you said, but I ain't gonna. Hey,
All right, hold on, guys. Let's get prodigious in there, and then we'll go back to open. I think we'll go back to open battle off that. So prodigious, answer questions 1 through 3, and then you can respond to anything you've heard.
1 through 3, Dag. I want to answer for so bad, but all right. Um, do you think single motherhood is to blame for this protect all women mindset?
Start with
Well,
what's in the white up there. That's number
oh,
one.
okay. My bad. Why should men protect all women? Um, I don't think they should. I think their responsibility is women who respect me. That's the ones that I should protect. Because why would I protect somebody who looks at me as the scum of the earth? Somebody who believes that I need to do everything for them while giving nothing in return? Somebody who believes that because I'm not exactly a perfect project and someone who doesn't want to build with me, they don't want to even look my way unless if I'm a millionaire or making 6 figures. Why should I protect that? Next one, do you think single motherhood is to blame for all this protect all women mindset? I'm gonna say this. If a woman has a husband who she knows is protected by, it's not gonna make any sense for her to say protect all women, or I need protection, they need protection. I already got it right here. So the single mom who has no man, who only has a kid to take care of all on her own, only she's the one that's going to be demanding the protection. So I would say yes, they started it. And the third is a man weak when he doesn't what? When he doesn't protect all women? Is that the question?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is a man weak when he doesn't protect women, and what makes a man weak? What makes a man weak is when he tries to take responsibility for something that he knows he's not ready for. You know you're not ready for a family, but I guess because since you want the benefits from it, you're going to take the benefits, but you don't want to take care of the responsibilities. Like, for instance,
that's real.
you have men out here who want to have smacks with women, but let's say if she ends up pregnant, now you're going to run away? You don't want to take care of your responsibilities? That's what makes a man weak. And let me see. Let's say if a man wants to make 7 figures. Now, usually 7 figures are CEOs of a company, depending on how big the company is. You may want the money, you may want the salary, but what about the responsibilities that come with a CEO? Do you have the mentality to handle all those responsibilities? 9 times out of 10, you don't. But you want the money, you want the benefits, you want the lavish lifestyle. That's what makes a man weak.
Mm.
All right, open panel for a minute, and then we'll get to the next question. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, one thing
I'm
I
just
see.
not.
Oh, keep it
Yeah,
good.
I ain't getting Taj, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, Taj. You steady talking about something about telling black men to to we should protect our women. If you saying we ain't a part of your culture, well, I believe you need to go to your culture and tell the men that you submissive to protect you. We ain't got shit to do with that over here. So that one I'm gonna tell you straight like that.
Respectfully.
Well, the prompt says
Some
all
things
the
is
prompt.
just, you know,
Hold on, guys. The prompt says all women. It doesn't say anything about race or ethnicity that I can see.
Yeah,
Thank you.
my
Straight like
sister
hold
is
on, straight
She
like
the
that.
one
I'm gonna
said
tell
her
you. I'm
culture.
gonna tell you straight like that. I'm gonna tell you straight like that. I
She the
don't need
one said
He's
her
protection from
culture.
you, okay? I get protection from my people, from my man, okay? And they don't complain like you. But with all respect, doing say that's all I'm telling you. Straight like that, okay? Straight like that.
oh, she running
Better,
it in the
better, yeah.
ground. She running it in the ground.
What just happened there? So oh 07, what's on your mind?
No, I was just gonna
He's
say
trying to
that
sound ghetto and hood enough for him. Hopefully he understood me.
Whoa, really? Is that what that was? Oh 07 go.
yeah, she made the distinction first. I think that's why Mr. No Good used it as a talking point. So yeah, that's why he said that. If she probably hadn't made that distinction, he probably wouldn't have used it as a talking point. So she
exactly.
kind of gave him the pew pew in that sense. But yeah.
Agreed.
It did say all women, not specifics. But I would say, to pivot off of the back and forth, I think the main issue we have right now is people only
And I
want.
made that clear. If you're too slow to understand,
Yeah,
again, that is a
like I was saying,
personal problem.
what I think
Okay?
the
Taj, do you
issue is.
Obviously,
Taj,
Brett here
Taj,
understood that,
Taj,
but you
Taj,
couldn't. That
Yo,
is
Taj,
yeah,
your
yeah.
brain.
Taj,
That is the
Taj,
slowness of your brain,
Yo,
sir.
we being
Taj,
respectful, yo,
Taj.
by not
Hold
Yes,
talking
on.
over you.
Brett.
Could
Taj.
you allow me to speak, yo?
Yeah, I got you. I got you, Taj. I haven't heard anyone insult you. You seem like you're insulting other people, though, just as an observation.
Yeah,
Go
he
ahead.
just
Go ahead,
actually
creative.
did. He just lied about me. Because he wasn't listening, he made up a lie about me. She didn't make that clear enough. I said it twice, actually. The guy
Go ahead.
above you,
I mean,
KB,
I got you, Taj. You're good. Go
right?
ahead. Go
So
ahead,
stop
creative. What's on
that.
your mind?
Just
Yeah,
Go
to
ahead, creative.
just to dick ride another man's dick.
Let him
Stop
speak,
it.
Taj. Let him speak.
yeah.
Go ahead, creative.
That's not what I was saying. But like I was saying earlier, I think the issue is we only tend to pick and choose the pieces of a man we want to socially accept without really factoring in how all those pieces are part of an entire whole. And they function in certain ways that aren't applicable to everything. But the issue is because we only mandate those pieces and try to apply those pieces to every scenario, two things happen. The situation gets worse, and then the pieces that you extracted from that man get wasted to the point where you no longer have access to those. And that's where we're kind of getting at. Like we have to learn how to really wholly accept men and masculinity outside of the social pariah that's being popularized and the
Exactly.
dehumanization that's being pushed. What ends up happening is we just end up bickering back and forth with nothing accomplished.
Who's next?
Well, the fact of the matter is that one group expects expects something at the end of the day. That's what it boils down to. No, and society has an expectation of us at the end of the day. If you, depending on the situation, people are going to look at you and say, was there a man there?
Who's next? We're about to. Oh, let's go to the next question. What is the next question? Is it the can you? Is it that's a submit question, right? One, two, three, four. All right. Question number 4. Well, let's start with the ladies, Taj, and then the nurse. Taj, question number 4. Go.
Question. Which one?
Can you protect someone who doesn't submit? That question. We've already kind of talked about it, but that's what we're on right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I kind of already gave my answer on that too. In general, not really, right? It just makes it harder for you to protect someone who's not submissive. So in general, the answer would be a no. However, answer is not always a no because life is not that simple, and we're not cartoons. Okay, we don't live the same scenario over and over. So there is a yes in there. Like for an example, KB earlier gave an example. I think that described that very well for me. So if a man is in a if a woman is in a situation of life or death, absolutely. And she's not, obviously she's not being, cooperative. She's making the situation harder. But I think as a person, not just a man, I think it's your job to save that person. Just a human thing to do. Now, do you have to? No, but then we'll know who you are and what you are, right? Um, So it's a yes and no, but in general, overall, it would be a no. If it's not life and death, I would say simply no. I
So
wouldn't bother
you
myself with
said
it.
you said it's their job, right? So does that mean it's an obligation? Is it an obligation to protect? Are you saying that?
To some degree, right? It just depends on what kind of person you want to be. That I guess depends on your morals and values, whether you see it as an obligation or not.
And if it's an obligation, where does it obligate? Who's the one? Who is? Where does that obligation come from? If it's an obligation, who's obligating men to protect?
From your morals and values, I guess, right? Like I said, it all depends on you. Some people see it, no, it's not an obligation. Some people see it as, yes, it is, depending on their morals and values.
Okay, are you good?
I'm pretty much done if you're done.
Yeah, I'm done with you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Nurse, what's your answer to question number 4? You can also respond to what Todd said if you want. Nurse, are you there? I don't know how to say your name, all those symbols. RN, unmute. All right,
I'm off
go
mute.
ahead.
I'm off mute.
Yeah, go ahead. Answer question number 4, please. Go ahead.
Can you protect someone who doesn't submit? What? Yes. Yes, of course you could. What does protection have to do with submission?
A
You
person doesn't.
protect your.
Go ahead. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I don't have a question for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say you protect your mothers, your siblings, your cousins, your brother, all that without submission. Submission has nothing to do with protection. Either you'll protect them or you won't. I land.
If submission isn't required from those who I protect, is anything required from those who I protect?
Love and commitment.
So they're obligated to love and commit to me if I'm to protect them?
You said either then submission, so that's all I came with.
All right, let's let that ride. Let's let that ride. Prodigious, answer question number 4. Also respond to anything you've heard. Prodigious, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got me. You got me. Can you protect someone who doesn't submit? Explain why or why not. Um, Simple as it gets, no. You cannot protect someone who's not willing to submit. You know, if she wants to go to a party and I know it's dangerous, that it's full of men who have weird tendencies, and I know there's pews going on in that area, and then I tell her, no, you can't go there because it's dangerous, and then she just goes anyway, then, I mean, she's gonna go, and I can't protect her. But if she's willing to listen to the things that I said, all the knowledge that I'm giving her, then she's going to stay put, and there's no danger that's going to come to her because she listens. And it's no different than when it comes to listening to your parents. Most of us as kids growing up, we may feel like, oh, they don't know nothing, blah, 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 but they've been on this earth longer than we have. So when they tell us something, they're trying to protect us, not just from dangerous situations, but from situations that may bring hardship to our lives that we don't have to deal with. So you being protected, it just depends on if you're good with rules. But if you're that person that doesn't like rules, then you're gonna live a lifestyle that's gonna be very, very hard, and you're gonna blame everybody else but yourself. That's why there are rules in place when it comes to anywhere you go to. The rules are there to protect you. Even when it comes to the laws of the land, they're there to protect you and make you safe. But if you that type of person, like I said, who doesn't like rules, then you get what's coming to you. So submission is required. Alan.
Nurse, I want to ask you a quick question before we move on to the top quadrant. Um, can I protect you if you won't do what I tell you to do when I tell you to do it? Nurse.
Yes.
Okay. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well let that ride. We'll see what other
At
people
the
think
same
about
time.
your answer. More, go ahead. We're on the top quadrant. More and then no good.
I said, ironically, we chuckled at the same time. So, what we basically get, and can you protect someone who doesn't submit? Explain why not. Um, Ultimately, I guess hypothetically you can, but one thing that was truthful that Taj did say was the fact that, it would ultimately be non-conducive to the bill, right? It would be that much harder to accomplish the goal of making sure that she's protected, right? And that's important because it's magnifying the fact that there is something required in this exchange, you know what I'm saying, throughout this journey in life. And it's something as simple as being more receptive to the information, because we touched on the fact that there's many ways to protect a woman outside of just being physical, right? So part of that is being able to have, as a man, a clear mind for discernment, right? To be able to give you the information that's can be utilized for the betterment of your growth, or to make sure that your day is just a little bit more peaceful, right? That's not to control whether you can or can't go. When the shit, when the pee, excuse my French. It's not that aspect, but it's usually painted in that image. You feel me? And if they would just be more receptive to that point, that there's something required, and at least want to adhere to that, you know what I'm saying, or provide that in itself. I don't think it's something too much to ask for.
Mr. No Good, what are your thoughts on that on the fourth prompt? Also, you can respond to anything that you've heard. Go.
Um, can you protect someone who doesn't submit? Explain why not? I think you can. It just makes it extremely difficult. And for us, that's like a young lady said, that's ghetto or from the hood, we consider that backwards hustling. So why the hell would we go and dive into something? It's like trying to save someone that don't want to be saved. And that's one of the first quotes that, wow, boy, women pick up fast. You know what? You can't keep no ninja that don't want to be kept.
That's
Well,
Proverbs
guess
3:6.
what? Yeah, okay. Well,
Mafia.
it's in the Bible.
No, I was saying
Well,
Proverbs
I'm
3:6
just,
Mafia.
I thought you were saying it's in the Bible. I'm gonna say, okay, well, good job.
No,
But I'm
no, you
saying
can't. Don't say what you want to say. Proverbs 3:6
yeah,
Mafia.
yeah, but at the end of the day, that's backwards hustling. So if you don't want to be protected, that means you're letting me know by not following my orders. You're not following what I'm saying. So you can do it, but it just makes it extremely difficult. And I think that's the last thing that most men want. We do not like difficult women. I don't care if it's a broke man, a man that's pushing a basket with somebody else fucking clothes in it. Guess what? He'd rather be pushing that damn basket by himself than listen to some of you that's beside him and he gotta worry about protecting your little raggedy, dusty ass. Ain't nobody got time for that. He trying to worry about when y'all gonna get your next meal and you steady talking about some bullshit to him. No, start being agreeable to people. This is where all this stems from. Instead of people just saying, hey, you know what? That is a proper thing to do. If this person is trying to help me and save my life, this is the least I can do. That's just like a wife trying to say, hey, you know what? Well, babe, I can protect your feelings, but the only way I can protect your feelings is if you communicate your feelings to me. There's no other way that she can protect me besides me opening up to her and saying, hey, babe, well, I feel like this today. I ain't really feeling it. But therefore, she know how to move. She know how to say, okay, babe, well, you go ahead, take the day off, do what you need to do, and I got the kids, and I'll do this. But it takes a certain structure and an order for us to be able to say, hey, good. Look, if he's going to do this for me, I have to do this for him. And I think that's lost in all this translation.
Break real quick. So look, Kev is asleep, right? He's, as far as I know, he's been asleep for the last couple hours, right? So there's 71 people in here. He does not have a gift goal. I need you guys, if you can, just little small gifts to the panel or to Kev to keep this alive so he doesn't get the puzzle piece. That's all we're asking for. They don't have to be big, just keep the activity going. So we are on creative and then 007, and then we're open panel.
Okay. So, like I said, essentially earlier, I think I explained it. I don't think we can do that. Just from a practical standpoint, if we were actually in the heat of the moment and it was my responsibility, the responsibility was on me to direct us out of this situation. I'm not going to be able to thoroughly execute those directions if I also have to factor in the combativeness from the person I'm trying to protect. That's going to be too much of a distraction to be able to protect my life and yours. Just on a practical level. But I will say what the sister in the bottom right said, that also does kind of make sense too. Like we can't, but I think the issue is when we use the word submission, we automatically think that we're either applying this to this broad spectrum of servitude. But what we're saying is the way the culture is now, any form of acquiescing to the ideals or direction that a man is given is seen as a heinous social offense, which renders our ability to execute proper protection kind of not effective or non-existent, just based off of the structure. So that's why I say it would be kind of hard to do that. But there are instances where you may have to, you be in situations where you have to protect somebody that may not necessarily be obligated to submit to you. Case in point.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Remember, hold on, Taj. Remember your case in point. But this is the thought that I had, right? If I protect you against your will, meaning, so it's against your will because you're not in submissive. Like I'm telling you to do stuff and you're fine. So it's against your will, right? That seems like that seems tyrannical to me. Like, I'm tossing you around, like I'm making you do stuff. Like, isn't it much cleaner for the one who needs protection to just submit to the protection that's being offered?
That depends on that person's willingness to live or not. Like we can't really dictate if a person wants to live or not. Like they can very well be in excruciating pain and we want to be relinquished from that pain and we'll just be ready to go. Like we can't play God in those particular type of situations. But to get to my point, what I was saying as far as may not necessarily have to submit. If look at the situation where if we had to protect our grandfather, you see what I'm saying? Our grandfather is not necessarily ever going to be in a position to where they would have to submit to us. But in situations where it's either from their own health or if we have to protect them from an assailant. But even within, reason why I say this is because it's a twofold application here. One, we are dealing with somebody who's not obligated to submit to us from the masculine perspective and just from an overall age and hierarchy of parenting perspective. But also, from a realistic perspective, that person is not able to physically ward off an attacker. So that means that within that moment, the relinquishing of submission would have to go to the person that's going to have to protect both their life and the other. And that's, I think those are those thin in between lines that we don't necessarily look at when we're talking about it. That's,
Exactly.
and the reason why I say that is because we have to, and the only reason why I bring that up is because we have to specifically define what we're talking about when we mean submission and this and the other. And
I don't
Fair enough.
fully agree with
also,
that.
I've
people
got
have to
hold on.
understand what it is that we're saying when we say submission, and not automatically associate it to something negative or something tyrannical. You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
fair enough. Yeah, submission is not
Exactly.
tyrannical, right? Because it's voluntary. I got a series of questions for you, Creative, before we go to 007.
For
So
sure.
the first question is, and just answer it like yes or no. Do it briefly.
Hey, I'll do it
Are
briefly. I
women
got you, bro.
are women children?
No.
Of course not, right? So this is in response to you talking about the grandfather, right? So in a lot of
Yeah,
ways,
yeah.
the elderly and children, they have a lot in common in that sometimes we have to protect them against their will, right? They don't know what's going on. They got dementia setting in. We protect them against their will.
Exactly.
Children, like someone said earlier, children don't hold on, Tosh. Children don't always submit to your authority the way they should, but you protect them against their will, don't we?
That's out of obligation because they're children.
Well, but regardless of yes, it is an obligation, right?
And the
But
reason
our
why I say it is
protect,
because the obligation are different with an adult.
but my point is this. Hold on, you're getting ahead of me. I didn't want you to get ahead of
Oh,
me.
my bad.
So,
You go ahead.
my point is not so much the obligation, but if I have a child who wants to run out into the street and is defiant about that, I'll snatch him up. Like
Of course.
I will
Without
protect him
question.
against. I will protect him against his will, regardless of his submission. I'm going to protect him. It's for your own good. The word of a parent since the beginning of time, right?
Right.
Women are not children, nor are they the elderly, right?
Exactly.
So if women are saying that we should protect them even though they're not in submission, that's childlike, is it not?
Say that one more time. Let me make sure I understood you clearly.
So if women are saying that we should protect them, I'm not saying anyone's saying this, but if women are saying that men should protect them even though they're not in submission, as a child would be protected even though he's not in submission, as the elderly would be protected even though they're rarely in submission to their children, right? If a
Yeah.
woman is asking to do that, she's putting herself in the place of a child, right? We're asking women to voluntarily submit to the protection that they want. That's adult.
Yeah. I get what you're
Yes.
saying. I get what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, you're not.
And
I
it
wouldn't
is
say it's
childlike.
childlike, but what I will say it is, it's a manipulation of trying to sway favor and privilege. And the
I
reason
would.
why I say that, the reason why I say it's not childlike is because children aren't fully aware that they don't have the ability to take care of themselves. That's why they have the willful rebellion. Adults are fully aware, adult women and men are fully aware that they have the capabilities to protect themselves, even if they have to rely on the inevitable peacemaker that we always tend to factor out when we talk about these protection scenarios. You see what I'm saying? But the difference between a child and a full-fledged woman who can protect herself in certain degrees is what I was saying earlier, which would be the obligation. If you're in a you
Well,
have a specific obligation to
creative,
protect that child's life.
creative, creative. If women can protect themselves, then why are we having this discussion?
I mean,
Yeah.
that your guess is as good as mine. That's
Yeah,
To
okay.
listen, that's
answer
what I said
your
earlier.
question, I would say yes. Women are being like childlike, and women behave like childlike from time to time. We can see that. This is why men are today complaining about it.
I wouldn't say it's childlike because that what it does
But
is it
it's the
evokes a
truth.
thing.
It happens among majority of the women.
It's
From
it,
time to time, they behave like a child,
Todd,
the
and
reason
Todd,
why I say it's not
Todd,
unfortunately,
hold on,
childlike because these are
hold on, guys.
full-fledged, thought out
I,
adult
I,
decisions.
hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. So I don't want to get too far out of order. So let's get
Yeah, yeah.
creative. Finish his thought. Taj, after 007, you can kick off open panel. I think that's fair enough. But don't interrupt right now. Go ahead, creative. Finish your thoughts, and then 07.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna put a pin in it. The reason why I say it's not childlike is because these decisions are being made by fully functional adults to evoke or demand these particular obligations from a standpoint of a business transition. These aren't things that are being said out of not understanding the entire spectrum of what this mandates. These are things that are being said because of certain levels of egoism. and the sense of well, I mean, for lack of a better word, what's being owed or entitlement. These aren't these aren't things that are like a child would do. And the reason why you and associate this behavior with something that a child would do, kind of, it passes off the responsibility of what a full fledged adult would have to deal with if their character was being examined. You see what I'm saying? That's why I say it's not childlike. These people, these women are not children. They're full fledged adults making these decisions to do this, or choose to have these things, or demanding to have society like this. You see what I'm saying? And that's where I leave it.
An old proverb
007.
goes, as I
Hold
begin.
on, more. Wait, keep it for open panel. 007, question number 4. After he goes, it's open panel, starting with Taj. Go ahead, oh 07.
Can you? Can you? Can you? Yes, you can. Is it probably the most desirable thing to do? Probably not. Um, yeah, no. In some situations, that's what the police are for. You
Mm.
know, if you fight for autonomy, I'm gonna give you exactly what it is, autonomy. You have access to the same things that I have access to. So get it done yourself. If you're gonna yell at the top of your lungs about having autonomy, then do it yourself. If you're gonna beat your chest about autonomy, then do it yourself. Don't have any expectations of me. And if you do have any expectations of a man, expect him to fulfill that role probably in a career, as in like the police, as in like firefighters, as in like EMTs and paramedics.
It's fair. It sounds fair to me, bro.
Taj, start us off an open panel, Taj.
Okay, I have a question for you. So you said you can understand that old people and children need protection, right? Sometimes even against their will, right? So my question would be, why can't you apply that same understanding to a woman? And maybe not all women, but some women, unfortunately, are
I'll tell you
not
why. Let me tell you why.
mature enough.
Because women are supposed to have agency and autonomy. Like if you want us to treat you like children, just say so.
But I think this whole feminist movement had messed up a lot for women and between men and women, in the sense that I think because women are fighting for equal rights, men in a way took that as equal rights to them physically and to their abilities and capabilities. Um, and I think with that, they are forgetting. I think once upon a time, men understood and know that women are childlike, and it's just in the nature. Just like you can understand that it's in the old people's nature, it's in the kids' nature, it's also in the woman's nature, too, right? We all function on our nature. Like it's just how it goes. We're part of nature. I don't care how much we think we're not.
So check this out. Check this out, Taj. Right? Check this out, Taj. So if women generally agreed with what I heard you just say, right? If women generally agreed that they are childlike or children, then we wouldn't really have anything to discuss, right? Because we would protect you against your will. Like I get it. That would be the logic. But women don't. I don't know that women agree with what you're saying.
Most women will not agree with what I'm saying, especially American women, right? Because the conditioning and programming that has taken place under one of the main movement, the feminist movement, right? I think that's what it is. But if you look at reality, though, if you step back out of your feelings and your opinions and thoughts, and you just look at it objectively, like society and what's going on, you see that that's exactly what it is. And that's exactly how it's playing out. So to go against what's really playing out, I think is foolish. And it's only going to hurt you as either individual or a society or a community of culture. It's only going to hurt you to go against what's already taking place. So yeah, you're right. A lot of women will not agree with me, but it doesn't mean it's not happening. It doesn't make it untrue.
All right, we're open panel, but I want to hear from the RN. So after RN, after the RN, we'll go open panel. RN, what do you think about what she said? Are women children or childlike? Are women to be treated like children? Is really the question. Nurse, go.
Sometime and not all the time, okay, you guys? Don't get me wrong.
Well, how do we know when to do it and when not to do it, Taj?
Because you can
Never.
see the maturity in a
Never.
woman, right? You can see it. She's not going to use her emotions as an excuse.
So men get
To
to decide. So you're saying men get to decide when and where to treat women like children.
Well, yeah, just like we get to decide when to treat children like
Girl,
children. Sometimes
bye.
you come across
Girl,
a children
bye.
that is very mature, right? And you can see that you don't need to talk to this child like you
A
would talk to
woman and a
all the other
child
Hold
10-year
on,
are
olds.
Taj.
not
Let
Right?
Nurse get in there.
equivalent.
Let Nurse get in there. We understand your perspective. Nurse, go.
No, that makes no sense. That's an oxymoron. How can you be a woman and a child at the same time? A woman that's a child is a girl. No, that's not equivalent. And I don't even know how you let that roll off your mouth.
That's not what I said. But again, if comprehension is an issue of yours, it's not something I can fix for you.
Okay, comprehension is not an issue. I comprehend and I listen.
Well,
That's why I
obviously
shut up.
not, because you did not. You did not. That's not what I said.
Taj,
And
you are
just
really
know.
free with the insults, man. Like I'm a keen observer, and like you insult more people than anybody on this panel. Just so you know. Nurse, continue with your thoughts.
No, so I just had to
That's not an
say that
insult.
because you asked my response, and I was like, that makes no sense. To say a woman and a child are equivalent. That's no.
That's not what
That's
I
all I
said.
could say. Mm. He asked and you
It's
said
open panel.
yes.
Go on.
It's open panel. Who's next?
What's the question? What's the question? My bad, I was talking to you.
I'm sorry, we got a new one up here. So before we go to open panel, Shutterfly is going to go question 1 through 4, and then respond to anything she's heard. Go ahead, Shutterfly.
Okay. Um, why should men protect all women? They shouldn't. Do you think single motherhood is to blame? I don't think single motherhood by itself is. I think women in general are to blame for the mindset. Um, is a man weak when he doesn't? No, a man is not weak if he does not protect a woman. Like a random woman. No, absolutely not. Um, can you protect someone who? No, I don't believe so. Within a relationship, no, you cannot protect somebody who is not willing to
Well, before you continue, right?
be
So
under.
hold on, Shutterfly.
Mhm.
So I want to ask a question on the weak one, right? Right. So but you would agree that a man who doesn't protect a woman who's under his obligation is weak. Sure.
Yeah, yeah, but
If
she
you're my
was
wife or my girlfriend or something like that, or my
right.
daughter. Or something.
Yeah, like if she is the type of woman who does submit to you and it is under your authority and is good with all that and like something happens and you turn tail and run, yeah, that's weak.
All right, very good. Continue. Make sure you get through all the prompts except for that last one. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you protect someone who doesn't submit? No, no, you can't. If your woman's not willing to submit, be under your authority, you can't protect her because she's always going to be asking why. Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to do that? If you're out somewhere and you see danger of some sort and you say, "Hey, move, run," and she's like standing there looking around, why? And then she gets flattened. Well, you know, that's kind of on her, so you can't protect somebody who doesn't really want to be protected.
And did you hear what I said earlier about we protect children often against their will. Like children fight us tooth and nail sometimes when we're protecting them, right? Teenagers do, like famously, right?
Absolutely.
The elderly
Absolutely.
do as well. Like the elderly do as well. When our parents get, our grandparents get old enough and they're falcons, we have to protect them against their will, like telling them not to drive and things of that sort, right? So the elderly and children, we will protect against their will. They're under our obligation, under our authority. They don't know it, but we protect them against their will. If women are asking us to protect them against their will, then they're setting themselves up as children, are they not?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and it's not that we're saying women are children because they're not children, right? But their behavior, their actions are a lot like children. So for anyone saying that we are, equating women and children, like saying that they're the same person, we're not. We're just saying that their actions, their behaviors are.
Very good. We are now open.
Thank you.
Who wants to go? Because if no one goes, we'll go to the last question. But that's the last question we have, so we kind of want to slowball this. Go ahead, creative.
Yeah, I would say I agree with what Shutter said. That was pretty base, pretty base answer. But no, as far as like I say, bro, I'm just gonna reiterate what I was saying earlier. Like you can't really define what is weak within a man just based off of the decisions of how you externally receive them. You know what I mean? That's a problem. And then a lot of times when we look at questions like these, the people that are trying to define masculinity have never lived truly what a man has to live since the inception of him being born. It's always a definition of how that servitude benefits me is the definitive line for where he is as a man. And that's not an even barometer to put on any kind of human being. You wouldn't even do that to dogs.
That's actually a question that I was looking for a way to plug that question in, right? But I'll just do it with you, right?
Yeah.
I'll do it as a statement, though.
Yeah,
It
yeah, yeah.
appears often appears to me that women look for men to be of service, and if they're not of service, they don't have a whole lot of respect for them. Is that a fair statement?
I would say that's definitely the turn of that. I would say that's what the general consensus says.
Yeah. Who's next? Come on, guys.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, Shutter, I do agree with what you said, and that's what I was saying. It was basic, simple thing to understand. I don't know why it was hard for some people to understand. So being saying that, being that we're on the same page on that, right? Some women, some grown adult women behave like children, right? Children like, I thought we understood what that means. So with that, when they behave like children, let's say there's that woman, let's say that's his wife, right? And she's behaving like a child, not running when he's telling her to run, right? Do you think in that situation that the man is still obligated to protect her just as he would a child or older person in that situation?
Is that you asking the whole panel or just me?
Yeah, you and then the whole panel
Okay.
can also answer.
I think in that situation, would I say, oh man, I know that he would feel obligated to do, um I don't know, because at that point she's kind of not only putting herself in danger but him as well. Um and if they have children, one of them have to come out of it, right? So I would say from my perspective, no, but I know that he would still feel like he is, so he probably would anyway.
Anyone
All
else?
right. Okay, that's fair.
Miss Shutter, why wouldn't he be obligated in that situation?
I'm not saying the obligation would be up to him. Does he feel like he is obligated to do so? If she is being, if she is just standing there and she is being, steadfast and saying, no, I'm not going to do what you're asking me to do, what uh what else is he supposed to do? Like he would feel obligated to protect her. He would, because she is his wife, right? But whether or not, if you can take yourself out of that situation and look at it and look at it from a outside point of view, I don't think he would be.
All right, in
So check
order
this
for
out.
him to
This is interesting. More you can tackle this, right?
I
So
think he
so it,
would. That is why you said he likely would feel obligated. And I think he would likely feel obligated. And I agree with you in that sense. He would. And that's because
check
he's able to stand out of
check
put himself out of the situation and look at it as a third party. So he's
check
able
this
to
out.
feel that obligation still.
Check this out. And
So yeah.
anybody can. Anybody can respond to this, right? So if I'm obligated to protect, we'll just use Shutter, right? If I'm obligated to protect Shutter, right? I have an obligation to do that. I feel that obligation. She's played whatever it is, right? I'm obligated by marriage, whatever it is, right? But I'm obligated to protect her for whatever reason, right? And I tell her to do something, move away from this, get out of the street of cars, right? And she challenges me on that. If I have an obligation to protect her, I now have to, if she won't submit because I have an obligation, I have to force her into submission. I have to subjugate her, do I not? So is that what we're asking for? Like, if I'm obligated to do it, I'm going to do it regardless of whether you submit or not. Is that true? And that becomes a
Yes,
tyranny.
in the situation of life and death, yes. I don't
Well,
even
it's
know
not just
why
like,
this
but
is
it's not.
actual conversation.
That's interesting, Tosh, because it's not just life and death, right? There could be a
Well, if
financial
it's
thing.
not life and
I,
death, then no,
no,
because that's
protect.
an
Well, wait a
adult at
minute.
the end of the
Hold on,
day.
wait a minute. Protection is broader than life and death, right? So it could be something like financial. I think she spends too much money, and she's not looking out for her retirement, right? And I tell her you need to do X, Y, and Z to protect yourself financially. She says no, I'm not going to do that. So I take her credit cards. Am I a tyrant, or am I protecting her, or is it both?
From my stance, if it's not life and death, it's really simple. I don't know why people like to make things
If it's
complicated.
not life and
If
death,
it's
what?
not life and death, you have no obligation to a grown woman to protect her
Oh,
like you would a child. If it's
well,
not
wait a
life
minute.
and death.
I think
Yeah.
protection. I think protection has to be broader than life and death.
Of
More,
course, there
more.
are different type of protection. Of course there is. I'm not saying there isn't, but I'm
Okay,
talking about the life and death kind. I'm not
I get
talking
it.
Do
about the
you?
other the other kind.
I
You're trying
get.
to make it complicated and I'm making it simple for you.
No, no,
If
no,
it's
no, no,
not
no,
life
no.
and death, I believe no, men are not obligated to protect a grown woman from her finance issues. That's still an adult. If she's
Yeah,
making
that
childlike
the problem is,
behavior and practicing childlike
I hear
behavior
you.
with her money,
I
then
hear you.
that's her choice.
Hold on. I hear you and I understand you. I think men don't look at protection that way. For men, protection is a very broad thing. More go.
I would definitely say that
This is a
we're
broad
definitely
thing.
witnessing
I
a lot
just
of
said
double
it
talking.
was.
These times she said more, go, respectfully. Right? We've been witnessing a lot of double talking, and ultimately we're seeing that women, how you painted it, right? Women are not children or the elderly. So they're outside of that box where we should be having to enforce, now I'm saying, protection upon them, right? And what we're ultimately seeing is a picture being painted in so many different versions as opposed to just women or Taj, I'm gonna speak to you directly, as opposed to you just realizing that it would be more conducive to everyone if a woman would be, I'm gonna substitute the word submit with cooperative for the sake of her protection.
I agree. We should be
I can agree with that.
submissive. I am submissive to my husband, to my father, to my brothers, to my uncles, and all the men in my life. I believe she should be submissive. It makes her life easy, not just you protecting her. I can agree to that. Again, we don't live the same situation every day, every scenario. What can apply to every scenario? That's not how life works.
Breaking up. Let her know in the comments she's breaking up. She's
So
breaking
in a
up. Miss,
situation of life and death,
go ahead. You're breaking up, Todd. We'll come back to you. Um,
is it better now? I think it's better.
no, try again.
So
Try again. I think you're still breaking up.
I do. I don't know if you heard. Okay,
It's
never
still too
mind.
bad.
Go ahead.
Still too bad. Um,
I definitely
go
got
ahead.
something
Go
to say,
ahead.
Bert. Man, let me tell you something. Man, what these ladies want is a savior. They want Jesus with gold teeth and wear Michael Jordan ones. Is what the fuck they want. They don't want a grown man to be progressive, to keep them out of trouble. No, they want to call on a motherfucker when they neck deep in shit. When you're neck deep in it, oh, that's when you want to call your husband and say, baby, I messed up. I'm sorry. Now I want to hear that shit then. When he was trying to keep you out of trouble a year and a half, 2 years ago, when he seen it coming, and he was trying to be progressive and saying, baby girl, the way you're moving financially, you're moving too fast. I think you need to calm down with the cars. Nah, I think I'm okay. Okay, well then you're all right then. So don't call me when you knee deep in shit. Don't call me. You are a grown woman. You are right. You made the decision and you gonna sit in that shit. That's what you gonna do. If I sit up and I done told you, I tried to be progressive. Say, hey, look, baby, don't do that. I see where it's going. It's heading. It's wrong. Now all of a sudden you're in trouble. Now you want to call me and say, baby, I'm in trouble and I'm sorry. No, nope. And I suggest to you young boys out there, that's the way you handle these women. Stop bailing them out. If they decide to go against you in your will, when you know you're right, when you like, baby girl, I told you that a month or two ago. Nope, you let them figure it out. Let them figure out. Let them cry you a river. Cry me a river, damn it. Let them put on the mayonnaise dude, palm dude, and sing their ass to sleep. Because I won't be there for you. Now, I'll be there when you get home taking care of the babies. But I mean that, man. They want a savior. They don't want nobody. They don't want nobody to tell them what to do. Oh, until they've exhausted all they dumb possibilities that they thought would work. Now they want to say, well, I tried. Okay, well, you tried. Well, you gonna deal with that. But
Because
I
as we
land.
do that to
Well, he
deal
may
with
be,
the benefits of our
so he,
choices and
he
consequences of our choices.
yeah, there's got to be consequences, right? So he made anybody can respond to this, right? So when he said that, he made me think of Jesus, right? So like people, people pray to Jesus with like they're down on their luck. Jesus, please come help me. But like before then, they're not in submission to him.
Amen.
Let's make it make sense. The
Right.
silence speaks for itself. You
Yes,
feel
it
me? The
is.
reality, like as an adult, there's a responsibility, there's an expectation for you to conduct yourself accordingly. And you have the autonomy to make choices of your own. No one wants to relinquish you of that autonomy, right? But with that being said, you have to also pay attention to the consequences and the benefits of your decisions. And what we're ultimately saying is like, if the decision, you know what I'm saying, is not conducive to the whole, we are not, well, I'm gonna speak for self. I am not, you know what I'm saying, just willing to go above and beyond for something that's not being conducive in the forward projection of the whole. Like that shit is just ludicrous. Mathematically, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and the reason, and anybody can respond to this, and then once we go around the board a couple of times, we'll just get that last prompt. Kev, are you back? I thought I saw you in the comments, by the way. Kevin, are you there? Well, I don't know. So, if anyone's wondering why, like the focus is on a woman's submission and a man's protection, men aren't asking for the same level of protection, or sometimes any at all. Men aren't asking for the same things that women are asking for. So what's that? What's playing out here is if women want protection, then there's got to be something that they're willing to give in order to get it. And in my mind, submission or cooperation or whatever word works for you that's close to submission is fine with me. Like something has to be given in order to give that, or it doesn't make sense. But men aren't asking for protection, therefore they don't need to submit in the same way. Does that make sense?
Agreed.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree. But men and women both do submit to one another in a relationship. It just looks different, like you just said at the end there. It's not going to be the same. He's not going to submit to her in the same way she submits to him. So, yeah, I agree.
Hey, rise and shine, people. I just woke up and y'all.
bro.
Bird, man, shout out, man. Dude,
Peace.
that's mod ever done took over
Hey,
the.
man.
Okay, I like that. And shout out to Kelly for subscribing. Okay, y'all can do y'all thing. I'm just listening.
Well, hold on, baby. I'm the last one. Like a lot of people saved your ass today. Like before me, it was Tone. Who else? Tone. There was a couple of like at least Tone or
Chrissy.
Chrissy.
I
A
was
couple
wondering
of
how did
Chrissy.
this even work because I fell asleep.
Chrissy
Yeah,
got good
Chrissy
content.
So
came.
you, Bird
Mr.
is
No
in
Hold
Good,
on.
he been in
here.
here ever since I fell asleep. I'm like,
Yeah.
dog. What
It
up,
was
bro,
at least,
Matt?
I done fell
at least
asleep on some
three. You had
live
at
Mm.
least
shows.
three mods. You had at least three mods
Three
covering your
mods
ass.
that made it happen. I appreciate. Look, I got the best mods ever. Appreciate y'all, man. Shoot, I'm about to eat me some cereal. I'll be back in a minute.
So hey, listen, you had 100 people in here, bro.
Dang, what the
Yeah,
heck?
yeah. Yeah, yeah, a couple of hours ago when I first tuned in, there were 101 people in here, bro.
Yeah,
Yep.
Brett just didn't. He's done a good job moderating for you. Honestly, I've seen a
I
lot
mean,
of
I already
mods, and
know
I
that
see a
he our
lot of
The
first
Ghost
panels.
mod I
God.
ever
Yeah, the Ghost
had. I
hold
know
it
he a good mod.
down.
Yeah,
Ghost
I
hold it
go to a
down.
lot of panels, and I see a lot of mods. He's actually one of the best I've seen so far.
Thank you,
And
Todd. I appreciate that.
yeah,
I only
Yeah,
had to drop one person. So we're good.
he keeps your
yep.
gift
But I'm
going. He's
charging. If you
fair
even
to
thinking about using
everybody.
them,
He
yeah, I
keeps your
charge money
panel
though. So
clean.
What'd you say, Todd? Hey, Kev,
No,
don't talk
I
over
said,
Todd
I
while
said you're
I'm
fair to
talking.
everybody, and you keep the panel clean, and you were even asking for gifts for his panel, so you're a good mod.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Todd. Nurse. Now let's go. Prodigious, are you there? You're a coffee cup. Prodigious, are you there? There's some people I haven't heard from in a while, so we'll go with Nurse. Oh, go
Hey,
ahead,
Bert.
Prodigious. Who called my name?
I did. I did. If I could just answer the last question, I'll drop for someone that's in queue.
Actually, yeah, we'll do that. We'll go to the last question now that Kev's around. Go ahead, Shudder.
Okay, how can women protect men by submitting, by listening to them? That is some ways that you can protect men, your man, right? Just by holding other women responsible. You know, if you see that, if you know, are around a woman who's out of pocket, you know, let her know she's out of pocket. Like, I mean, it's really not all that hard. You know, men don't, like you said earlier, men don't require the same things that women require. And so for us, the best thing we can do is just be in our feminine, do what we're supposed to do.
Women do that. It makes protection easy, actually. So that is a way of protecting men.
Yeah. So I'll drop for people that are in queue.
Okay, thank you, sweetie. Thanks for coming up. Prodigious, and then Nurse, and then we'll go back to open panel. Prodigious, what's on your mind?
So wait, is this still open?
Actually,
Is this
actually,
still?
Prodigious. I also want you to answer the final question. So answer the final question, respond to anything you've heard, and then say whatever you want.
All right, so I'm gonna go with the final question. How can women protect men? And I really love this question because I ask women this all the time, and they automatically assume we mean physical protection, but I don't understand why they would come up with that when it's the man that is looked upon as the physical protection, and they always ask us to protect them in a physical way. But anyway, you could protect a man as a woman. You could protect a man's mentality. You could protect a man's health. You could protect the man's you could protect him spiritually too. You could protect him mentally just by being his peace when he comes home from a 12-hour shift dealing with a whole bunch of BS. Just being ready to feed him, give him a massage, stuff like that. You could protect his health by giving him home cooked meals instead of him eating some weird processed food out there on the street. Make him juices from actual fruits and vegetables. You can also protect him spiritually by praying for him and giving him advice based off of the Bible. If that's what y'all believe in, I don't know. But that's just a lot of things that women can do to protect a man, not involving physical protection. I land.
And I misspoke. We're not going to go to open panel until we get done answering that final question. Kelly needs to answer all of them. Kelly, answer all the questions and then respond to anything you've heard.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, panel. Good morning, everyone.
Top of the
Why
day.
should why should men protect our women? They shouldn't. They absolutely shouldn't. Their behavior, you're not entitled to protection. You have to earn protection. It's just not given. I think behavior is a lot of reasons that you're putting your man in jeopardy, and you're putting your man in danger. Um, do you think single motherhood is the blame for the protection? No, I think it's a huge part. I think they're looking for a man to protect them and their child. Um, I'm not going to go down that road because it'll wind up steering the conversation to a whole uh, different level. But I'll just say women are the ones to bring life into this world. So before you bring life into this world, make sure you have um, the right decision of who the father is going to be. Is a man weak when he doesn't, and what makes him a weak? Men are not weak. Men are weak. Men have actually their own emotions, their own feelings. They just express it differently than what a woman does. Women are more emotional. Women are more violent. Women weaponize. Excuse me, I just woke up. Women weaponize their mouths against men and use
I
it
have a
as
question.
vulnerability.
Kelly, I have a
Go ahead.
question on that point. If a man has an obligation but refuses to live up to that obligation, wouldn't you call him weak?
An obligation as to what? You mean protection of woman?
If he's obligated, like if that were my wife, for instance, or my daughter, or whatever, like that's
You
an
have an
obligation.
obligation. Yes, you have an obligation, but there's two people in a relationship. So you have to understand the person's behavior. I mean, submission is key to what you were saying. If a man has an obligation um, to his wife, then yes, you are responsible to obligate and follow his lead and follow his what he wants to make sure that there's no uh, arguments or danger that you're bringing to the house, any animosity, any aggressiveness, or anything in the household. So why wouldn't you want to lead? Now, if you can't follow a man's leadership, then you have a problem because he's doing everything that you want him to do. He's obligated to actually protect you. I don't think he's obligated because I don't think every woman deserves protection. Now, as far as a wife, yes, yes.
Okay, continue.
Um, can you protect someone who doesn't submit? No. Um, why would you want to go ahead and protect somebody that doesn't submit? Because that's causing danger to the person. There are some men out there that are willing to risk their lives for somebody that might be being hurt on the street or whatever the case may be is. I've come to that situation with my husband and I was like, babe, go help him. He was like, no. And his first words was, I don't know if he has a pew pew. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know if they're going to wind up being in a relationship after this and they're going to go back to being fine. He was like, no, my responsibility is to you and the kids.
Right, that's the
So
obligation. You gave a
I
good answer.
didn't understand that until he said it because my first thing was to protect that. And when he said that, I understood. And I was like, now I'm putting my husband in jeopardy or in danger because I'm asking him to do something for somebody else, and he could wind up being unalive. He could be locked up. He could whatever because he's trying to protect somebody. So he's not obligated to protect somebody that he doesn't know. He's obligated to protect me at their points in our marriage, to where sometimes he feels like he doesn't want to protect me because we go through arguments, we go through fuss and fights. Yes, not every marriage, not every relationship is peaches and cream. You're going to have to sacrifice and you're going to have to do without and you're going to have to compromise. If you can't compromise and sacrifice, then it's not going to go nowhere. You have to be able to communicate. And the last one, can how can women protect them? Don't don't volunteer their services.
Mm.
Don't volunteer their services. Don't volunteer their protection. Just like I said, my first thing was, babe, go help him. He looked at me like I had 10 heads. And he said, I have you and the kids. That's my protection. He's like, I could wind up getting pew pew. I could get the cops called on me. So don't, when a man chooses to protect you and you have a family, that's his main priority and his obligation. A woman's generally going to want to, if another woman is going to hurt, they're going to want you. But at the end of the day, what if he gets unalive? What if he gets locked up? What if something happens? Then what do? Now you're the reason why your husband or your boyfriend is locked up because you had him go protect somebody that he does not know. I'll land there.
All
Sorry,
right.
my
So
voice sounds real bad.
no, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. We're gonna work our way down, and then as long as no one new comes up, then we'll start off open panel with potatoes. So, hey, creator man, I'm trying to sort something out in my head, right? It seems to me it seems like you're a good enough guy to ask this stuff, right? It seems to me that protection and submission have an inverse relationship, right? And what I mean by that is this: I think inverse relationship is the right way to put it, right? Is that if I am in protection of a woman, then she has an obligation to be in submission to me. But also, if a woman is in submission to me, then I have an obligation to protect her.
Exactly. It's
It
a
works
symbiotic
both ways.
relationship.
Go ahead. Question. The last prompt. Go ahead.
I mean, the last prompt. Okay, so how can women protect men? I would say the protection that a woman can provide is twofold. It starts initially in the inception of the womb, the things that you put inside your body initially end up formulating the shell that becomes that man eventually. And then once he's here, the influence and what it is that you feed that young boy's mind and how you fortify him for a world that may not necessarily accept him is a level of protection that a woman can provide. The examples that she provides as a mother, nurturing, examples of love, caring, understanding, those things can protect him as far as his humanity and his character. I think a lot of those things kind of get overlooked when it comes to raising young men because they're raising tools and not people. And that I think that is a lack of protection that needs to be taken care of, taken serious. So I think that's one way that she can protect them from the inception of them, and then as a fully fledged man, doesn't have to necessarily be something physical, but you can protect a man's image or a man's character if you know that he is not the person that people are depicting him as. You know that since you're a woman and women have an influential word, you can provide that protection over his name and his character and likeness and image. And that's something that does not require anything but a breath and a thought. So, I think those are the ways that women can protect men.
All right. I think that's a good answer. Thoughtful enough. More and then no good. You done? You done creative? Yeah, you're done. More
I
and
think
then no good.
creative definitely gave some profound answers, and I definitely wanted to respond before creative because I knew he was going to touch on that second point. The fact that the image that's been depicted, right, about the man and the lack of protection or our ideology or outlook, I'm saying, on the woman is so far from the reality of who we are. I'm saying? I think that's one of the most important things that women can actually contribute to correcting. I'm saying? Because I ain't even gonna say the reasons why, but that won't take much physical energy, right? It simply requires conversation, realistically, receptivity, being in spaces like this and being open to hearing the different viewpoints of men, right? Without having this combative energy to quickly dispute. And that's going to be necessary for the correction of that narrative that's been painted.
All right. Kelly. Try to wait until we get the open panel for
No,
your
I'm gonna wait. I just wanted to answer somebody in the comments, but I'll wait. Go ahead, everybody. I'm sorry.
remember. Try to remember. No good. The last prompt. Go.
Yeah, all them brothers gave great answers, and I believe what they're saying too. I think the way, the way women can protect men is through their chastity as well. Through your chastity and minding your own business. Because women has this propensity to, even when it's their family, they wanna, get involved because it's their, well, that's not my tribe. The rest of your family is not my tribe. I love your mother, I love your father, but that's the reason why she's married, because guess what? She has a leader over there. See, I'm the leader over here. So what I always tell, my wife, hey, look, it's cool to give people some advice, but just mind your own business sometimes. Sometimes people just kind of want to hear you out. They don't want your advice. Just hear people out sometimes. But yeah, definitely, taking care of your chastity and with great communication. Cause I'm not a great communicator at all. But
Oh, I think
on
I
that.
got you. I think you're
Yeah,
you're a fine communicator. You're
yeah,
okay.
but I'm definitely, man, working on that, and she's a great communicator. So with her, sometimes she have to take up the slack because I'll shut down. After I tell you something one time, I'm not gonna go back and forth.
Oh, I
So it's
see.
either you going, yeah, yeah. So it's either you either gonna take my word for it, or you gonna say, well, I'm gonna do what I want. So if you gonna do what you want, that's fine. Guess what? When you head deep in shit. No, don't call me now. Call your daddy. Call somebody else's husband. Now I'm being honest. No, call somebody else's husband. And I want to say this one last thing, bro. With all this, everybody talking about that random men should be out here protecting women. Okay, let's take being submissive off the table. You don't have to be submissive, cooperative, agreeable, none of that. Are y'all willing to, hey, say, guess what? If I come to your doorstep, you willing to give me some poom poom?
Ooh.
Cause ain't we sharing now? We sharing husbands. Cause my wife sharing her husband with you. Little no husband having motherfucker. So guess what? If I come and knock at your door, I done saved your little narrow ass at the store. You remember I saved you 2 nights ago? It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Let me get some poom poom. Let me get some top off of you. If I can't do that, well then I can't do nothing for you. I'm out.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Todd, I know you were up
What's that?
before.
Body for body.
I think you only need Todd. I think you only need need to answer that final prompt. So answer that final prompt. You can respond to anything you've heard too. Thank you, Todd, for coming back up.
Yeah. Thank you. How do we protect men? I guess women can protect men in many different ways. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally, right? Protect men by being honest with them. Protect men by being cooperative. Protect men by holding other women accountable. I think the other lady that was up here earlier said that. I think that's a big one. I think most of the time women don't practice that part just because, I look out for you, you look out for me sense. So they don't hold other women accountable, and that leaves men vulnerable and looking like the crazy and the bad guy. So that's one way that women can definitely improve on protecting men. Yeah. Sometimes even physically, right? From other women. I think women also need to practice that too. Like just like we expect men to physically protect us from other men who are trying to harm us, stranger or not. I think women should also do the same for a man when they see other women attacking them. They don't want men to hit that woman back, right? We frown upon that, right? We say he's the bad guy for doing that. Okay, well then why are you standing by and witnessing the woman beating on him? Right? What is he supposed to do?
I ain't even think about that one.
So yeah.
Hey, I got something for you as I'm listening. Because me myself, I would say that the biggest way a woman can protect a man is knowing how to avoid confrontation. So I want to know, like, what are ways, since y'all say this and know this, what are ways that y'all avoid confrontation, like especially as women? Do y'all know how to avoid confrontation? So that's an open panel for y'all.
Yes.
Good question.
I protect my husband by avoiding conversations with men all the time, you know. I wouldn't say all the time, but I do that. Um, by, you know, like not feeding into negative energy when you're out and about in public, by not needing to respond to everything, that will put him in a situation to respond for me then, um, by not engaging in conversations that are unnecessary with other men, by not telling our business, what's going on between me and him, to other people in our life, even in our circles, you know, especially men. Yeah, those are some simple ways.
Yeah, that one hit hard, and yeah, that one about not telling your business. That's a good one. Prodigious. I do want you to answer that final
Yeah, I was going.
part before we go into open panel.
I did
Prodigious.
already.
Oh, my bad. So kick us. Yeah, I remember. I promised you would kick us off in the open panel. So go ahead. You can answer Kevin's question about. You can respond to anything you want. That was kind of geared towards women, but like you can give your thoughts on it. Go ahead, Prodigious.
Yeah, I believe that women staying out of confrontation, that's a good one. But I believe the ultimate thing to protect a man is by giving them 1,000% submission. And that means if there's a voice in your mind that's saying, oh, don't listen to him, you know better, blah, 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 you ignore that voice and still listen to your man. Because just like as kids, growing up with our parents, we don't always agree, but they know best. So by you listening to your man, even though you feel like, oh, I know more, blah, 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 by you listening to him and then you seeing that, you know, he does know what he's talking about, it grows trust and it grows a bond towards a man. But if you were to just not listen to him, and let's say if you were right about the situation, okay, you're right, but it kind of puts a thought in your man's head that, okay, I don't have her trust all the way, and it's going to create some distance toward you and the woman, you know? I'll land from there.
No,
Okay.
no, I was just trying to get what he was meaning though. So you saying like submit, or you said like basically ultimate submission at any, like when do that turn into like your woman being a doormat though? I'm trying to see.
I'm
'Cause
not
you
saying a
said,
doorman. I'm not saying a doorman.
yeah, I'm like, dang, you said ultimate submission. It's like, dang, when the time, like, I think sometimes some men don't even know what they talking about. I think it's a time she need to challenge you too.
Hey,
Or
Yeah,
ultimate
it does.
submission.
Prodigious.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying.
Hold on, hold on, Prod. This might help you out. So,
All right.
Kev, whenever people say that, right? They're like, ultimate submission doormat, right? With that, when I hear that, I'm like, look, if the man you're with would treat you like a doormat because you are 1,000% submissive to him, then you're with the wrong man.
Exactly. And with the right
Yeah, I
man,
don't know
you
one
will
man that's
submit
always
100%.
right though. That's my thing. That's my
Well, I
thing.
mean, and it's not necessarily about being no one in this world is always right, right? So it's not even about being always right. The reason this construct of submission to protection is there is because the man is the one who has who's going to have the consequence. So we're shielding women from the consequence of their actions. So if we're responsible for doing that, that's the covering. Then it's not that we're right or wrong. It's that even if we're wrong, we're the one who's going to pay the price, not you. If we're
Yeah.
right, everything's good. But if we're wrong, we're not going to be, well, I was wrong. I guess you're going to suffer. No, I was wrong, and I'm going to take that consequence now.
I could feel that. Yeah, I don't know if I all the way just
Yeah.
agree with ultimate submission. I don't know about that.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying, because in a relationship, both the men and the woman submit to one another. Okay, remember that. So, in a situation like that where she feels like her gut is telling her no for absolute like clarity, no, then she should be able to speak that to her man. And maybe her man, in this sense, will trust her now in her guts and he will submit to her. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
he still got the final
oh,
say even when you do that though.
I'll
That's
say
the
this.
thing.
Right, right, Kev.
I
Yeah,
would
I
say
don't know if
this.
I get the whole men
But
submitting
that,
to
but
women thing. I'm not
One
there.
one thing we have to factor in is the
submission is
mark of
both
a
ways,
true
buddy.
leader. I would say the mark of a true leader is also somebody who has the ability that can yield to counsel. Because as a leader, you are going to be the person that's going to take the responsibility if there is a fail. But if you have to have the vision to be able to see if your purview may be off based off of something that you're not seeing.
See that? I think that's different, right? So this Taj, this is how we're going to kind of square this, right? So what Creative said was in my view right. So there's a difference between yielding to counsel, which I think men should do, and submitting. So submitting is yielding to authority. But what he's talking is yielding. You're talking about is yielding to counsel. So is that what you're saying, Taj? That men should yield to counsel, wise counsel from
Whatever
them?
word do you want to use? Yes.
Well, they're different words,
Yeah,
and they
if
mean
Yeah,
that's
they
different
the
is
things.
different
word
words.
that,
I was about to say, yeah, they're different.
Yeah,
but
that
it's
is what
still a
submitting is.
submission. You're still cooperating.
Yeah,
Still,
Submission
yeah, you said the word
means you're
cooperation. That's different from
cooperating.
submission, though. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
It's still a yielding, but it isn't still a
Okay.
submission.
What's the difference between
Because one of them
cooperating
more of
and
is an authoritative
submission?
type situation, though. Like, I don't think the woman is an authority in
When
this.
you're cooperating,
If
is
she
that it's
choose to
still
be with a leader,
cooperative.
yeah, if
It's
she put,
still authoritative.
yeah,
Let
because
Kev
if y'all
talk. Let
submit,
Kev talk. Let Kev
I'm
talk.
about to say
You
if y'all submit
cooperate
to,
with authority. We cooperate with the police. We
Todd,
cooperate
submit
with
to
the court.
Todd, submit to Kev. It's his line.
oh, is that the type of advice she's trying to do? So I'm
Um,
talking, but what I'm saying is that when you choose a leader, right? That's when you chose a person to basically lead over you. That means 9 times out of
Right.
10, you're taking his word for it. So you're gonna. That's when submission comes in. I mean, you have an attitude or you have this attitude towards yielding or eventually obeying. I know people hate that word, but that's just what that is, though, because that's the actual action of yielding to after yielding to authority. You actually obey whatever the situation is. Like if you say, "Hey, I need you to get up out of here" or something like that, or whatever, ain't no questioning. You just get gone. You know what I'm saying? But if you find yourself challenging your man every second, I don't think you're a submissive type person because you like, dang, I think my way is the highway, and you chose somebody that might not be worth leading. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree.
it's
I agree.
different. It's different from submitting. You don't hear men that submits to their wife because she don't even look at herself as a
So
leader. But a
that
lot
would
of
be submissive, right? That would be the example of submitting, right? What you just gave.
yeah, what I gave, yes,
Okay. And
yes.
I agree. And I agree. So then what would cooperative look like?
Cooperative is just basically y'all both even willing to have a negotiation with something or him even hearing you out. And then he, like I said, at the end of the day, by him being the leader, he's still gonna have the last say if, okay, baby, I hear you, but I might want to do this, or baby, I hear you, let's go ahead and do that. That was a good idea. It's one of the two because you still trust your man. That's the whole point.
Sounds like the same thing to me, but okay.
Yeah,
Can I
so
say
just I
something?
want you look. I want this to resonate with you as I want you to respond to it. I just want you to think about it, right? And then we'll go to Kelly. So Tosh, think about this. What is the difference between yielding to counsel and yielding to authority? Because that's really what we're talking about. Kelly, go.
Okay. Not everything in a marriage or relationship needs to be discussed. There's important things that happen in a marriage that need to be discussed. Um, I'll give an example. My husband, when it comes to anything that has to do with medical, he's going to come to me. He's going to ask me questions. I'm going to give him my experience of what I've been through. I'm going to anything that has to do with medical. He's going to take that and he's going to make sure that it's the right decision and the right way to go about doing something. Not everything has to be talked about. Not everything is a conversation. You pick and choose your battles. What is important? What is important to have a conversation with? Are you looking to fight? Are you looking to have an argument? Not everything is actually a conversation. I'm huge on body language. I'm huge on body. My husband, I could say how it was work. By his body language and his tone, I know to let him be, let him go what he needs to do. If that means playing a video game, that means having some beers, that means what I will give him his peace. I don't need to be up underneath his ass at all times. I let him be. And I think a lot of the times men, their space is their sanctity and their peace. They don't have to be questioned or nagged or whatever. You can ask a question. You can ask a question. I'll say that. But Laura, I had a question that you typed in the comments because I don't understand what you said. and it was mind-boggling to me because you said scientists, if I got this right, scientists have shown that men are the ones that cause miscarriages and that they need to start a year before. I've never heard that. That's a little mind-boggling to me. So I don't understand that. But I know you typed it in the comment, so I would like to get clarification because I'm not a person that's going to type 1,000 in a thousand paragraphs in the comments to have a conversation with you. But if you want to go ahead and you want to explain what you said by that, I would love to hear it because the women are the ones who choose to bring life in the world. Are you following the regimen? Are you following the first trimester, second trimester, third trimester? Are you following what's going on to that? Because the women are the ones who actually have the stress, have this, the ones that carry. So I don't understand where or what research that you did that it says men are the ones that cause that's just mind-boggling to me. That's what I had a question, but I guess you don't want to come up and
Yeah,
explain
she
yourself
wanted
because
let her
I'm
continue working on that yard. That's what she need to do. She
okay.
working her fingers like crazy down there, but she don't want to
Uh,
come up.
okay. I'm sorry.
I can answer that question, Kelly.
Okay, go ahead.
Sperm, okay, so sperm health can contribute to miscarriages, but it is not always the cause. So yes, she's kind of right, but not all right. Because the health can contribute to it, but it's not always the cause of it. So she's not completely right on that.
Then what does she mean when she says men have to start a year in
Well,
advance?
because they do suggest that whenever you are trying, that the men, both men and women, should change habits and be healthy, right? And so that's where the sperm health comes in. Like if a man changes his diet and his habits, his health is good, there's going to be more of a chance that the pregnancy will take. So both parties are responsible for their health when actively trying to have a baby, but the sperm health isn't always contributed to having a miscarriage. It can contribute to it, but it's not
Yes,
always.
I can understand that it's contributed. I don't know that to me personally. I guess it's Laurie or however you pronounce your name. That to me sounds like you are gaslighting a man, and you don't want to personally take accountability. I
He
don't
is.
have to do research. I don't want to do research, but you seem to speak very passionately about this. So I was just asking that question because for you to say that it's men and majority of men, that is just I could see where it plays a part. But women are the ones who give birth and women have a lot more responsibility in the birthing process than men do.
Hey,
But that is my
she
personal
just
thought.
mad because she don't have a man to work on that yard with her, so she taking out on everybody.
Okay.
I can
Okay.
guarantee you, if you're doing yard work, you don't have a man. I can guarantee that. All right, we're open panel. Come on, don't let me down. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I think this conversation I is
Okay, so I have a question for the woman. What do you guys think about women protecting men from other
Tosh,
women?
Tosh, Tosh,
I think
Tosh.
Shutter was talking.
Shutterfly was in the middle of a sentence, so
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear her.
yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
okay. Shutterfly, were you done?
no, but that's okay. You can ask her question. It's fine.
All right, go ahead,
Go
Tosh.
ahead, go ahead.
No, what okay, so what was your question,
What was the
Taj?
question?
She might have a delay. I don't know. What was your question, Taj?
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask, what do you women think about women protecting men from other women who are violent? Because we know there's a lot of violent women who get away with it.
Yeah, that's true. That's really the only thing we really can do is rely on them sisters.
And I think that's the biggest thing that are harming men is other women who are violent towards them. And then most men, I think, try to avoid that and ignore that and defend themselves from, moving away, getting away, running away from the house for a couple hours, coming back. But then they end up in a situation maybe one day where they have to defend themselves. And then now he's in jail. Now he's got, that on his record. Um, and I think it happens a lot. And I think women abuse men a lot in that sense and get away with it. So what do you ladies think about, should women hold other women accountable in that department?
Mm.
Yes, I believe we should. I know if I'm out with my man and like another woman tries to start something, I might get beat up like badly, but I will step in and at least try and take the heat off. I don't know how good I would, I'm not a fighter, I'm just not, but I sure as heck would try. Um, but like I said earlier, it is up to women to hold other women, responsible. I don't think we can hold anybody else accountable. That is up to them, right? That is a personal choice. But holding them responsible for their actions and their behaviors, absolutely. Speak up, absolutely. I think that is the problem, that this quote unquote what do they call it, the sisterhood, right? Women standing up for women no matter what, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of the problem. I think women need to start.
That fake sisterhood, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Women need to start holding other women responsible. Speak up. When a woman is behaving badly or saying something that is like, off the wall or whatever, we gotta let them know.
Hey, I want to say this though, because that's the reason why I asked that question about avoiding confrontation. I don't think people really put in detail of how to do it though. But I look at it this way. This is a firm example because, like, even in them situations, because I don't even know how this man got that far to that a woman is fighting him or whatever. Like, what the heck? Now you got to question the man after that. Like, what the heck? You ain't walk away. But that's the thing though. I look at it like Hulk, right? Where you had that one, oh, I forgot her name. I keep forgetting her name every time, but she basically was there to calm him down. You know what I'm saying? Out of all that destruction he doing and all that, I look at like a real woman that know how to avoid confrontation or actually be just very feminine to somebody to that's a dude that's or trying to protect them, right? Can be just like that woman to Hulk, that turn him back to
Bruce
was Bruce
Banner.
Banner, right? So that's how I look at it, like calming a man down and making sure that he at his right mind and stuff, especially if because people gonna get they gonna shift, their flesh gonna take over sometimes. But I think to even do that, that's a good way to help avoid confrontation, because like you don't have to sit there and cuss somebody out because they cussing them out. Like you can really know how to steer them out the way of danger. I think that's a very good way for women to protect men.
Right, and I
Okay.
agree. I agree. Do everything that you can to avoid a confrontation, right? But like sometimes confrontation is just not avoidable. So do as much as you possibly can to get out of that situation. Absolutely, but when push comes to shove, if somebody is being that aggressive and you have no choice, of course you're gonna have to stand up for yourself. You're gonna have to stand up.
Well, so check this out, Certified. I'm not finding too much disagreement with where we are now, right? But I have an additional question for it. I was going to ask Kev, but I'll just ask whoever wants to answer, including Kev, right? So, what should men protect women from other women? Should we do that,
Yeah.
or is that women's
No,
business?
no, absolutely not. Unless
Yeah.
like she's of course life or death. Again, anytime it's life or death, we're always gonna say yes. I hope we
So
can
I
all
should put
agree to
hands.
that.
I should.
But if it's
I
not
should put.
life or
I should.
death, then no, no.
So I
Stay out
should
of
put
it.
hands on another woman, but well, not just not say life or death. That's a little extreme. But let's just say a violent encounter, right? Should I put
No,
hands on another woman to protect my woman?
no,
Hmm.
absolutely not.
I let her get beat up.
I'm not gonna lie. Somebody's putting their
She
hands on
is
my
a
daughter.
woman. Maybe you can hold the other woman back. You could do that, yeah.
I'm not gonna let
But
someone
you
put hands on my
shouldn't
daughter.
hit the other woman what's the difference between you hitting the other woman and you hitting your woman? Still a woman.
She putting her hands on my daughter. That's the difference.
We didn't say your daughter. Now you went from your woman to your daughter. Calm down.
That's a good example because that's
Oh
someone
shit!
that's the
I'll
reason
have
he
an
uses.
answer.
Hold on, Kelly. The reason he uses daughter because that's a woman that's under his authority. That makes sense.
Okay, how old is his daughter? Okay,
If
this all
I'm
plays
if
part.
I'm
How old is the
50 and my
woman? How old
daughter's
is his daughter?
25, I'm
Your
still getting
daughter is
it.
at 25. Okay, your daughter is an adult. And the
With
other
her
woman is
mother.
also 25.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
she's
those
still
are
my daughter.
two
I don't care.
women. You
I'm
have
sorry,
no
I don't care.
place
That's my
in
daughter.
touching the other woman.
I ain't gonna just manhandle her, but she gonna definitely know not to touch my daughter.
Yeah, well, you're still you're still going to be considered a weak man.
I don't
Doesn't
live my life for people
I wouldn't
touching
say
me.
that though, because like if somebody is,
I would,
that's
because
why
what's
I
your
say
daughter?
that.
Your
Yeah,
daughter
hold on. Let me say this.
25
You
year
already
old,
said
the
you would.
other
I
one
I
get you.
don't
I
25
live
get
my
you,
life
Todd.
year
for other
old.
people's
Well,
I
what's
don't
definition.
the
let Kevin get
difference?
in. Hold on,
If your
creative. Hold
daughter
on,
can't
Todd.
protect
Todd,
herself, that's you dropped the
Todd, get
ball.
to the low
All
so I
right, I
can
don't
have
know
a
if she
Okay.
be hearing. All right, so hold on real quick. I was just about to say because we heard your point, Taj, already. I was just saying that it is some scenarios where I do. Cause that's why I never tell a man with this little thing that they got out. Like, well, I don't know if I mean, I ain't never hit no woman. I'm never doing that. I'm like, I couldn't really say that because we wouldn't know. Like, especially say if it's somebody. Let's do the mother. Let's do something that hurt, right? So if your mother was over there getting into it with this woman, or she's stumping your mother out or something like that, I ain't gonna lie, I might end up knocking a woman out because they not about to stomp my mama out. So if you want to be considered if you want to consider that being a weak man because I'm trying to protect my mama because these whatever, I mean, even though that's less likely to happen, then so be it. But that's just a opinion of how somebody feels. But I think that's protection.
Kelly.
Um. Okay, I'm gonna breathe real quick.
Unlike
Um,
Shutterfly, I think you are a fighter, Kelly.
I will, absolutely will. I absolutely will. But I've been in situations, and I first turn to my husband. I say, "Babe, can I?" And if he gives me the okay, I'm going. If he'll say no, babe, let it go, and we walk off. And we walk off because I will make sure because you're not going to turn around and you're not going to disrespect me or you're not going to disrespect my kids. I'm coming for you and I'm going to hurt you. Absolutely. But I'm going to make sure that I get that okay from my husband first because my husband knows my temper. He knows my temper. So what he does is he protects me because he knows my temper and how I'm going to go. So if he feels at any point in time my temper is going to escalate way too high because somebody went off on my husband and my kids, he is going to steer me. No, babe, let's go. If he gives me the okay, he will generally probably walk away or he'll stand there and let me do me. And if it gets to the point I'm going to go. But I also have to understand I am a reputation of my husband, and if my kids are there, I do not want my kids to see this. So I would probably most likely have my husband and my kids go out and go into another room.
So
I don't
Kelly, if
want
it
them
was
to
you
see,
and
hold on,
another,
I don't want them to see that. But I will get the actual okay from my husband. Okay, babe, take the kids and go elsewhere because I'm not going to see my kids or my husband go through this. If that means I give an ass whooping or I take an ass whooping, I'm okay with that. Absolutely. But I do not want my kids around or my
exactly,
husband around.
Yeah,
exactly. So
I don't
pause for
care
me
if
right there.
I don't care
Thank
if
you for
this
saying
just
that,
me.
and I respect that. Now, if you are getting an ass whooping, let's say you're fighting a
Tosh,
woman and
Tosh,
she's with you,
Tosh,
Okay, hold on.
should your husband step
Tosh.
in and fight that woman on your behalf or hit that woman? Can you?
Uh,
You're not gonna like my
I think
answer.
you have a delay, Tosh, so we're gonna have to mute you from time to time. Kelly, finish your thoughts.
If at any point in time, if somebody puts I don't care if it's a woman, puts their hands on my husband, I don't care whether
No,
it's a
I
guy
said
or
on
look.
you,
Okay,
on
okay. You know what?
you. You're not hearing the
Look. I just
question.
took 4 ibuprofen. I took 4 ibuprofen. I'm trying. I'm trying.
Kelly, finish
I'm tr-
it. Finish it.
A
I'm
woman
trying.
is beating you up, not your husband. Why are you guys not correcting her on the question? What the hell?
You're next.
That wasn't,
You can
she's not
correct her when
answering
it's
the
your.
question.
You can correct her when it's your turn. Your
Okay.
thought time. After that, you can correct her all you want. Go ahead, Kelly. Finish your thought, but be quick now.
I am going to get ahead if any point in time, if another woman turns around and hits my wife or hits my husband, I'm absolutely going for her. But I'm not going to do it without my husband's permission. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If that woman turns around and if that woman puts his hands on my husband, push her the fuck back. Push her the fuck back. Get her out of your face because I'm letting my husband push her away. Because if my husband knows that I'm coming, it's a wrap. I will let him push you away. You touch my husband first.
I got you, Kelly.
My
Let's put a
husband's
pin in
gonna
it.
push you away.
Kelly, we got you. Let's put a pin in it.
I'm putting a pin in it. I'm putting a pin in it.
Control the panel, right? So, Taj, you can redirect or respond however you wish.
Yeah, I want to redirect. Well, of course, if anybody touched my husband, that's their last day. My brother, my dad, any man in my life. But that's not the question, Kelly. The question is, Kelly, if a woman, you're fighting the woman, okay? She didn't touch your husband, okay? But you're fighting her for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe she said some bad word to your kid, right? It's a go time, right? So you're fighting her, but she's beating you up. Should your husband jump in the fight and beat the woman up on your behalf? Should he hit the woman?
He's right.
No.
That is the question, Kelly.
No. I'm the one who went ahead and decided to get ahead and enter an altercation. Whether I choose to get my ass beat or not,
I respect
that is
you,
something
Kelly.
I chose. That's something
I
I
agree,
chose.
100%. I agree,
Yeah, that's different.
and that's how I protect the men in my life. If I was getting beat up by another woman, I don't expect
Okay,
my
did
brother
I
to jump in, my
misunderstand this?
husband to
Okay.
No, I
jump in,
think I think
my
you get it though. You got it though.
yeah.
But Taj, I realize is that question forming from what was said earlier because I see you just didn't feel that at all. You're asking that question because I would agree with that too. I don't think a man should sit there and step
You
in
were
if they don't.
saying
Huh?
that though, host.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
how I'm
you
about
were
to say. That's
saying,
how I knew
host.
that. That's why I said you were prime example when a person get triggered of what's being said. You missed the whole entire point because that's what I did not say that. I'm just saying you can never tell a man or tell. I can never say. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like laugh it off, right? So that's the point. And then also, I would say one I wanted to address what Kelly was saying. Like that was I would say with your situation, that's still not because that's why I asked women, do they really know how to avoid confrontation? I wouldn't say that the fact that you have to, and that's like how rapidly. I don't know if I made that up, but are you having to keep on asking your man that, dang, should I do this or something like that? I think it got to get to a point where you should be like, though, I don't think we should do this. Like you should always have that mindset. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be like, man, somebody disrespect. Like disrespect, that's the only thing. You got an option to go from that. You don't really have to lead. That's dealing with your feelings or how somebody talked or whatever. You can still avoid that confrontation. I mean, or whatever the situation is. But Taj, I'm just saying, and that's why I say you can stick with how you feel, but you're not the one put in that predicament. I guess you don't care if your child or something, if it's a grown woman doing something to your child, you like, well, just pull them off, don't do
Of
that or
course
something
I
like. Because
care.
it's some people. No, that's what I'm saying. So you
You
can't.
just agreed with me. You just
I
agreed with
did
me,
the.
sir.
You only asked that
You
question to
don't listen well, do you?
counter me saying that if somebody was to, I I would never know if somebody was to mess with my daughter,
You
my.
said if a woman was beating up your mother, you would jump in and hit that woman. That's what you said, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, huff and puff. That's
All right,
exactly what you
so
said. If a
That's his
woman
the
was
mother.
point
beating
is
up
okay.
your
My point is
mother,
because I know my mother don't fight, and if somebody if somebody was in, I probably would.
then she shouldn't have put herself in that
No,
situation
and
then, right?
and I said it was
I'm
more
not
than
gonna
one
put that
woman
up
too. It ain't just one
herself.
woman. It ain't just one woman. I said if it's a group
You
of
didn't
women
say
on
none of that. Now you changing.
right.
No, now you moving the goalposts. Now you changing. Now it's multiple.
I
Get the
said
fuck out
not
of here.
no.
Get out of
Okay,
here.
okay, all right.
Bye. Bye. I'm done with
Dang, is you mad at someone?
Man,
She don't want to
Todd's
be wrong
on
that
one,
bad. What the heck is going on? I thought this was a conversation, like whatever. But that's the point though. My point is that you don't know what's going to happen in the midst of that. You know what I'm saying? So she knew she was gonna get the answer was gonna be on that too, because you don't never know if somebody you might do something. So you got to get out this mindset. Men should never hit women. I don't know where that even came from, because at the end of the day, protection is protection, and avoided confrontation is avoided confrontation. That's the thing.
Yeah, like that, and that's kind of what I was getting at, right? I was trying to explore like what are the limitations of my protection of women, right? And does it stop short of like you said, protecting your mother from another woman? Does it stop short of that because it's two females? And the other part is and the other part is we have to move in such a way that we don't require protection. That goes for men and women both, right? Because
Yeah.
this started with like with women jumping in to protect men from other women. Like, what are we talking about here? Men should be moving in such a way that they're not in conflict with other women to the extent that their wife has to get involved. That's ridiculous,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
right? That's a responsibility, and that's also a form of protection in a way. Let's go around the panel. Kate, Creative, you kept coming off mute. What's on your mind?
I did see him come on.
Yep, I'm good at that. I see when the mute buttons come off. More, you ever go ahead,
Yeah, my
Creative.
bad. I was trying to take it off. I kept pressing the wrong button. But nah, I was gonna say I agree with what Kev was saying. Like you can't really tell somebody what they're gonna do in a situation like that and define those actions as negative or positive, especially if it's protecting somebody's life.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes back to the problem I have with this whole aspect of it. You only want to pick and choose what aspects of the male you want to support and which ones you want to accept.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? Like she gave a prime example of what I'm talking about.
Yep. I'm just saying people are humans. That's the thing. We had this high what's they called expectation and stuff like things can happen and then we want to shun them. It's all about understanding, really. If we can understand each other and be like, okay, I get it, why that may have happened. But that's why we get disappointed and do things like run away because dang man, what the heck, ain't nothing I can say about that. So I'm just trolling her though, but that's just funny though. But yeah, that's the reason why. Also, Kelly, I did want to know, like, do you really understand? That's why I'm asking all the women because I don't know if they really know how to avoid confrontation for real. Because I know they're very feelings based. They feel like if disrespect come, I gotta probably punch somebody. You disrespect my child, I'm about to sock you in your mouth like that. I still don't think that's protection. Because you can't avoid that.
It's consequences. I've been in situations to something happened to with my child, and I have to understand that if I want to come down there and I want to go ahead and either hurt the mama, hurt the daddy, hurt the child, hurt the whatever, because you put your hands on my child, I know my child has to live with those consequences at school. Then there's going to be bullying. There's going to be more situations that happen. So as much as it takes me, if somebody hurts my child, I still know at the end of the day, there are consequences that my child has to suffer and deal with if I put my hands on somebody, whether it's the mother, father, kid, whoever it is.
That's
I know that my child,
premeditated though.
that's consequences. As many times as I've been through that, now I'm putting the same thing. I'm putting my husband in a situation. Now I'm putting my husband in a situation because of my temper, my behavior. So there are times that I'm still working on it. Anybody who knows me, I'm still working on it. I'm a lot different to my husband on the outside than I am on here because of people on this fucking TikTok app fucking make my ass itch and fucking trigger me ass because I don't understand some of their fucking questions and I don't understand their ideology.
Kelly.
But when it comes to my, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think I need to buy one of them TikTok mics or something. So,
Yeah, wrap it up, Bob.
hold on, creator. So, Kelly, like, I just want you to understand, and you might already know this, but maybe other people need to hear it, right? But when women get in conflict with like other mothers, that puts their husband or their man in direct conflict automatically with some random baby daddy someplace. You realize that,
Correct.
right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
He's in conflict with the dude.
Now you're bringing. You had an issue with a woman. You had an issue with a woman, but now men are bringing involved in it.
Kelly. He's now in conflict with a dude he doesn't even know. You know what I mean? And that's you got to think about that as we move. All right. So creative, you came off mute. Creative, and then
Yeah, you definitely have to consider situations like that. Like a lot of times, and this kind of goes back to like the expendability of men. Like people usually tend to think we're no different than just a Nintendo cartridge you can just expend when this one's kind of dusty. And the reason for that's why we have these kind of mandates where it's just like, I'm only going to accept you in this unilateral form because, one, we don't essentially value your lifespan. We're not even considered to live as long in comparison to women. So, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's one of the issues that kind of, what was it? I guess what objectify men to a certain degree. Like we don't really, and that's that level of objectification we don't really talk about. You know what I mean? In a
Yeah.
public mainstream kind of setting.
All right, so let's do this. Let's see if Dander is ready to go through all the prompts, and then we'll go to open panel, starting with no good.
How y'all doing?
What's up?
Doing all
Welcome,
right.
man.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Why should men protect all women? I don't think men should protect all women. You want me to expound on why?
It's up to you, brother.
Yeah.
All right. Do you think single motherhood is to blame for this protect all women mindset? Not necessarily. I don't think that's the single motherhood is actually to blame for the protect all women mindset, right? Is a man weak when he doesn't? And what makes a man weak? No, a man is not weak when he doesn't protect all women. You know? Can you protect someone who doesn't submit? Explain why or why not. You can still protect somebody that doesn't submit, right? I mean, it depends on your definition of submitting, right? I'm just a firm believer man can't protect a woman that won't listen. If I tell you to duck, don't ask me why.
Hold on. So you can't have it both ways.
What do you mean?
Let me explain. If I can protect a woman who doesn't submit, I think you said that. Then how is it true? Then why does it matter whether she listens or not? Like a submissive woman is a listening woman.
Listen, I'm about to explain to you, right?
Correct.
If I say duck, okay, I don't need your nature to kick you to kick in and want to be defied. I say duck. Don't ask me why. Now your head blew off. If I say get in the car, we out. Like I see it coming. Like you can't really protect someone that won't listen.
What's the difference between that and submission?
I mean, that's submission, is, I want to say.
It means yield to authority. That's all it means.
Pretty much. Yielding to authority, right? I'm pretty much, we've all yielded to authority at one point in time in our lives or another, right? But at the end of the day, I'm just talking about protecting them, right? And why sometimes it's difficult to protect some and not others. I could tell one woman, yo, get in the car now, we out. She'll ask me why when we get in the car and we out of here. I'll ask another one and they'll be like, don't tell me what to do. Okay, I'm gonna leave you and go on about my business. Because I was just trying to protect you.
So you would agree that you cannot protect a woman who does not submit then?
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna say submit, okay? But I'm just saying listen. My word is listen. I ain't really looking for a woman.
I get you. You're using a different word, but I think it's a difference without a distinction, though.
Kind of, sort of, tomato, I don't know, right? I'm gonna just go with listen, How can women protect men? I had this conversation with my daughter. I told my daughter, I said, you got a father that'll crash all the way out about you, right? But sometimes I need you to protect daddy. And I know things gonna happen in life. And she said, how? I said, do your best to not put yourself in situations where you're gonna cause your father to crash out.
I think that's a decent answer.
That's definitely fair.
Yeah, that's a decent answer. Yep. Decent answer. Okay, we are now open panel. Well, Sean's coming up. Let's get Sean in first.
I think I do get dander. I do want to say that. I get dander when you say, because I was thinking about that, about sometimes you can protect non-submissive people, though, so I can get that.
Well, I mean, how do you do that, though? I mean, I get you, but how? How does that work?
Brute force.
I think we do that a lot. Like
it's brute force, exactly.
Yeah, I think even if they're not cooperative, you can move somebody out the way. It feels like a whatever,
force.
So yeah, it's like force, yeah. So you can still protect them. It's just
Yeah,
yeah.
so you
It's
can't
just you
you
got to
can
turn it up a little bit.
you
Right.
can right you can, but it's a tyranny, right? Like you're actually you're not there. So if the way I put it is this way, right?
It's a
So
justified tyranny.
the difference between subjugation and submission, right? So submission is someone willingly submitting to authority. That's submission. Subjugation is my forcing my will on you, my forcing you to submit. That's subjugation, right? So if that's what women want, fine. But that's what it is if you won't submit.
Mm-hmm.
It's force. It's a tyranny. Do. Sean, go through all the prompts for me, and then we'll go to Shutterfly and then open battle. Nope, we got chocolate down there. Sean and then chocolate. Sean
Damn.
first. Go.
I don't. That, oh, this is the same print from last night. Okay, I already did.
You
I
already
don't
did it.
think that. Yeah, I don't
You can
think men
repeat.
should protect all. I was just gonna
Repeat
add
your.
on to what y'all was saying.
Just add on if you want. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I don't believe. I guess a court like you can't protect someone that you're not that's not submissive or submit to you because like months ago I broke up 3 guys from fighting. 2 of them were jumping one dude, and all I did was just pull up and then just told him to get the fuck up off of him. I didn't have to put no hands on them. I was just a physical presence. So, and they wasn't submitting to me. I didn't know any of those people. I just spoke up and thought I did what was right. So I think a man or a woman could do that because people are afraid of cops these days. Most people who are in the streets and gang bangers, whatever the case may be, the hardest people, everybody afraid of cops. So if people know that you'll call the cops on them, I mean, I feel like that is a way of you protecting people without the so-called submission in a sense. And as we see, even in society, I think men and women have a problem submitting to cops, especially in the black community. We don't give a fuck about
Mm-hmm.
no cops. So we can't talk about submission, protecting something like the cops is trying to so-called protect us, but we ain't submit to them. We still get them pushed back. So I think we have these submit conversations surface level based upon, I feel like it just comes from a biblical context and it's not said outside of what a biblical context of submit look like.
Mm-hmm. I think you got more.
Kev, if you got something, and then after you, we'll go to Shutterfly.
I thought he had more. I thought he got more questions on it. He didn't answer.
Oh,
No, he did them while
I
you
don't,
were asleep, bro.
Oh, okay.
yeah, you was asleep, Kev. What the hell?
Okay, y'all ain't gotta rub it in. Dang, I'm tired.
You can't just wake up. You can't just wake up and think you know everything, Kev.
No.
Let me ask y'all a question. Would you put your life
Hold
on
on,
the
hold on,
line?
hold on.
Okay.
Dander. I want you to try to remember your question. Try to
Okay.
remember your question.
Okay.
I want to see if I get chocolate in here. She still has one bar, but let's see if it
She
works.
still got one
Chocolate,
bar, right?
chocolate. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Mm.
Not gonna work. Dander, go ahead.
Would you brothers put your life on the line for a woman that doesn't respect you?
Yes, I would. And it depends. I got. Let me go sideways a little bit. Let's say I got the mother of my child where she's very disrespectful, right? She give me a hard time seeing my child, but my child loves the hell out that woman. Do I want her to not be protected because I got beef with her? But I would think that my love for my child that has for her mother would outweigh the hatred that I have for her. So I would try to protect her because it means so much to my daughter.
I agree with that part. But how about a random woman that you know from the neighborhood that just disrespect men on a regular basis?
I wouldn't put my life on the line, but would I try to help? Yes. But you talking about life? Fuck no.
Right.
But
And
you
then
also
wonder if you put your
you
go
got to
ahead.
understand when you get into a conflict with another man, right? That potential's there.
Yep.
Well,
And
where
it's
I'm
it's
from,
heightened if you're a stranger.
I'm a neighborhood watch kind of motherfucker, right? So I don't believe in that no snitching. So everybody know me, know that I don't mind calling the cops. So I ain't got the problem.
I mean, I do what's
Oh, I
called
feel that.
pre.
I ain't tripping about that
I do
either.
what's called.
Shit.
Hold on, creative. I do what's called pre-snitching. I'll snitch on you. I'll snitch on you just because I think you about to do something bad.
This motherfucker say, "Hey, officer, I think he finna do it."
Pre-snitch on your ass. Shutterfly. Shutterfly, what are your thoughts? You had your hand up.
Yeah, I think, when it comes to protection of women and we talk about protecting, I think we tend to think of it like in the realms of like a relationship, right? But like you can be a complete stranger, and you're out in public and something is going on and a man tells you to duck, you can still duck, right? Like that's still like submitting, that's still submission. Like a man told you to do something and you did it, because he saw something that you didn't. um so even like outside of like a relationship, man and woman, relationship, you can still um you can still listen to a man, you know so yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
And let me add this one thing I always had, and I'm just iffy on, right? And I think I had to learn this in my life, like when it said protecting a disrespectful person, or maybe an unappreciative person, or a person that just ain't gonna get nothing out of it. I ain't gonna lie, I'm iffy on it, even if it's family or not. And the reason why I say that is like, dang, you put your life on the line for this person to go back and do the exact same thing with whoever and might end up getting their stuff taken later or whatever it is. I guess the question is like, when you draw the line and you just let people be them, instead of, because you only got your one life, and then you do it just, and then they go in. That's just like I be hearing parents say, oh, I go to jail for mine, and I do this for mine, and then you do it, and then this person get back with this other person you was protecting them with, and they still go through it, and it's like, dang, was it really worth it? Now you in jail the rest of your life, or whatever the situation is, for this person to not get nothing out of that protection. I don't know, it's been
Yeah,
heavy to me when I think about that.
I kind of rock with what you're saying, and it
Yeah.
makes me think of what John said when he first came up, right? And his answer was about like his baby mother. I think is what he said. His baby mother, right? So that's he has an obligation. This is how he views it. Probably
Mm-hmm.
is that he has an obligation to his baby mother because of the child, right? That's an obligation, and he's going to go further for her than he would for a random woman. But I agree with what you said, Ken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that too. That's understandable.
Even that get heavy because it's like, how do you stop her from picking messed up other baby daddy, or not even baby daddy, other men that she keeps selecting? It's like, dang, it just get heavy and stressful.
Hey, look,
I can't lie.
I would
It's
say I
not
would
cut
say
and
it
dry,
depends
but
on.
I get the obligation. Go ahead, Sean.
I would say it depends. Okay, for me, I think outside of that situation with the baby mama thing, I just come out people in general, right? You could say family members who you could go disrespectful where you see them do all these things, right? I think it got to get to a point. I'm gonna say for me, I don't know how other people work, but I don't allow how other people act to dictate who I am as a person, right? So if I feel
Yeah.
like I should be protecting people and I feel like something is right or wrong, if I deem that, I'm going to do it without me caring if you go back to that person or what. I have to deal with those consequences when I make that decision, right? So I'm going to do it because that's just who I am as a person. And I think sometimes
But
when we
how
allow
many
people
times you
to,
gonna do it? That's
I
my
don't know how
question.
many times. I don't know that
Right,
part.
that's what
I
I'm
don't know that at
asking.
all. Nah.
Yeah. So I can feel you now. I understand that. I was just wondering, like, when do you draw the line? That's basically my question.
And
So,
the other
Sean,
part the other part I would ask was um
go
like
ahead, Sean.
when we talk about the submission, right? Which I believe men submit to all different type of things when you leave your house. Women submit to all different things when they leave the house. If everyone is doing submission, right, throughout their day to day, submit to a higher authority, whatever it may be, why do the focal point be on the woman submitting to the man more than anything when that's what people do just in life in general? I'd be confused on that.
Because women are the ones that are looking for leaders. Men aren't looking for leaders in women.
Hmm.
Can I
So
ask a question?
if women are attracted, and I believe I'm right when I say this, if women are attracted to leader archetype men, they appear to be when you ask them to go through the qualities of man that these are all leader archetype men. And look, I don't disabuse them of that. Like, fine. But if you're looking for a leader, then it makes sense that you're willing to submit to that man. Men aren't looking. I've never heard a man say, "I'm looking for a woman who will lead me through life." I've never heard that, and I think women would find that unattractive if a man said that. I'm yeah, on a first date. I'm looking for a woman who could lead me. Oh, that's the last date you were having with that girl.
Hey Bert, but would you
Last.
say, hey Bert, but would you say also? I agree with that, but would you also say men are looking for women that's going to allow them to be leaders also. So even
That's the
though,
submission part, right? Exactly.
okay,
Yeah, I
so I'm
agree.
saying I think they both looking for like it's to me, just my own opinion. Anytime I run across someone who have that, well, most people have that mindset. We talk to men, they have a certain mindset how a woman should be. When you talk to a woman, she have a certain mindset how a man should be. For me personally, anytime I run across people like that, I automatically want to get the fuck away from them because I feel like it's very robotic and I feel like it's programming. You want a motherfucker already programmed from your goddamn ass. So to me, I don't want nobody that's already programmed who don't think for themselves.
Exactly.
Any thoughts?
I have a question. So, do you think protection can enable bad behavior when you
Yes.
have or you were growing up and one person is DV'd or one person maybe do smugs or whatever, but at the end of the day, they still want protection. So, how do you
If
separate the
if my
protection from
if
bad
my
behavior?
if
Eventually,
my
that
prote-
becomes coddling.
if my and I put this in air quotes, right? If my protection in the air quotes, if my protection of you is enabling bad behavior, am I really protecting you?
No, you're enabling behavior that's going to lead to their destruction.
Right.
It's
I
not
Part
mean,
of
the
the
U.S.
protection.
protection can
is. We're
also
doing
be
the opposite
protecting
of
people from
protection.
themselves.
Anyone go.
Part of the protection can also be protecting people from themselves.
Exactly. That's the
Exactly.
hardest fight.
Like if you have a
That's the hardest
self-destructive,
fight.
I say this because I've dealt with stuff like that. Like if you have a self-destructive tendency that you can't necessarily see,
I want to chime in after creative.
part of, you know what I'm saying, part of my protection, part of my responsibility that I give myself because of the bond that I have with that person would be to try and protect them from being self-destructive in whatever way I see that they don't. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times, even, you know, in age, even as we get older, we don't always have a mirror into our face all the time because we're inside the experience. So there may be, you know, loopholes and pockets that we don't see, especially when it comes to our spouse. Like I say, it's important, and the issue with that is one, it's important to be able to hear to those kind of things and being aware of that. But a lot of times the disrupt comes in when a person's ego comes into play because they may not necessarily like having to look in that mirror and have that revealed. So what ends up happening
Yeah.
is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, protection. I want to get to Mrs. Nunn. You're right. I think is what her name is. But I'll just say this as we go to her, right? She's got to do all the prompts. Protection doesn't always feel good, but it should feel right. Should feel right. Mrs. Nunn, you're right. Go.
Nunu. So, okay, so you want me to answer all the prompts?
What is your name again?
Nunu.
No,
It
no.
says Nunu, Miss Nunu, right?
What does that mean?
I don't know, just Nunu. I
What
don't
the
know.
heck? I don't
Yeah.
know.
You should
Like
change it.
ATL Nunu?
So it comes from when
Yeah.
it comes from like high school. Like I was like skinny, and then like my body got like bigger, so I was always small. Then like I got
Girl, you
thick,
need
and
to
then like
change your name. That's way too complicated. You need to change your
yeah.
name to Miss Nunn. You're right, because that's better. All right,
No,
do all
you
the
should know
prompts.
how to say it.
That's different.
You should just know how to read.
Oh
You
God,
must be a
how?
little bit up there in age if you don't know how to read the name. Sorry to tell you that.
Everyone's
Sorry,
wondering.
but let me answer the
Everyone,
prompt. I feel like everybody
hold
came
on,
from moms.
hold on. Everyone's wondering if I'm going to drop you. I am not. Do all the prompts.
Okay, so why should men protect all women? I don't feel that way. I feel like we should protect each other. So that's the way I feel. And I feel like a lot of men we were all raised by women, but at the same time, a lot of men these days weren't protected by their own mother. So they have mommy issues. But nobody wants to say that. But so how can a man or a woman ask a man to protect them if they weren't even protected by their own mother?
That's true. How do you expect them to decipher which ones are supposed to protect and which one they're not?
Go ahead, daughter. She got a
Exactly.
few more to go. Go ahead before we do this
Oh, I
next
didn't mean to
Okay.
round.
cut you. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you, but yeah.
So
You
is a
good, bro.
man weak when he doesn't?
Now you skipped over the single mother one.
The single mothers. Okay, no, because a lot of these men that are like,
hold on, motherhood blame. No, a lot of these men are were raised by single mothers. So how can you sit there and bash a single mother when a lot of them are raised by single mothers?
But don't that kind of correlate with what you just said earlier? That
That's what I'm
if they
saying. It
mothers
all
didn't give them this
That's
stuff,
what I'm saying. It all boils down to all these men can't weren't even loved properly correctly by their own mother. So how can you bash a woman or say anything about a woman if you literally
do
started
you hear
from
what
the
you saying? I don't know if you hear what you're
Lulu,
saying.
Let me help you out. I want you to read the second prompt and then respond to it. Just read
Okay,
it out.
okay. Do you think single mothers is to blame for this protect all women mindset?
Yes or no?
No, I don't.
And why not?
Because like
A better question is if you don't blame single motherhood, what do you blame?
well, from me, it takes two. It takes two for engagement, communication, and if the people are not communicating, how can you know, build this relationship? And I don't know. I just don't feel that way. I don't at all.
Okay, we'll let it ride. Others will respond to you when they get their turn. Go ahead to the next prompts. Go ahead.
Okay, is a man weak when he doesn't make? Is a man weak when he doesn't? And what makes a man weak? What makes a man weak?
Is a man weak when he doesn't protect all women?
No, no,
Okay. Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
think so. So I'll go on to the next one. No, I don't think so. Um,
So what do
I
make a
think
man
a
weak?
man is weak when he's acting like a female,
What is that?
What does that mean?
trying to be a female,
What
like
does that
not
mean?
wanting to be masculine, not wanting to be masculine.
It's
Okay.
2025.
What
We
does
have
that
to
mean?
really
Hold
be
on. No,
specific.
no, we'll keep pulling threads. What does that mean to not want to be?
Masculine to me, masculinity to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, to me it just means like, you know, oh shit, damn, it does tie in. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm no dummy.
Y'all come.
I'm no dummy. I'm no dummy.
Welcome,
I might
No,
not be
no,
able to
welcome.
read your
no,
name, but I'm
no.
smarter than most. So
No, no,
continue.
it just like it means like just
In real time.
damn. So I was gonna say like
Hey, yo, but it's good you're at least thinking about what you're saying.
That is good. All right.
Yeah. People
so
sometimes people need to think out loud, so it's okay. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Miss Noonan.
so to me like okay like just knowing what you want in life and going for it, not having your woman speak up for you and having her like needing to think and do things.
Sound like
Needing to think and do things.
assertiveness. That's what it sounds like she's trying to get to.
Women should not be able to think and do things.
Yeah, like a lot of men expect women to think and do
Think
for them.
and do things. Okay. What should women be doing and thinking about, if anything?
We should just be walking us like behind or like encouraging them to do whatever they want to do.
Motivate.
Yeah, motivate
Okay.
them.
What is a woman doing though?
A woman holds her man. If a man leads properly, a woman will submit.
That gets into the next prompt. Read the next prompt and respond.
Can you protect someone who doesn't submit? I don't think you can. No, because you can't be too submissive, too masculine man people in the relationship. No.
Mm.
If you're
All
both
right.
acting like a man in the relationship, like how do you both no, I don't think so. So no.
Do you think so? So you think just to be clear, you think that women who want protection are required to submit in order to get that protection?
Well, there's different ways to submit. There's different ways.
I'm listening.
Okay, so I'll just me. If a man shows me that like he loves and cares and is willing to improve his life for me in himself and for each other, but for both of us in the relationship, that he's willing to go above and beyond, I'm gonna go above and beyond too. That's me submitting. Not saying that like, oh, he has to cook, he has to bring in all the money, he has to do all this. I'm gonna bring in too. But if he ain't doing shit, then I ain't doing shit.
Oh, transactional. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Like in always, if you're not showing me that you care, affection, attention, all that, then I'm not, don't expect that from me. I don't know. I believe in the 50-50. And then if you don't got it, I got it. If I got it, then, and you ain't got it, I got you. Like, I believe in that. That's how I do things.
Can I ask
Do
you a
you?
question?
Let's get Warlock. Hold your question, Sean. Welcome to you to start off open panel. First, let Warlock go through all of the prompts, and then we'll just go to open panel,
Did
starting
she
with
do? I
Sean.
don't think she did the last one.
Oh yeah. Miss Nunu, do the last one first.
I can't see the whole thing because there's something at
Okay,
the
how
bottom.
can women protect men?
Hmm. Me personally,
Not your voice got light out of nowhere thinking about that.
no, like just being there, validating their emotions, just validating your man. You have to validate your man's feelings in every way, and just showing up and being there for them.
Mm,
A lot of women say, "Oh, I got your back, but really don't, because they're not in tune with their partner's emotions in every aspect.
mm, okay.
All right, Warlock, go through all the prompts, and then after that, you can respond to anything you've heard, and then we'll go to Sean. Go ahead, Warlock.
Man, that's messed up. Y'all gonna throw me up under the bus. All right, so let me try this shit. Would you, damn, why should men protect all women? We fucking shouldn't. We should let some of them motherfuckers fall in the ditch on their own. Let me see. What's the next one? God damn it. Where my glasses at, man?
Do you
Shit.
think single motherhood is to blame for this protect all women mindset?
Yep. Because if they would have took time to pick the right guy, the motherfucking have a dude, but they would have that motherfucker. They are definitely the fucking blame. Like I said, leave all the motherfuckers in the ditch, man.
You gonna get us careful.
We're like,
Hey,
don't
look,
care today, man. Uh, so the next one
y'all,
is man weak when he doesn't protect all women, and what makes a man weak?
no, I think he's smart as fuck. Because not
Mm,
everybody deserves protection, man. How many times have you seen people either become unalive for protecting somebody that's not theirs? Your primary job is to protect your people, your wife, your children.
So,
Outside of that, everybody else get what the fuck they get.
so Warlock, let me do a quick insert here, right? Because, like, I think all the men that have spoken on this, and many of the women that have spoken on this, there's a common thing, and it's that men should protect women who are under their authority somehow. That's what I'm hearing from men.
Exactly.
I'm just curious, would
Exactly.
y'all protect your mothers?
I'm not
yeah.
done yet. I'm not done. I'm not
Would
Yeah,
all
done
the
let
yet.
him
men
finish.
protect their mothers?
I like that question,
I'm
but
not
hold
done.
it, hold it, hold it.
We touch that one already?
Yeah, we
I'm
did.
gonna touch that.
We can
I'm
touch
gonna
it
touch
again.
that
I'm
one
down
briefly.
with it.
Let
Warlock,
me
go ahead.
say this. When my mom and my dad, when my mom got sick, my dad took care of my mom. He took care of her. We, as his children, told him, Pops, you need help. Let us help you. His response was this: that is not your responsibility. This is my wife. I do what I need to do for my wife. That was his response. That was his response. So I hope that answered your damn question. In reference to our moms,
Finish the
hold on a minute.
finish the finish the prompts.
All right, what's the problem?
He dropped
What's the
anyways.
next one? Yeah, I kind of figured she would.
I don't know where we
Protect
were.
someone who does not submit.
Admit.
Explain why or why not. No, you cannot. You cannot. You cannot. If you have no control, you have no authority. None. None. And we hear this on a regular basis. If he's not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. So if in fact we tell you, babe, don't go to the store, don't go to the gas station, or don't wear this, or don't do that. If you get into some shit over that, what we explicitly asked you not, you notice I said ask, I didn't say tell. I said we asked you not to do, then guess what? Your ass on your fucking own. I'm not about to go out there and put my life on the line for somebody that doesn't respect my protection. I'm not doing it. So sorry. Last one is what? How can women protect men? What was that last part? How can women protect men? Is that the whole statement?
Yep, that's it.
Whole thing. Okay, for the most part, and now we're talking now we know people always gonna talk. While men don't do this, we're talking about men that are worth they're worth something, right? We're talking about good men, which you would consider to be good men. The best way you can protect your man most times is just shut the fuck up and listen. That's one of the best ways that you can do that. Yeah, just shut the fuck up and listen for the most part. Because if you have what you would consider to be a good man, you should understand and know that he's not going to put you in a high situation. Now, if we get canceled for that, fuck it.
No, you're good. You're good, bro. All right, Sean, kick off open panel.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, she dropped, but I was gonna say something else after that. I used to agree on that protect, you know what I'm saying, the ones that's around you or stuff like that. And then I started thinking about like overall, like us as black people that have like the stuff that we have now have came from people who thought outside of themselves and thought about protecting other people outside of themselves. And they risked their lives for the protection of other people outside of their own family. So I find it strange just for us as black people to have that mindset when the reason we have the stuff we have now is for people that came before us thinking about us outside of their own family. So I just be a little confused on that.
I think
Who
one of
really
them is an
protect?
obligation and one of them is just a choice.
Hold on, is that innovation or is that really
I don't think
protection?
that's an obligation to be loyal to other black people as a whole outside of your own family. I wouldn't say that's an obligation.
Yeah, I can
No,
You
I
agree
can
said
that
make
it's
it
an
one though,
obligation.
but
Like I wouldn't walk down the
I
street
meant to
and
say
watch somebody
innovation.
doing something to an elder, right? Yeah, I would protect that elder. But what I'm talking about, right? What they're trying to say, and I'm saying also, is that the state of the world right now, right? You got
Yeah.
all these cute affirmations. I don't need no man. I choose me. I'm more than enough. You know, the whole feminist movement, right? Men are evil. Women should control the world. You know, all the little nonsense that all these women is out here saying nowadays about men. Oh, particularly black men. You know what I'm saying? Oh, black men are at the bottom of the totem pole. They pookies and they ray rays.
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
all this negative stuff to say about us, but then at the end of the day, you want me to lay my life down for one of y'all that think like that about me?
Hey, let's say I agree. I'm not saying let's say I agree with everything you said, right? But
Yes, sir.
I do believe that's the B part, right? And what I would say is the A part is let's not forget at one point before all this stuff was happening, before these women were vocal like they are, which I do agree, everything you said is dead on. I'm not gonna say it's not. But if I gotta think about what happened prior to that, was this stuff being said? Like when I think about bros before hoes, when I think about bitches ain't shit, and how we degraded women when hip hop was coming around. Before our women was ever doing the shit they doing now, we the ones who started it first. So now it's just their turn.
Okay.
So if I'm being fair, I
Oh,
have to be honest. Like, okay,
all right.
we was doing this shit before they even done any of that shit.
Let me put
So
it
what
in
is this tit for
perspective for
tat
you, brother.
now?
Let me put it in
It
perspective.
don't make it right, Warlock. But I'm just saying I can't blame
I
somebody
didn't
for
say it was
reacting.
right.
Yeah,
Collaboration is
yeah.
important.
I
All
never
right, so
said it was right, my dude.
let me
I
put a
didn't.
couple of things in perspective with some of the points you're bringing here. One specifically, since we're on the subject of black culture, um, in the '70s, I think I made this point earlier. I don't know if Bert was here or not, but I made this point earlier. The reason why the male delegation has come to the conclusion that we've had is because prior to the co-opting of hip hop in the '80s by corporate interests, not through the fault of the creators of the genre, which you kind of left out. When that happened, prior to that, there was an entire movement that usurped the civil rights movement, which was feminism. I don't know if you're familiar with a woman named Gloria Steinem.
Kev, what you doing, brother?
I'm facing it.
All right,
Okay.
so Gloria Steinem is what would be considered the progenitor of the current feminist movement that we have here. She came up with this magazine called MS. The interesting thing about Gloria Steinem is she was also a CIA agent before she actually initiated this level of feminism. And the book that she had was actually propaganda that was funded by the CIA. And in that magazine were the basis, were the core fundamentals of what the conversations that we have with the current feminist movement that we have now. So in those particular, in that was a lot of what we would consider misandry or anti-male inceptions. And to add insult to injury, specifically to the black community, she propagated this book called The Black Macho in 1980, and in that book, it basically depicted the male's role in the household as something that is degenerate and not to be needed. That coupled with the government funding welfare programs that gave women incentive to kick black men out of the household, meaning we'll give you this stipend and we'll give you this government assistance as long as there's no black male present in that household. Those two things, the mentality on top of the actual physical stimulus, is what catalyzed an entire mentality that was very anti-black male before hip hop was even prevalent to that point. You see what I'm saying? You can go back and look at documentaries. You can go look up. I'll DM you the documentary. I can't call it. I can't pull it off my head right now. But you can go look at documentaries of black women specifically saying that they have no good for a man. They don't need a man. They're better by this. All the talking points that we hear now that we think are just new, they were saying that then. So
that's true also. But if you go before you say, okay, once again, I ain't gonna disagree with facts. So if you go, you say because it's before hip hop, which I agree when you brought up that time frame. But let's go before that. Let's go before that even happened. Let's not forget that.
What, in the 60s?
Yeah, like in the 60s, like the segregation era, right? But let's not forget that at one point when we had the option, when we was forced to deal with our own, right? We dealt with our own. But the moment we had the option to go outside and get with the YT, we done it in drones. So there was some resentment towards the black man at one point before all this shit even hit the fan. So you're not wrong, but I'm just saying I like for us to talk about these conversations, not just about the end part. Let's go back to how it started, and then we could come to some type of conclusion to fix it.
Best Western.
Yeah. So in the 60s, we were a family unit.
It was very active.
The reason why I say that is because I don't really like putting all my business out there, but I come from a Pan-Africanist background. Like, I have family members.
Which one? Which
Premier?
Say what?
Premier? You talking about the one on Eisenhower Boulevard, or you talking about the one on East Park?
Oh, you're not talking.
East Park Drive don't have a shuttle.
They do.
Well, they called you?
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is all good. My bad. What I'm saying is, in that particular point in time, black men and women were actually at their peak of unity. We had our own organized structures. We had a sense of community. We didn't have these kind of philosophical debates about who's supposed to do what. We already had that organized and ready. You see what I'm saying? We didn't have these issues when it came to that. Hell, prior to the 60s, prior to the 60s, there were the thing about the feminist movement and its application to black people is it never really benefited our growth and progression at any point in time. It did more devastation. And it specifically did more devastation to the black male image than anything else. And now we're just now to a point to where we can vocalize that because we've gathered enough evidence over the years. Like, if you go back and look at the media, the mainstream media, of how we were depicted, it was either one or two ways. It was either somebody who was problematic within the scene, insignificant, or someone who to be executed within the first 5 minutes. There wasn't any exposition on the humanity or the perspectives of what black men go through, especially when it comes to relationship situations. Not even in juxtaposition to that, if you look at daytime television and mainstream television, you have ample amounts of media around expounding on the issues that women have, specifically black women in certain degrees, especially now, that gave them a platform to actually vocalize and create a culture around how they want to be represented. That never really happened for black men outside of we're on the news for doing something heinous, or we're in television doing something heinous that we've been also on the news for. You see what I'm saying? So that co-opted the entire viewpoint on how black men are, and and it also limited the space in which they can exist. And that's why we have these levels of angst, because this is years of being silenced and beaten on without any acknowledgement.
I have a question. I really have a question, because a lot of times we wind up going way back in history or what have you to a time where as though we weren't even alive. All right. So my question is, do we learn more from times when we weren't even in existence, or do we learn more from what we actually do?
We learn more from the things that happen when we weren't in existence, because if we don't, we end up repeating them.
Hold on, I wasn't done.
Oh, my bad.
So what's more truthful to us? what we actually live or what we read or learn in books?
I think what is true to us and what is the truth is two different things. I would think what's true to us would be surface level and not really caring about the truth. Because my
Exactly.
truth could be, since I've been born, all I've heard about was hip hop, how we degraded women first, right? Since I've
Yeah.
been born, right? Now I'm starting to see women do the same. But if I go back prior to that, then you can find the deeper roots of how these things transpired, and then we could come to a conclusion.
Exactly.
Okay, so the question is, we've basically learned more about what we actually do. Because everything that came before us that that we really have no clue about, except for what we've been told. A lot of that can be lies, but what
No, of
we
course
actually
not.
live.
Okay, so
Uh,
I didn't mean to cut you, but the way you find that out is if you go back in time based off of the things that you've read, and you see the same patterns reoccur in the current time that you're in. That gives you that gives you two things. That gives you a reference point as to what could occur and what can occur based off of what you do, and then it also gives you the option to actually change that trajectory by existing outside of what's already been done. The hard part about it is, and the reason why it's so repetitive, is because we choose not to either go back and learn these things or we forget them over time based off of cultural nuance. That's why we have clothing lines that are still doing things that are 10 years ago, but the kids don't know that they came out 10 years ago. So it's new to them.
what I'm saying
That's
is,
why we have so many
what
remixes in hip hop. Remixes in hip hop.
what I'm saying, we learn from the past.
Yeah.
It can be, cannot be the actual truth.
That's true, Warlock. That's
But
true, Warlock. That's true.
Oh yeah, it definitely can
we
be.
live.
Can be or not can be. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm not negating that. What I'm saying is the way to find out or determine whether or not it's true is looking at how that particular claim or whatever it is that was found in that time period and see if it still holds true and still repeats itself this time. From a cultural standpoint, you can look at Michael Jackson's music. The kids who listen to Michael Jackson now are still influenced to the same degree that they were back then. Or if you can just look at it from a technical perspective, the Pythagorean theorem still holds true based off of what research we've had now.
Hey, and you could
E
go.
still equals MC
Well, what's the
squared.
percentage of kids that listen that's actually in tune with Michael Jackson's music?
Not that many.
Hold on,
Okay.
hold on. Let me say
But
this part real
it's
quick.
not a matter of numbers. I mean, whether it's 1,000 or a million, if one
So the
person can
reason,
still hear it, if one person from the time frame it was originally heard still gets the feeling that somebody else heard it in this presence, that means that the validity of that song still holds true. And it's
Hey,
not
hold
like I
on.
said, it's
That
go
not
ahead,
that
just
son.
hold on. I was gonna say there is something you could look at compared to back then and now and see, right? Like at one point, I used to believe that they did kick the black man out of the house, right? But
mhm.
then you look in today's time, if you are married to a black woman, it's hard for you to get on any type of assistance, right? So they let me know that back then, if you were married, it didn't apply to the black people that were married. It only applied to people that wasn't married who have a baby daddy and baby mama type of shit.
Mhm.
So all you had to do, and you can't say, I don't say they kicked the man out because that sounds like whether you married or not, the women just chose to kick the man and don't deal with the man. So it's separating men that were married to these women. And if we were married at a higher rate at that time, then how can we still say they kicked the black man out of the house when our marital rates were higher back then? So to me, that goes to show that somebody is lying. So the facts of it is they wasn't just kicking us out of the house because our marital rates were higher back then. And the proof is, in today's time, if you are married, you're not going to get all of those benefits. They're going to be like, okay, y'all are a couple, y'all are married, y'all are one. So that's what I'm saying. Like some things are a lie, and it's easy to get rid of the lie.
All right, so I guess, see, y'all got me when my brain isn't properly lubricated, but that's cool. I'm gonna say there's something my brother told me years and years. He said, "Listen to everything, take what applies to you, and throw the rest of it away." What I find that a lot of times when we go back in time to times where as though we didn't exist, it creates, to a certain degree, a level of victim mentality. This happened, this happened, this is why I can't do this is why I can't do that. And I think that's that's a big part of why a lot of things we just can't get past because we want to take the trials and the tribulations and the shit that our ancestors went through and try to apply it to our life now. And it just and most times don't correlate.
We use it as a reason not to instead of a reason to. And it's like people sometimes now use that shit as a fucking crutch when we speak about the shit that happened before we did.
Yeah, that's definitely true as well. People can definitely rely on that as a reason to not try and change anything.
Man, I totally disagree with that. How is gonna be a crutch when it happened?
Say that again?
How can it be a crutch? How can we use it as a crutch when it actually happened? You wouldn't be in this situation. Well, I ain't gonna say you, because I don't know you.
Okay.
Majority
All right,
wouldn't
so
be
look,
in the situation that it is today without the red line and everything that transpired when people was growing up. Because I know you know your grandparents, right? I know you know them. You know what they went through. You probably was a child at that point in time, right? So you seen when they was getting denied loans and couldn't move into certain neighborhoods, even though they could. Some could because they
okay,
wouldn't.
so
Okay,
with
so
that,
you can't say it don't affect us, like it's a victim mentality. When if that's the case, uh, uh, it's a lot of so-called people that say, but they wouldn't look at it like a victim mentality, but they'll say, we did it by putting ourselves on the bootstraps, right? But you had the Homestead Act, you had the GI Bill. You ain't really pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The government set up subsidies and funds for you. And like Martin Luther King Jr. say, they mechanized them funds for you and gave free grant colleges and everything else. But see, when you was trying to go, that's when college became you had to pay for college then. You know, at some point of time, college was free. And the only reason we ain't got health care right now is because they say black people can get it. You can look at Dr. Tom Holman. He'll tell you about that. Not the dude that be trying to do all the racist stuff rounding up brown people, but you know, not that Tom Holman. It's another Tom Holman. Look him up. But
Is
yeah,
that do he have like factuals to point out why his theory is what it is, or is he just saying his opinion?
no, it ain't opinion. It's what happened in the United States
So he
government.
has he
It's
has
well
factual.
documented, brother. It's well
So
documented.
wait, so he has facts, right?
Yes, and
Okay,
you can look it
where
up
his
too.
wait. So if you know this, what point in time can he point this out? So
You can
I can
point it
get
out. You can point it out when they took out when they took out hands on, in the 70s and stuff. They had like electricians, plumbers, and everything. They
All right. So
industrialized the black
if you're
community,
looking for
right?
somebody, see, I didn't mean to cut you, brother. My apologies, but I want to answer the question to brother two. I can't see the full name. All right. So
touche.
if you look, touche. So if you're looking for somebody that has specific facts and documentation that you can go look up for yourself, go look up T. Hassan Johnson.
Is it addressing what he's bringing
Yes,
up?
he's addressing it. He addresses exactly what this brother is talking about at the bottom.
Okay, what's his name?
T. Hassan Johnson. He's a PhD lawyer. He teaches African studies in college.
Okay,
He'll give you documented facts where you can go look it up. Matter of fact, he'll pull up the document in front of you and read it to you.
okay, for sure.
Thank you. But it's just I thought people knew this, but you know, I guess some people don't. But it's well documented that the it's systematic, man, the way things be going. But see, they over looking now and they say, this time for you to do it yourself now. But see, Elon Musk don't do it himself when he going to get corporate subsidies from the United States government. He getting $1 billion contracts. You could get $1 billion contracts if you had a company, right? But they would never teach you how to run it, how to set it up. They teach you to be employees. They don't teach you how to be the business owners, right? So some people they go out on a limb and they create that, right? That's why successful black people and stuff like that, right? Because they had to go on a
right.
different path. And I ain't trying to hold my long. I land my plane right there, man.
Kevin Bird, I apologize for taking this motherfucker off center. But the bottom line to it is everything in life is about adaptability. And the simple fact that we can go back to the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, and pull this shit all the way back to 2025. I'm not saying that some of these things don't exist. I'm saying that nowadays we're using it as a reason not to fucking succeed.
Mm-hmm.
i.e., the mentality. That's all that I'm fucking with. And we can't sit here and say that we don't hear people say, well, this happened and this happened back in the 50s or 60s or early 70s. This is why I can't today. It's like either you dumb as shit and you don't know how to adapt, or you just want to use that as a reason not to succeed.
No,
And
I
I
agree
agree
with
with
you.
you
I
You
agree with you on that.
understanding as a victim, I mean, stands far as to making an excuse, you know what I'm saying? Nah, not at all. I think they were just more exploring, one of those gray areas, you know what I'm saying, of the topic in itself or the question that you asked. You know what I'm saying? But when you ask about, what I'm saying, whether or not it's important, what's more important, our experience today or, history, which could be faltered or altered, you know what I'm saying, as non-truth. Like, I think our current experience is definitely going to lead towards um, validating what's truth, actual, and factual, like Creator was saying, you feel me? But also to get outside of that my truth, standpoint and strictly dealing with the facts, truth alone, right? We need to be able to look at the whole picture, right? To gain an understanding of what's actually using our discernment, what's actually factual, you know what I'm saying, and what actually needs to be implemented. More importantly, what strategies have been implemented, strategies, multiple from different angles have been implemented to get us to this point that we are now, to be having these conversations that we are now.
And counter strategies.
That part, co-intel.
Well, so and listen, to add on to what you're saying, we living in a age where information is plentiful, right? What's lacking is a cohesiveness amongst us to work together, right? Like sometimes we got to learn how to subordinate ourselves to each other. If it's something you do better than I do, then I got to subordinate myself to you to follow your lead on that. And a lot
Facts.
of times we got a problem with subordinating ourselves with something that we don't know, or we'll act like we know something that we really don't, right? I was always taught the dumbest question is the question not asked, you
Facts.
know? So at the end of the day, I think that's one of our biggest hindrances as black men, right? Is we can't cohesively work together to achieve a goal, man. And that's what we gotta fix. Because
The
once we
re-
fix that, bro, once we fixed our ability to network with each other and be professional and have integrity with each other, ain't nobody gonna be able to stop us, bro.
You know what the downfall in us achieving that is everybody have a pride and everybody got an ego. Everybody want to be a bigger person than the next person. They
And
not trying
this
to
is what
work.
we gotta
Wait,
start
listen,
addressing.
listen. Everybody wants to be somewhere, right? But they don't want to help their people get there because they feel like, damn, if they get there, then I fail. And they like, damn, if I don't get there, then like people be so stuck in their head and overthinking everything, right? And it's some I want to say it's a trauma field. I want to say because we went through certain shit that people cannot let certain shit go. They
Yep.
can't let it go to get to a point of where we want to work together and get it all done. I literally just got on social media today and listened how a woman expressed herself about the patriarchy and all this other stuff. A black woman who's so pro-black sent it to me. But you don't like these people. But you willing to listen to them. But you won't listen to your own people. We stuck in ideology of our own of what we think the world is supposed to be for us, other than playing the cards that we got. The cards is this. It suck out here. The only way we go get better is if we band together and we make it happen ourselves, right? But every
Amen.
single time we do this, right, we got somebody belittling each other, even on these panels, even to each other. We don't know how to communicate with each other. We don't know how to sit here and be in consideration of each other. So now it's only like it's either this way or that way. You either can accept what the truth is and you can grow with it, or your ass is in your own lane. And everybody is so quick to be like, "Oh man, I ain't got no time to sit here and explain, bro. Yes, you ain't got nothing but fucking time. You got nothing but fucking time, bro. You sitting on
You
this damn
got
app. You sitting on this app
hey,
wasting
what?
time.
Hey,
So
what
if
you
you
say?
ain't
You
Bro,
got
got
time,
you
why are
got
you on this
time.
app?
You got time until it's over with, ain't it, young
So
listen,
man?
so
that's the
what I'm
shit
saying,
I don't mean to cut you
when
off,
we,
Touche.
but listen, when we talk about growing, let's all be on growing. Let's not sit here and I'm not saying that it's disrespectful, but it can be taken. is when you get to talking, and I'll be like, "Hey, bro, I'm sitting here talking, and you need to be quiet until I'm done." Like, bro, that's belittling, and nobody now the message don't even fly no more.
It
No
doesn't,
one's listening.
It
that's
does
what we
not.
need to
It does
start
not.
addressing. That's what we need to start addressing. Like the ability, like when we talking to each other, and you just told us what the problem is. So
Yeah,
these
talking.
is the
We can't
problems,
communicate.
right? So these is the problems that we have to address. Like I don't know, I'm not saying baby steps. I'm just saying we got to start addressing the lack of communication or the ability or the intellect to do this. But I want y'all to really understand what I'm telling y'all right now, bro. There is a big difference between a black man and a nigga.
Oh yeah, of course. I
Okay?
think everybody
So
on the
at
panel
the
know
end of
that
the
one.
day, when we get black men, that's who we need to start networking with. The niggas will come around and start conducting themselves the right way. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
what we have to address what's stopping us and go from there. And like the brother said, it's the lack of communication. It's the lack of wanting to go ahead and subordinate ourselves to those that know more and just play our role. It's also the gatekeepers. A person can
Yeah.
have the knowledge to the key of life, and he won't even give it to you.
But you know what? I'm a little,
That's
and
the
I'm gonna agree with you
manifestation
on
of
that.
ego.
About what he
I'm a
said.
I'm a bit on the fence with the gatekeeping, right? I prefer to gatekeep away from people that are not my people.
Okay.
The way that we handle business as a community is if you piss me off, Dan. I'm gonna say Dan. Dan, if
Yeah.
you piss me off in front of another minority, bro, we'll talk about this on the back end. I'm not talking about this in front of them. I'm
Respect.
not.
Exactly.
I'm
Respect.
Now,
not doing that.
on
And we
top of
have a
that, I'm
bad
not
habit
going to
of
use.
when
I'm not
somebody
going. My bad. I
wait.
was going to say I'm not going to use their talking points to attack the person I have a
Yeah,
discrepancy
like
with.
if you pro black, right, and you for your people, right, why are you in conversations with them about what we need to do? That ain't
Facts.
got nothing to do with them, bro. And let's be 100. Let's call it ace and a spade a spade. We need to start even checking our own people next to us. When my homies are out of pocket, hey, let me holler at you real quick. And I pull them to the side,
Oh,
and
I
I don't
definitely
make
do
a
that.
scene, bro. I'm
I,
not making no scene here, bro. Hey, bro, that shit right now, that shit ain't cool. We
Right.
not doing that. And I'm saying it in the coolest, calmest manner ever
Hold
because
men accountable.
people do tone police, right? The
yeah.
way you said that made me feel, and it'd be like, bro. So listen, the best way for me to not make you feel no type of way, hey, bro, I did not like how you approached Shorty. I don't like how you called her out her name in front of all these people. That's not cool. Now, if you get mad if I said it in that calm ass tone, nigga, you just don't want to hear me. You just don't
Nah,
want
it
to hear
ain't even that, bro. I'll take it one further, bro. We really just need to stop fucking with niggas like that, bro. When minute you see a nigga on some shit like that, like, and the reason why I say that is because the collection of brothers you're speaking with is exclusively the only type of brothers I mess with. Like, I can't talk. I don't spend any extended time outside of business with brothers, specifically black men who I can't intellectually talk to, or who I don't feel comfortable enough to be able to chop something up with on a deeper level. Whether it's something that I need to be checked on or something they need to be checked on. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't. The problem with it is we need to stop associating that with our circle, because the more you amplify these type of collectives of black men, the more that particular kind of culture starts to become the norm.
So you know where the hard part is, KB, about that is?
What it
I
is.
was once a young knucklehead, bro.
Yeah,
If
yeah, yeah.
everybody closed the door off on me, I would never have grown. I would never have grown. I
I
would
feel
have
that.
never been inspired of
I feel
change.
that.
You feel me? And that's another thing too that we have. I think I've had conversations with multiple elders because I'm 33. I've had multiple
Yeah, yeah,
conversations
yeah.
with elders where they're like the younger group of kids don't want to talk. They don't want to listen to us. And then I'll be looking at how they talk to me in just conversation, and I'll be like, "Well, yeah, nigga, I wouldn't want to listen to you either. We don't got nothing to connect on. You look at me as little. You
You
look at
being
me as a
condescending. Yeah.
Man, but I
Definitely
think
that.
you got to
Definitely
meet
that.
people where they at, man.
exactly, and
Definitely
that
that.
is
You
that
got to
is the
meet them where
key.
they at, and you got to talk to them. And but see,
But
some
that's a
some
but
young
that's a
people
key.
don't want to listen to us because
Yeah.
they'll say, "Old school man, you don't know, man. It's different time." And we
But
sit back saying we lived through the time that
so
was
real
harder
time.
than
Let
this.
me say this, right? It goes a chain of command that we've never really even known it, right?
Known about. Yeah, yeah.
Like this is the thing. The elders, which is I want to say 40 and up, Y'all talk to the 30-year-olds, right? And then the 30-year-olds is in the middle piece, and they talk to the 20-year-olds because
Yeah.
the 20-year-olds ain't looking at 40 and saying that they're inspired by that shit.
20-year-olds don't think they're gonna get to 40.
But listen, but that's where you change the trajectory. What I'm saying is the way to get this to be fixed, and this is the game plan, is somebody that's 30 years old, right? Like I said,
Oh
you
yeah,
know
look
how
her them. Hey man,
listen,
hey, I understand what you're saying, brother. Trust
but
me.
listen what I'm saying. So let me, like I said, let me get this out.
Yeah.
I can connect with you on a certain musicality level, right? These 20-year-olds can't. But I can connect with these 20-year-olds. So what you do is whatever message that you gotta relay, you
Shoot it
have
to
to
you.
you shoot it
Translator.
to, yeah, it's the translator. But if you sitting there saying we don't give a, and I'm not saying it's you, but if you
Yeah,
saying
yeah, yeah.
we don't give a damn about the young, they don't want to listen to nobody. And the first thing they looking at is these motherfuckers never gave a fuck about us anyway. So why would we have listened to them?
That
Then it's
makes
like
sense.
hard to
But
move.
then that's when I can come back and say, if it wouldn't have been no us, it wouldn't have been no you.
Yeah, but see, there you go. You the elder.
I'm saying
You
though.
stooping to
See,
their
we was
level.
already thinking about. See, let me. I ain't trying to be just no personal nigga though. I mean, I ain't trying to talk like that though. But I ain't never. We always thought about the youth. We
You
always thought
think
about the
about
youth,
the
man.
youth, you
It might
can't
not
talk
have
to them
came
a
out
certain
wrong
way.
because we came up wrong.
Well,
You
that's the
feel what I'm
thing.
saying?
Because
So we came up how we man, we were like, hey little homie, you got some people that are trying to steer you wrong, but sometimes a lot of others like, man, don't be man, get up out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? But then you got young rebellious young men. Now you can't take the responsibility out yourself now.
okay, so
There's only so much an older person can say to you.
but
Well,
real
we done
time,
told you. We done been locked up. We
your
done been
delivery.
caught up in this part of the game. Don't do that, young man. You got so many opportunities we wish we had.
But listen, real time. What I'm saying is your delivery when you say, "Well, it wouldn't be no you without us." It's like, what the fuck? I remember an older person told me that. Like, bro,
Hey,
great.
let me can I interject something
Wait,
real quick for both of y'all real quick?
go
I'm gonna
ahead,
tell
Dan.
y'all. Listen, this is the honest to God truth, man. First of all, a person's delivery is everything. Okay. Um, tell you a little bit about myself real quick, and it's gonna tie into what y'all talking about. I did a long time in prison, and I came home and I got my life together. But the one thing I knew when I came home is everything that I studied and learned was outdated. It was the 25-year-olds and the 26-year-olds that I listened to because I knew they knew what was going on. I approached them like they was young men, not young boys, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. And that's the key thing with dealing with this generation. You got to approach them as men, as women, not young boy. You know what I'm saying? Because they is the future. And in all actuality, they are young men. So you have to approach them in that regard, man. That's how you bridge the gap. You see what I'm saying? Like in my neighborhood, I get nothing but respect from all the youngins in my neighborhood. Why? Because the way I talk to them, right? And I look at them as men and women, right? And a lot of times when you want to reach these kids out here, see everybody from psychiatrists to community activists, they want to try to reach all of them, right? That's not how you reach these kids. You reach the one kid that all the other kids look up to, and he'll bring
He'll
them
bring
full
them all
circle.
in. Facts,
He'll bring them
facts. I
all
used to
in,
teach
bro.
the art class. I
Yeah,
taught
don't
art.
try to keep reaching everybody. Reach that one that they all look up to, and I guarantee you, he'll bring them all full circle.
If
That's
That's
y'all,
who Tupac
how we
was.
bridge
I
hey,
that
if
gap.
mean, but
y'all,
I understand exactly what you're talking about, man. But sometimes by the time you try and reach them, they gone.
see, but you
They
already
passed
counting it out.
away. They a
You
You
already
counted them
memory.
out already,
you
OG.
counting
They're a
them out.
memory, cuz.
But
So
listen,
so
you
so
already
so check
counting
this
them
out.
out.
Check this out. Check this out, young man. I mean, I ain't trying to just know, what I'm saying. Young man, nobody, young brother, whatever
But see, when you do that,
whatever
that's
be
what you
more
already did.
respectable.
That's what we getting
What
at.
could be more respectable, young man? That's what I say, young
You
man.
gotta say young whippersnapper, so no, man.
Man, I ain't
Yeah,
gonna say
y'all,
no shit
y'all,
like
man, y'all. We can talk about this topic since y'all talk about that already. I already got a topic for that what y'all talking about,
Yeah.
so we might as well
How
talk
yeah,
about
about it
yeah,
now.
But when
yeah,
you
but
but
yeah.
see, you see how
Anyway,
you see how you just addressed me and said, young man? That's like me saying, look here, old timer. That's
I mean, but
immediately
I
It
wouldn't get
is.
mad
It
about
is.
that though.
That was a good
disconnected.
point. That was a good
It's
point.
just
So
it's
Yeah.
just
I
now
mentioned
it's
this
like
topic so many
you
times
putting
earlier.
yourself at a different level, bro, other than understanding
No,
your
that ain't no
neighborhood.
different level. That just
You got
mean
to
I
be
just
aware.
been more in the world longer. That's just what that means. It ain't no
We gonna
disrespect
talk
for
about that. That's
somebody
all in
say
this topic.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was getting at. Is
no,
remember when I
but
just
see,
said
check this out
the
though. Check
wait,
this out though.
listen. Remember when I just said that everybody try to make themselves seem bigger than the next?
That
That's
ain't being
exactly
bigger.
what.
That mean being older. You got older people that don't really know nothing. That
Let
don't
me
mean that
clarify
that
something.
mean they greater than you.
Can I chime in right quick?
Let me
Oh,
Man,
clarify
come on,
yeah, hold up.
young.
Yeah. I thought about that. I ain't heard good D say.
Let,
Oh,
let,
dang. That's I don't
let D
mind
go.
saying that name, man.
Can I
somebody.
chime in?
Uh,
Can I
I'm gonna let. Dang,
Somebody
how
is giving.
can y'all not hear me though? What's going on? Hold up. So
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
saying,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So we gonna let good go and then Warlock after that because they haven't said anything. So go ahead.
I wanted to say something to the brother Touche, something that he said. It kind of resonated with me when he said something along the lines of, if everybody would have closed the doors on me, I basically would have never grown. And that's where I'm at right now. And I'm older. I'm like 41, but I came out of single mother household. I moved around a lot. We lived in poverty, and I watched my mom slack off, and she's never really invested no real money behind me. Like a lot of these women, they kind of set their sons for failure because they don't want to give them much more than what the state requirement is, which is food, clothes, and shelter. But you ask for a car, or you ask for, look, can you help me pay for this certificate so I can learn how to forklift and, you know what I'm saying, get on my feet and have a wife and the kids. They don't want you to have that because they didn't have it. It's like they don't want you to be better than them. So all they want you to do is just stay around them. Like Coach Greg Adams said one time, he called it the son husband. The son
Yeah, the
husband,
son husband. Yeah, yeah.
where your mom wants you to just be a baby boy your whole life, so she can
The-
basically,
She wants you to be the husband that
have
the
you
father isn't,
have
the
you
natural father isn't.
yeah, so you could be around her, and what she does is she destabilizes her own son because she
Yeah.
won't put no type of real resources behind him, and a lot of them are selfish. A lot of them, they wear weave. God said not to wear weave in the Bible. They'll do everything against God, but they'll never do what the Lord actually said to do, which is to honor your husband like he's the Lord. Man, Ephesians 5:22 through
You
24. You
talking?
can read it; it's right there. And you know what I'm saying? They have turned their backs on the Most High, and they're sided with the white man in this country. So we're basically fighting against the white man and the black woman at the same time. We're playing the game handicap, bro. We're basically playing chess with no queen. And the other team got two queens. They got a black queen and a white queen whipping your ass, my nigga, putting you in jail, uh, putting you on child support in the family court. Everybody want to kick you out of everything. Everybody want to get you fired for anything that happens at the job, whether they know what happened or not. They blaming the brother first. The black man is always the first one to go, bro. We're always the fucking sacrifice, if you will, of society, bro. And I'm sick of it. And this is why brothers are starting to mobilize, go to Thailand, go to fucking the Philippines, find ways out of the matrix, man, because they hate us here and they really not really trying to see us do more than just basically be under them. They want us to be under them. They don't want to help us get to a certain point in life, bro. And that's what I'm really starting to see. Like even down to just me having transportation, my mom wouldn't even help me with that, bro. Like I had to take county checks and sell my blood plasma and do all this crazy ass shit just to barely fucking survive, man. And it's like I see why brothers join gangs. I see why brothers click up, sell dope, and start robbing shit because man, they parents, they don't really do much for them, bro. They do the bare minimum, and if they didn't do that, CPS will come and take your fucking kids, man, because you're not even providing them with food and shelter. And with that, I'm gonna land my plane.
All right. So 5 minute open panel. Then we're gonna go to Warlock.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
I was gonna say shit. Let Warlock go. Warlock been kind of waiting for a minute.
I thought y'all. If y'all ain't got no response, I ain't want to
I'm gonna
stuff
make
y'all up
it
though.
short.
But go ahead.
I
Go
know
ahead.
it's not like
Warlock.
me to make it short. I know it's not like me to make it short, but I don't know who the hell was talking because I was walking around. Somebody was giving like age brackets in reference to who's an older guy, who's an
That's me,
elder,
OG.
who's this.
It was
All
too
right.
short.
So here's what I had to say about that. I don't give a fuck. I don't put age brackets on those things, right? Because there's a difference between an OG and an elder. An OG is somebody that just happened to live that fucking long. You get what I'm saying? An elder is a person that's full of knowledge and wisdom that doesn't have a problem disseminating it to the younger folk. So they're not the same. Just like somebody said, they can deal with the 40-year-olds deal with the 30s, the 30s deal with the 20s. I deal with kids from 6 year old and up. You get what I'm saying? And I can resonate with them, not on everything, but a lot of the important things. So I just wanted to say there's a difference between an elder and an OG. Not everybody that's 40, 50, 60 years old is an elder because they could still be dumb and stupid as fuck.
Yeah,
Just FYI.
I give you that.
I give you a little difference because I'm an elder and an OG. I've been in penitentiary, fucked up most of
Hold
my
on, hold on,
life.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hold on, real
Hold on,
quick.
my guy. Who gave you that moniker? That's just like saying that I'm a
What I
leader. Who the fuck gave you that moniker?
what I'm saying is the OG is relatable, the same as the elders relatable. Like if you screw your life up and you patch it up and make it up, like I grew up on government cheese and powdered milk too, but I also grew up a little bit getting some knowledge. So if you run across a person, how can you help them if you haven't been there? That's the first thing. If you haven't never been in the pen, if you haven't been to ICU, if you haven't been cut up, step shot, those kind of things help people that feel lost. Just like the young man was talking about. Some of us didn't grow up with all those amenities. We had to figure it out. There's people out there that help them figure out. That's the elder part of it. The elder part and the OG. You feel me? Just because you put a name on it doesn't mean the person doesn't have value. If I say I've been in the pen, I wouldn't advise you to go to the pen. It's not fun. You know, it's not fun eating noodles and sitting around a whole bunch of hard dicks talking about what they used to have. That's garbage living. That's horrible. I
So
wouldn't advise that.
let
That's
me
the
ask
best
you
thing.
this, 84. Let me
Yes,
ask you
sir.
this, 84.
Yes, sir.
So, because
Uh-huh.
I'm totally against that. You have to experience it to know it. Because like, what's different from you telling somebody or somebody else telling somebody, and then they regurgitate or re-saying the same thing to somebody else? What will make the difference? Don't they
If
still
you get
know?
because most of the people that have been in prison, first of all, they will when they get out and they
Let's
land,
talk
if they
about you
have
then. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about
okay,
you then. If you told somebody certain information, you the experienced one, right?
right. I've been through some
So
stuff I wouldn't want people.
they take your word for it and use the same exact thing that you said to somebody else. Should somebody not listen to them?
Can I answer
I
that for
don't.
you,
And
84?
what? Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, it comes down to this right here, brother. Is that,
Actually, no, no. Actually, I did want 84. He the one that came up with it. I
Okay,
want him to answer it though.
but I've
I
been
do
in the
want him to
same
answer
so
it.
position.
so let
I've
it
been in the
let
same
see.
position.
I honor that. Go ahead, tell him, and I'll give him some insight too. Go ahead.
Listen, when we
No, ain't
say
no
it,
tell him. I'm telling a specific person to tell me. I'm
Okay,
not.
here.
No.
Okay, here it is. Here it is. If you've been through some stuff you don't want to see another brother go through. That's the whole emphasis of the point. The point is that when you have to bend over and cough and take your liberties and work for 58 cents a day, that knowledge is something you can't get unless you walk through that 58 cents a day. When you wouldn't want to get a job on the streets that pays $16 an hour, you're working in the pen for 58 cents a day around a whole bunch of people that either want to prove how much of a ignorant man they are to you or take your life if you don't prove that you're more ignorant. So those things are something that you have to go through trials and experience to get out of that and say that is the analytics, the receipts that you guys always talk about that people don't know about that you cite all the time that haven't been through it. This is what we've been through. Now you have options at least. If you don't know what that looks like, feels like, is like, then you go through this whole thing of like peeking over the fence. Maybe you might want to try that. That's a bad idea.
All right. So Nana, go
okay.
ahead.
All right, basically,
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm saying like this here. It's like when you got the counselor in school telling it to them, it don't come out the same way. They don't have the same passion and conviction in their words, and they're not speaking the same language, right? When we tell it to them, they can see the passion and the pain in our face, right? They can hear it in our words. I mean, it hits differently. You know what I mean? When somebody that been through it and they telling you, like, bro, this ain't where it's at. You know what I'm saying? It's a part of jail that nobody knows about unless they've been through it for a period of time. They don't even show it on television. You ever been in jail so long that you run out of memories? The only thing you keep replaying is the shit that you did 10, 15 years ago. You keep replaying it in your head, and people that you knew 10, 15 years ago, they look the same in your head, but in reality, they not, right? The only memories you got is the memories of other prisons and gang wars and different things of this nature, right? See, that's a side of prison that nobody knows unless they've been there. That's why when we speak to the youth now, they see the passion and the pain in our
Can I
faces and our
chime?
voices.
Can I chime
No,
in on the prison
Warlock,
talk? Because
real
I've
quick,
been
and
to
then you
jail.
got
I've been to prison a lot. I've been
Warlock
in
real
and
quick.
out of jail. I've been in a lot of jails. Oh, go ahead. Okay.
I'm about to say let Warlock go, then you can go right next because I'm just paying attention to all that. So I'm paying. Anybody else next? Put y'all hands up.
I'm trying to be short, Kev. You know I'm not usually short word for fuck. But you said I do believe you said that you consider that you're an elder, right?
Me? Yeah, I believe so because
Okay.
I've translated that into going to school and
Hold on.
getting. You
I'm
asked me a
just trying to
question,
answer
I
yes.
gave you that. I would
I'm
say
just
yes.
trying to
Yes,
ask
that's
yes.
short answer. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So, who gave you that moniker?
The experience, the ideal that when you have a passion and love for your people and you've made mistakes, it's an elder. You come at people and the way that you teach people through your actions of what an elder should be like. An elder is a person that pull, like for instance, example. Down the street, two brothers getting into a fight. Hey man, it's not worth it. Boom, boom, boom. I get in the middle. It's not worth it. What do you need? A little change. We need to eat. Boom, boom, boom. I understand what that's like.
Okay.
Okay, don't go through that. That's the elder, and
All right.
also the knowledge of being able to to bridge the gap between your generation and our generation to make it make sense. A lot of times, what you see in other cultures is an honorific, respectful bridging the gap between the generations. If you look at all the other ones, they have something that they have that keep a tradition alive. What we have is a broken tradition. Well, we know more than you, and so therefore you can't tell us nothing, and we got this. But we're trying to say to you, listen, we went through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. There was something honorific about it, even though people say it wasn't. We're saying this is the experience. You know why we say that? Because we sat on the porch with other people who went through the 30s, 40s, and 50s and told us about that. It's an old narrative and an old tradition that we want to continue the legacy of, and that's what an elder would do. They'll lace you with the do's, the don'ts, the get up and clean up your ass when you go outside, respect yourself, carry your head at 90 degrees, have some resiliency to go through everything. Don't quit, don't give up. That's the verbiage that we need to have to make people empowered to be optimistic and not live in the toxic, uh, demeaning, um, combative lifestyle that we have and call it culture. That's not culture. That's defeatism. That's sabotage. You feel me? So through our
Okay.
sabotaging ourselves, we get to see what it's like on the other side and go, man, that was a bad idea. Now here's the other things that we got, that knowledge that we can help you with.
Man, that was
I
bad
just
times. That was bad times. And certain people went through it
Hold on,
and
real
they know
quick, y'all.
better.
Hold
They we like y'all said.
just real quick,
I
y'all.
asked a simple question, and I got a 3 paragraph monologue.
Mm-mm.
I'm
See,
trying to
but
ask simple
see,
questions.
look, wait. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. When I say that how we like low key communicate with each other, that don't be ideal, bro.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
That
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
don't
good
be
point.
ideal, bro. That's why nobody want to work together. Like we we
This is
got.
what I'm
I
just
get
trying to
what you
ask a
said,
simple
but
question.
listen, I get what you saying, Warlock. But like, I'm gonna take it back to something that my OGs taught me. Sometimes it's just better not to even say anything because now that may shut the other person down, and they like, well, you know what? At this point, y'all want to listen to me, but we trying to talk about how we go grow together. Whenever you take somebody else's like thing and then say something else like after it, sometimes it'd be like, bro, why would I even talk to y'all? Why would I even deal with y'all? Like we gotta
All right.
change that. That's gotta be changed, bro. And I do it to younger people. Soon as younger people say something, as soon as somebody of an elder say something and a young person say something, I'll be like, hey, bro, you didn't even have to say that at all. You didn't have to say it.
All
That's
right.
all I'm
So,
saying.
After Warlock go,
my,
I'm gonna let Good go, and then more. I seen his hand down there too.
my simple
Oh, that's how you put your hand up.
You put a hand up too.
my simple
Oh, I don't know how
simple
to do it.
question was
I'm not on TikTok all the time. So I don't know how to do little mechanic shit real.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and
you,
that was
I
just
got
it.
you after more. Then I got you after more.
Okay, for sure.
My simple thing was this: there are certain monikers that we cannot give ourselves. There are certain monikers that we can give ourselves, i.e., elder, i.e., leader, all of that shit. Those are monikers that are given by peers. This is not something that we can say, oh, well, I'm 60, I'm 63. I'm not 63, by the way. I'm 63, so I'm an elder. You can't claim that shit unless your peers or people that you are intimately involved with give to you. You cannot be a self-proclaimed leader if, in fact, nobody's ever looked at you that way. That was my only point.
So all right, go ahead. Good. You on teacup though? If you there, I'll give you a couple of seconds to come back. Oh, there you go.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to chime in about what the brother was saying about the prison, basically, but I kind of got lost in thought because I was listening to brothers talk and everything like that. But to put it simply, like, I think he was saying something about like, it hits different when you hear it from your people that been there and they seen a brother get his stabbed or something, or you seen some violence, or you been in some yourself, or things like that. But to speak to that, I think the best way, like the scriptures even say, like it says the devil shall test some of you and throw you in prison for 10 days. And then it's another verse, I think it's Isaiah 41. It talks about my hidden ones, the people, talking about the Israelites, the children of Israel, are the ones that are in the prison houses. You know what I'm saying? Because we get dead unjustly and shit like that. But the way that I kind of survived in jail and in prison, I think I read a lot, so like I didn't want them to deprive me or steal all the time. I didn't want them to take that time, that year, or that 2 years, or however long my bid was. I was like, you know what? Instead, I'm gonna take this time and work on myself. I'm gonna work out. I'm gonna write music. I'm gonna read books. I'm gonna do shit like that. And one of the books that I read was called the 50 Law, and the 48 Laws of Power was
By
one of
Robert
them.
Greene
And then
and 50.
yeah, by Robert Greene. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then there was another one called the 50 Law, which was
With the collab he
50
did with
and
50.
Robert
Yeah,
Greene.
yeah, yeah. I remember. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Good
yeah,
shit.
and in that one he was explaining how you could basically turn any negative into a positive by taking whatever it is that you can take from it. If it's a lesson, like it might be a cheating wife or cheating girlfriend. Okay, now you know next time if a bitch says she's going girls' nights out, I need to fucking, you know, observe or look at that a little bit closely, a little more thoroughly. I can't just let certain key phrases and words go over my head because I done learned now.
All right, so let me
It's
ask
the
you this
same.
question there real quick.
Go ahead.
Because it's the same question I asked the two older guys, because I don't think they really was understanding what I was meaning. So let's put it this way, right? The reason why I disagree that you have to experience it to basically teach it, right? So let's use you for example, right? Say if, because they said, say if you said you told them, like basically you was teaching them about prison or something like that because you went through it, right? And
Yeah.
they be receptive of it, right? Them is them re-saying what you taught them to somebody else, do it make them wrong because they didn't experience it, because they went off your experience?
No.
Well, let me. He want me to answer it. So, you said they're basically going off of my experience, right?
Yes, so you teaching them about things that go on, and then basically they using your teachings to teach because they got it from you, right? Because they trust in what you said.
Right.
Yeah, so
So,
would it make them wrong because they didn't experience it?
the only way it'll make them wrong is if they're, you know how like when you're in school and y'all pass around the note, and
I get what
then
you're saying. Yeah,
by the tenth person the note changes.
it
It'll only be
changes.
wrong is if they hear something I said and get it misconstrued or get it fucked up, and then
I'm talking about
they,
the basis though. That's all I'm getting to. Like the
yeah,
basic
no.
thing.
Well, in that case, well,
Yes.
then no, it'll still be right. It'll still be right.
Yeah,
That's
that's
my
that, and I
that's
think
my.
that's kind of my whole point I was trying to explain to them is that I don't believe you have to experience things because that's what make you a wise person, right? Because we don't talk about that. It's
That's it.
not actually going through the experience and you learning from others. You know what I'm saying? So yes, that was my point. You can teach people without having to experience things. Like I don't have to smoke a cigarette to say I don't uh that is bad for your health or something like that. I don't have to experience that. I don't have to do strong schmugs. I don't have to be a baby father just to tell, so you can learn from other people. That's the reason why I always disagree with that. You have to experience it to teach it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was getting to about that.
I agree with you, Kev, on that because
Nah,
I've seen some people who have become baby daddies and be like, "Oh, don't want to be that, my boy." Like that's
Not
that
for
don't look too good over there. But
what?
I'm on the fence with this, Kevin. I think me and you had conversations within the I think what 3 years or 4 years of us knowing each other.
Hmm.
That some stuff you gotta experience,
I feel it.
but some stuff we don't gotta experience. Like we don't gotta go, like I said, to have a kid with a girl to find out if what it is what it's gonna be because we see it. But I do think everybody else's situation is totally different. I think in some situations, we born and raised in the hood. It seemed like bad to the world, right? But we was like, well, it's kind of normal to us. Like we ain't, perspective.
Hey, John
What
put it a good way down in that comments. I truly agree with that. Then I would say you say experience is not needed to teach, but to truly understand. So
I
if that's
take
what
that.
the angle they coming from, then I can get that. But that mean
Yeah, that makes sense.
that you can only be the one. You know what I'm saying? Or if you only experience it, you the only one that might can compare that experience to and be like, okay, I got it. I went through that same thing too, so I can get that though. But when it
I don't
come to
think it's
teaching, that's a different whole thing.
I don't think it's either or proposition. I think the education is there's more than one resource. We don't all wear size 12s, right? So just
Mhm.
because you don't necessarily agree with that doesn't mean that there's maybe 200 dudes that do need that. And just
Wait,
like
what you
there
talking
may be
about?
full, that what I'm talking about is the educational versus the practical, right? You
No, I'm
might
saying, do
be
you
able.
not agree with what I said after I
I agree. I
explained it?
agree with you. What I'm saying is, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, resources wise, what we're trying to offer is resources. You see, other communities have resources. I'm 58 years old. I noticed I've been through a lot of stuff on this planet. And so, what I've learned is that there's a certain communities that have ample resources. It's not an either or proposition. This is just food for thought for later on. When we're looking for people to help our children, support our neighborhoods, we don't just need one angle. It's just like, oh, we just gonna educate you. Okay, but we need the educators, we need the practica, we need the baby mamas, we need the non-baby mamas, you feel me? Because that's how their infrastructure stays strong. Something to look at. As you go through your life and you switch seats, because you're gonna be in your seat one day. And you're gonna have this attitude of what really works. And when you see the decay, because there's two things, it's not death and taxes, you're gonna get worse or get better in this life. And we've seen worse. See, we ain't scared about church because when we go to church, here's the thing about church. Y'all scared to go to hell. We've been there. We just don't want to go back. You feel me? So what we're trying to do, because we've escaped that, is say, look at all these invaluable resources and how powerful we be when we connect those resources. And you can say, no, it ain't like that, OG. But when all the other communities are thriving, Indian, Asian, Hispanics, what did they have in common? And then when we sit there and we infight about the same things, we'll say,
Mhm.
why don't we make no progress? Because it's always an either or, whether it's a dissertation or two where, yeah, we got you, boss. Doesn't matter. We need both, right? It's not just me talking
So
forever. It's a
84,
dude
Oh,
that says yes and no.
let me
oh
ask you
wait.
this, 84, then I gotta let the other two go because I did skip over them. Then Touche, no matter of fact, I gotta let Touche finish up because I think he had something, and then I'm gonna let the other two people go. So let
Yeah.
me just ask you this real quick: that what is the point of teaching your experience for other people to not teach about it?
In the line of resources. You see what I'm saying?
Say it again. Wait, no, hold
You're,
on. Say
I,
your voice went out. Your voice went out. Go ahead
I'm
again.
saying that works. I'm not saying what you're doing is not working. That is absolutely necessary. We need people not to have to go to prison to talk about not going to prison. Absolutely. But
Wait,
we also,
I think you missed my point. I'm saying, isn't the point of you teaching something? is for people to either avoid what you went through or learn what you went through, and then also maybe teach others about your experience.
Exactly,
Right.
but that's a three-pronged attack, right? So what I'm saying is, you got the guy who's been through it, you got the guy who learned from the guy,
I
and you got
understand
the
that,
guy who
brother.
did. So there's more
I
than just
understand that.
one way to. What I'm saying is, there's more than one way. Is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, from this point, yeah, I
Comprehensive.
get that. I don't think that's something I was arguing. I'm just trying to get you to see that the whole point of you teaching, because a lot of people only teach for pride, just to say that I'm older or I went through it, and that's not a good way
No,
of. They just want to brag about their lifestyle, whatever. That's what I'm saying. If your intentions is to
it's
teach,
love. It's a fucking L O
yeah, you could
V E.
say love,
L
right, to
O
help,
V.
yeah, help them
Right.
learn
L
from
O
making the
fucking
mistakes and
V.
all that stuff,
Hey
right? That
man,
way
this shit
they
hurts.
yes, that's the whole point. So if that's what it is, you got to let it rock with that. Like, okay, so that's what I'm getting to is that's the point. The point is for people to learn from one another and actually teach the right things or whatever. So that's the whole point of it. If unless your intentions is just to brag, I can see something else. But otherwise,
Nothing.
us saying things.
Listen,
Hold on
I
real
didn't
quick.
fucked up
Hold
so
on real
much in
quick.
this
Hold on.
life. It doesn't matter to me. I have
I don't know what's going on, man. That old man stuff don't work in here. I'm just saying that for the most part, if the intentions is to teach one another, not to just brag and say that I'm older and be prideful, then we should we gotta admit that yes, it's possible to not experience things and things can be taught. It can still be taught. You know, you don't have to go through the experience. So that's the whole point. You want to give your experience out so other people don't go through what you may have experienced or maybe go through what you experienced. That's the whole point. That's what I'm getting to.
I got
So
a,
let me
I got a, I
go
got
ahead,
a,
Touche.
sick-
You got to finish up.
I got a sick way of thinking. Right? We keep talking about community. How about if you've been through something and that is what you can resonate with? Why don't you start making a safety net for your fellow brother or your fellow sister, so that when they fall, you able to catch them and at least like minimize the damage, and you able to say, "Well, see, look, this is why we did this," because then we have to train the younger generation to do the same thing. Well, y'all not hip to shit, and y'all fall, that they able to lift y'all back up. Is once again, I'm talking about community, right? Us as the people, and I don't want to say that if you are another part of the minority in here, but us as the people. If you are elder, and you've been through some shit, yeah, they either go learn from you or they not go learn from you, right? But if you are already hip to the game and you want these people to grow to be outstanding citizens, which is what we should all want for the younger generation and the next people up, why don't y'all have a safety net plan? And why don't we teach them to make a safety net plan and like for each other? Like we not that's the thing about community. And that's where we lack at. We got people that's sitting here, we have conversations and we talking about this stuff, but then every single time, and I'm not pointing any fingers, but we got people beating on their chest on why they right. And it don't make them seem any more right than what they are, right? The only thing that makes it when you know something for a fact, right? Are you gonna if I say the sky is fucking blue and you say the sky is purple, and I know for a fact that the sky is blue, I have these reasonings of facts where I can show you when you figure out that that sky ain't purple on why it's blue, so I can
okay.
teach you.
So I
So
started a
wait, wait,
company
wait,
here
wait,
in the
wait,
Bay, right?
wait,
Hey,
wait,
For
can
wait,
I
all
ask you
wait,
people
something?
of color.
wait, wait. I understand what you're getting at. It's still if we're talking about community, if we are trying to abandon the old generation from the newer generation, that is all I'm saying. Have a contingency plan for that generation that's not as receptive as others, that where you can teach them. That's what I'm getting at.
We
But
All right.
we have to
So
All
real
right,
quick,
check
understand
this out. Check
something.
this
wait, real
out. When you
quick,
were
y'all.
going up, hold
Wait, real
up.
quick, y'all. I got to let the other two go because they have not said anything. So I gotta let Moore and KB, and then we can go right back to open panel. So Moore, go ahead, and then KB, and then y'all can rock out.
Yeah, it was a lot received, man. So I'm gonna try to keep it real short. I just want to say touche. You know what I'm saying? As a younger brother, um, I appreciate your poise. Kev, real time in '84. I know y'all probably some of the elders on here, so I think y'all definitely thank you for having the patience. Know what I'm saying? Because y'all important part of bridging this gap that Touche was even talking about, right? The fact that there's a lot of things that's been in play. Know what I'm saying, that's leading to these little subdivisions that we are acknowledging, right? But the importance is that we got to bear witness the fact that we're even here respecting each other's mentality and having a conversation around fixing the issue and getting to a problem. You feel me? Like that's what's definitely needed. So yeah, like just to sum it all up real quick because it was a lot that was touched on. I'll pass it on to KB. It's just we got to bear witness that all the pieces are important to the problem and or the problem solving, the problem resolution, right? And the more we see value in self and see value in others, then we'll be able to see the picture a lot clearer and understand the worth in the piece that's necessary to get into the resolution. And let's keep doing the work, man, because it's necessary.
1,000. Who going next? Appreciate you
It's
more.
KB.
Go ahead, KB.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? Yeah, I was definitely gonna say what the brother said. Also, I want to say, as men, we're the ones who usually set the order, and part of order when it comes to the passage of knowledge is the understanding of certain hierarchies and certain levels. And the importance of establishing that, so that we can acknowledge who has extensive knowledge on the advice I need, who can get me further in the progression that I'm trying to get to. I mean, that's why we have titles like OG, Elder, etc. Having said that, one thing we also have to consider as well is nobody is too old to learn and no one is too young to teach. So we have to be in the mindset of being able to have a mutual respect amongst both parties that are engaging in this transfer of knowledge. That'll help build a lot more, in my opinion.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? And what leads to a lot of the back and forth is a lot of things is an issue that we as black men we don't collectively deal with is it's our ego, like how we receive our external appearance to others, and how we value our position based off of that. We have to learn how to work with each other from the standpoint of knowing that we all have certain levels of value, and your level of value isn't determined by the position that you're coming to present that value. You see what I'm saying? And that's one of the issues that I think we have as men, as black men, and it comes from not being represented in the positive light or not being represented as an autonomous entity within inside our community. You know what I mean? We got to acknowledge that and kind of work on being able to look at each other from a different perspective outside of that. And I'll land it
Nah.
there.
All right, I think I lied. I got Buddha that haven't said nothing either, and then real time I think he wanted to say
Yeah,
something too. Then it's over. What you got, Buddha?
All right, so as a younger brother that's kind of like getting up there, I'm in my late 20s. Like,
Hello.
Buddha, tell him call you back, man. We in the middle of
He
a
said as soon as he got his
conversation.
turn right.
Tell him call you back, Buddha. We in the brother conversation right now. Let's
yo,
go.
I wanted to
all
say
right,
something right quick.
my fault. So look, right, as a brother that's on that cusp where I was raised old school. I had old school parents, but I was raised around what the youngins is doing now. It's like we got to be okay with grabbing that one. Like, because I'm not that old, when I'm trying to reach down and reach back, like, yo, it was about 7, 8 years ago I was doing that, and that's not a good idea. If you could just get that one, and then all of the brothers that are there, whether you be old or young, we huddle around the one that you can get out that bunch. We got to be okay with. We might not be able to get all 10 of them, but if we can get one, and push him as far as we can go, he's gonna inspire the other ones. We might not be able to get them, but he can, and we got to be okay with that. And that's just something that I wanted to add to
Hey,
that
Buddha. How
to the
how
subject.
old are you, young bro?
I'll be 30 in 3 months. I'm
Hey, man,
29.
listen. I like what you said because I think the
Don't
elders have.
forget about real time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, real time. I'll wait.
Okay, you can start the open panel up then after that.
Oh,
Go
you
ahead,
want to
real time.
start it now? Well, after real
After
time,
real
though, then we
time,
can
Nah,
after
do
real
it.
man.
time, yeah.
Hey, man, y'all gonna have it, man. I was just gonna say this here, man. Like them old folks told me, don't believe fat meat ain't greasy.
Mm.
Interesting.
Bacon.
All
No,
right, so oh,
Well,
Warlock.
nice
if
open
you're
panel,
open,
y'all. Let's kind of keep it to like one at a time so we can actually receive the message. If we actually doing fellowship in here as we want to, let's get it one time. Tap that screen, share the live. Um, yeah, go ahead.
Um, can I say something right quick? I wanted to chime in. Um, we first have to realize, and I love the decorum. I wanted to say that too, man. On this panel, I love how brothers are like allowing brothers to speak. Nobody's not getting cut off. It's not a bunch of confusion like I be seeing on other lives and stuff. So first, I just wanted to say that first and foremost. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all make me happy about black men. Secondly, we have to acknowledge, man, like he was saying, I heard some brothers say we have to acknowledge this and acknowledge that. We have to also acknowledge that we are the most hated on the earth, man. Everybody has a target on our back, bro. Since back in the Bible days, bro, since back in Exodus, they've always tried to kill the men. The Pharaoh didn't kill the women, bro.
Unalive, unalive. You got to sound
The
alive.
Oh,
Unalive,
unalive,
unalive.
unalive. Yeah, you're right. Pharaoh didn't unalive the women. He unalived the baby boys, man, the Hebrew men, man. So you got to really look like we've been the most hated always since back then, even right now to this day. Even FDR, I think Frank Roosevelt said it, man. He said the most dangerous thing to America is black unity or something like that. You know what I mean? They destroyed and burnt down our buildings, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, Oscarville. The list goes on, man. That's why I kind of believe like how Malcolm X's dad was learning from Marcus Garvey that we got to leave this place in order to be able to really build something. Because anytime we try to build something here, they pull the rug off from under our feet, bro, and they restart us. And now we got to start back from scratch, building them up from the ground up again, bro. So it's like we can't really accumulate no type of community here, no type of wealth here, no type of anything, because every time we do, they're trying to destroy it again. You feel what I'm saying? And with that, I'm gonna land my plane.
We can because we did. We will because
I'm
we
gonna make this brief.
must.
I'm gonna
You
make
know what I'm
this brief.
saying? Our resilience will make us build it again. You know what I'm saying to run and about face, no retreat. Nah, it's
True.
not an option to leave house and seek shelter elsewhere on foreign land to build your happiness. Fuck no. That's not an option. Excuse me. You feel me? So we have to be resilient like we are, bro, to do it again. We have to look at the past, know what I'm saying, to learn where they went right, duplicate that. Where they went wrong, tweak that. Let's refix it because forward trajectory is just mandatory. Know what I'm saying? And
True.
that's the energy that we resided in now. Like I told Warlock earlier, there's never, a conversation about making one, know what I'm saying, the victim. Know what I'm saying, and being this self-defeated mentality. Know what I'm saying, of like, nah, can't is not in a man's vocabulary. We must and we will. Period.
Absolutely. And we all soldiers in here. We got different roles. We got admin here. We got dentists, doctors. We got frontline people. We got all kinds of people that are out here. There's maybe two or three of us that been to war. We going up to the front line. The rest of y'all can be on a rooftop and sniper. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand. Everyone has. We ain't all kings on the same day. We all got a role to play. That's the thing. And when I started a business here in the Bay, I'm from Detroit. I came out here and started a
What up,
entertainment
though?
business. What's up, baby? 6 Mile all day, every day. Anyway,
Okay.
so
Then that's how y'all find out
so
what part of Detroit y'all from.
I'm
Hey, yo,
from
what
I
up,
know
Six
they
Mile,
say what
baby.
up though for
Hey,
sure.
Val. Hey.
I'm Highland Park, baby. When Highland Park Hospital
Yeah,
used to be there. You
I'm
feel me?
on Joy Road.
Got you. Where's
Joy
my
Road, but
boys?
the money
What's up?
long as 6 months.
What? All
Hey,
right, stop it.
all right, let me stop. Let me stop. I'm
my,
hyping
my
y'all up.
father's.
Y'all had y'all little
Hey,
connection. I had to stop.
all
My
right.
bad.
All right, so I came out here and started a production company because I came from Motown. So I said, I put all the BOK people down, da 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 da, and we did what we could do. I mean, it's still thriving. I still open for business. You can still come and do a concert here in the Bay because I got that kind of pull. I didn't get no IT help. I went in and did what I had to do so I can employ other brothers. Now, with that being said, I connected with the church. I still got that church connection. If anybody that lands in Northern California and said, "Hey, Mike, I need a connection to 1, 2, 3, 4," I got you. You feel me? That's how other people work. That's how other communities work. They can land anywhere. Oh, I don't know where I'm going. Well, we got you. But we got to be able to say our army is just as exclusive This is inclusive. We have all kinds of different rope. We got to stop the kings and queens, because we got our kings and queens. We got too many sheep, not enough Indians. We need Indians too. We need help
Can I
from
ask
all different
84 something?
angles. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Because you was doing a lot of talking. I just kind of wanted to ask, like, because you said, you got the business out here in Cali, and I'm in Cali too, so I might want to reach out to you for some business opportunity, maybe. Who knows in
Hit
the
me up.
future?
Hit me up.
But the problem with that is that we are divided by race, not race, but by, excuse me, religion, zip code, culture. Like brothers move differently when you go to Texas versus Chicago versus California versus New York. If basically what I'm saying. So when you go other places, brothers be politicking, and a lot of times I've witnessed this myself, homie, because I've traveled to Texas, I've traveled to Ohio, I've traveled to Kentucky, I've traveled all around the United States, and I'll go other places, and brothers will hate on me just because I'm from California and
Man,
because
I
I
don't
got a
think
different
that's
slang. They politic, bro, is what I'm saying. They
I
will
don't think that's
politic,
right,
But
bro.
man. We
but
down south,
here's
baby. We got
Yeah, I'm from the
Southwest
South, man.
Connect, man. We
here's
got
the thing.
Southwest
We
But
got
wait,
Connect,
Southern
man.
hospitality
what
down here,
he's
bro. We
saying is
bring.
not a what he's saying is not a fable because
Oh
I
no, it's not. I'm not saying it's not true. I've definitely seen it.
Man,
well
I ain't
yeah
never,
because
I
I'm
ain't,
from
man,
LA, bro,
I got
and
California
I
Yeah,
had
partner
you
to
can't
down there. We
invalidate. You can't
fly.
invalidate what I'm saying, because
yeah
Nah,
because
I
I'm
ain't
like I said
invalidated,
I'm
but
just
I'm just saying I got a different perspective.
but that's cool. But what we saying is,
And I know
I
a
like
thousand, I know a
me being
thousand
from
people
LA,
like
bro.
that.
I literally have to go, and I had to
Where you
network.
think most
Wait,
majority of black people
You
come
cut
from?
him
They
off.
came from
Let
the
him
south.
talk. Let him talk, man. Let him talk.
Yeah, my fault, bro.
Go ahead,
what
son.
I'm
Go ahead, talk.
I agree with D on this because when I first started leaving out of LA, I had to go get my respect. Like I had to be in certain places. I've been to Detroit, Sweetwater Tavern. I've been to Georgia. I've been to College Park. I've been to all these places where I had to show up, and I was a representative of California to a certain extent. So I have also ran into a gang of people who do not like California. They openly don't like it. I've heard them say slick stuff. So what I'm saying that all it say is you can't decimate what D is saying because you haven't experienced that. Because we
Can
have.
I
Point.
add?
I never said that.
Can
I
I,
never was trying to decimate what he was
can I
saying,
say
but I
something
was off
for
Yeah,
what they
Seminole in
right after Real
Detroit. What
Time.
you
for,
talking about?
for
I was off Seminole in Detroit. Come on now. I've been around too. I was out there in LA too. My family come from the South. They go to LA. They build it out there. We come back. It's Southwest Connect. We go through Texas. We go to the north. We go to the southeast. Come on now, man. Don't just
You
say
can't, but
this
OG, but you know the
like.
thing is you can't
But
diminish his
don't say it
experience.
like it don't happen,
What
because
he's
I
saying,
bet it's a million people feel like me. They
what
got
he's
South
saying.
roots. They got South roots from the mighty Mississippi. They got South roots that go all the way to California. They got roots that go up north. This is guaranteed.
What was the point of
But
you saying
well,
that?
what you're saying, what he's saying is
I
it
think
doesn't
where we're
exist.
coming from.
I think what he has to understand is the youngster's saying to him, he's trying to say to him, how does he navigate through that instead of this is just you're what you're doing is you're dismissing it. And a lot of the young people are getting dismissed because they're not
Exactly.
being
Mm,
valid. He's saying
mm-hmm.
he has problems
Right.
navigating. You can't shut him down. That's the difference between
True,
being an
true.
OG and being an elder. You feel me? There it is right
That's a
there.
good one. There you go. I
When
like
you
that. I
Yeah,
have
like
but
that.
this is where
when
like
the
the
youngsters
each one comes in.
when the youngsters come in saying I'm having problems, I'm young, I'm trying to make moves, I'm representing LA, you still got to say, hey, be black when you land. Try to connect with these kind of people. Try to stay
Mm,
away from
Huh?
those kind of people because evidently, if they're down to pull you down in any geographic region, they're not
Mm-hmm.
for your benefit. You feel me? We ain't gonna tell him, oh, you just got to get over, you just got to figure. No, he doesn't know. He's asking you the question. What do you do when you're navigating? Because I'm getting assaulted on all sides, especially as young dudes. How we just go jump on young, not older people, but the young against the young in every state is horrific. How they treat the young people. So my advice is suggestion: when you go into them places, try to navigate to another place, like I did when I got to California from Detroit. I realized that there was a straight and street element that I had to steer clear from for me to do good business because the street element
mm.
will have me into that. into that plantation mentality, which I don't want to get involved in because it's
Mm.
dog eat dog. I don't want to
Yeah.
be in that.
I get
I want
next
to
one.
stand
Yeah.
on business. So everybody in the Bay that comes to me says, hey, are we doing good business? No, I don't get over on my people. I don't mistreat them because I know what that feels like. How would you like to make some money? I will do what I can to advocate on your behalf. Now, the other people that, here's the thing, that's the kryptonite to the people that don't, that you don't let in your circle. They be like, what's over the fence? No, you're not invited to this party. This is for the people who want to come up. That's it.
Yo.
That's good. That was good. Y'all quiet. That moment of silence. Go ahead and let that marinate for a
Nah,
Yo,
minute.
marinate, don't
definitely had to let that
it?
marinate for a second. No, I'm gonna
Yeah.
get that real time
Nah,
after when he did
can
speak.
I speak to what
All right, go ahead,
D
Buddha.
was
I'll
saying?
respond afterwards.
Hold on real quick before you go. I think Warlock been trying to get in for a minute. Was you trying to? Because I think I remember you hearing you saying something earlier. Then I'm Buddha. You can go after
No,
that.
no,
Copy,
no, no.
copy.
What I was gonna say, as I was saying to Touche and the daggone comment, sometimes less is more. You know what I'm saying? What I had to say is not even relevant to the line of conversation that we're having right now. So I'm gonna let this slide. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Buddha.
I bet. So, D, I don't know how old you are, but you're probably around like my age, right? I'm from up north, but I work in telecom, so I travel around. And sometimes I stop in a state and I been there for 1, 2 years, something like that. That kind of falls on line into like being around the like-minded people. And when you in a new place, this is just something as a young man and a young black man that I've picked up, is to put yourself places where you're gonna find people that are gonna align to where you at. I'm down here in VA. I don't know a soul. I got guardianship of my little sister. She lives with me. I do business and I work in telecoms. So what did I do in a place where I'm in the 7 cities? They got all this money, the military bases. Go get you an expensive gym membership. You say, oh yeah, I could just get the Planet Fitness. You're not gonna find them in Planet Fitness. You're not gonna find the people that are where you want to be. If you're in business, if you're in finances, if you're in music, like I mess around with music too. I'm tapped in VA now. I've been out here a year. I had to put myself places. So it's when you
I just
want
wanted to
to
say
get
right quick, I'm about to jump off the live, and it was nice chilling with y'all. I'm gonna
For sure.
follow 84. I'm gonna follow the host, and then
Thank
hopefully
you.
I'll let y'all later, man. Thank
For
y'all.
sure,
See y'all
brother.
later, bro.
Yep.
If
For
you need
sure.
help, reach out, bro. If you need help,
For
reach out.
sure, for sure.
All right. Okay. Just got quiet. What happened?
Uh, nah, I was definitely feeling what bro was saying.
So I guess all right, let's get to the topic then itself. So in a way, we was hovering over it, but let's get it just in more detail because it seemed like it's this little war between men. I mean, oops,
yeah,
between older folks. You know where my mind be at sometimes. There's so many dang on
yeah.
wars out here,
It
but
be like
between
that.
older folks and younger folks and stuff, and then like who should be held to a higher standard, who should be more of listening. How do we work around? There's so many things out of this though, but old ways don't always work with new people. So how do y'all feel about that? Like what come to your mind?
I would say, I mean, it's always going to be an inevitable disconnect between large generations of people because the culture never really stays the same, but it also repeats itself. And the reason why repeats itself is because at certain points in time, there's such a distance between the transitions that certain things and certain elements get forgotten and then repeated based off of not lack of understanding and then just human nature. So like the reason why it doesn't work is because there's a lack of foresight and then there's a lack of insight on opposing ends.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna do an order and then everybody gonna get 1 minute answer. Then we can do open panel just to make it more. Everybody can so not Dominic. You just got in here. Old ways don't always work with new people. What do you get out of that?
I get out of that is the fact that the older generation has certain ways of living that they like to be passed on, that they see as like better than the way we see like the way of living. Not the way of living, but more like how you should live. I just think that they didn't pass those things along. They have asked is the best way to describe it. They want these things, but they never taught their kids these things. And now that they see a whole generation of people are messing up, they are upset about this generation that they never taught. I mean, I can never understand how somebody from the older generation can complain about the newer generation when they were the ones to raise those kids.
Mm.
Like the boomers were complaining about their kids, and then the millennials are complaining about their kids. At what point is personal accountability what it's got to be? If we see a
Okay.
bunch of, yeah, if we see a bunch of YNs running around, that means that the parent generation didn't do nothing.
Okay. All right. So your time is up. All right. Let's get real time. Let's start with you then. What you get from old ways don't work with new people. How you feel about that?
Shit always don't work with new people, but it can though if you
Okay.
really analyze the situation because they got to learn something. They got to learn something. They might not acknowledge they learned it, but they listen to the old people. They just want to put it their way and then say they knew. That's how it go. They'll say, "Man, we figured this out. We figured it out." But it's just a remix of what we already done. And I stand on that. I ain't trying
Mm.
to monologue or nothing like that because, like they say, like he just said, everything that he say the boomers was mad at the young people because they remixed it. Everything a remix, like Sprite remix, right? So y'all full circle now, and it's on y'all. Y'all the future.
Okay. Okay. All right. So your minute up. Um, let's get. Okay, I just want to clear this side off. So Chrissy just got on that side. So Chrissy, let's get to. And I appreciate you, man. Oh boy, she been a heavy supporter of my
You
and my
too,
and my girl for the
Jackson.
last 2 weeks though.
Last
That's my.
night, uh,
Hmm?
running you and Rachel panel. People they made me unlock something I didn't want to unlock. I said, y'all about to make me be mean, and I ain't trying to be mean. And cause y'all not mean people. Well, I wouldn't say mean. Y'all nice on y'all panel, but they was doing too much. I had to drop people and block. I mean, not block them, but drop people. Okay. Anyway, good morning, y'all.
What's going on,
Whew,
y'all?
Good morning.
I just got off a 9 to 5 shift working
Good afternoon.
working for working for Kev panel. Old ways don't always work with new people. No, I
Hold up.
always work with boundaries. They work. So like I said, I always talk about what my dad and my mom taught me. Like I saw my dad and my mom argue, not too much though, but I also saw them make up. But certain old behaviors like coming home before the what they say the street lights go down, and don't talk on the phone long before 12 o'clock if it's not productive. Watch your surroundings. All those things my parents they were strict on me, very heavy. But it honestly it benefited me. Even if I didn't like it as a kid, it actually benefited me. But they wasn't like these old school ways y'all be talking about. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. My parents ain't do that crazy shit. Y'all got it.
All right, all right. Warlock, what you got?
Hold on, what was the question again, my guy? Sorry.
So the statement, old ways don't always work with new people. How do you feel about that?
Well, as we always said, there's nothing new under the sun. It's just different players, right? From from my experience, a lot of a lot of things in this world is the same. It's all about how you present it, how it's presented. I I work with kids from 6 to 14 that's in I mean 6 to 17 that's in high school. A lot of these things that I bring from my old ways, as long as I sit down and I can explain it to them, a lot of them they be like, yeah, you know what, coach, yeah, I get you, I get you. and some of them are no longer relevant. So I do believe that we can incorporate both at the same time. Some things are and are not relevant anymore. Some things are totally relevant. You can't have new shit without old shit. It's just not gonna work that way all the time. So
Hmm.
that's just my point.
Okay. What you got for me? I gotta say what up, though. Again, I found him from my city now. I'm saying, what you got for me, my brother?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, the boomers didn't teach us shit. We latchkey kids. They told us to go outside and play. Good luck. My father would tell me, "Hey man, if you don't make it home, that's just one less mouth to feed." He didn't care. He said he didn't care. So he's still out there in Southfield, Lathrop Village. But the idea to go outside and play in today's world doesn't work because we had too many resources and it was safe. You could go across town and not be worried about getting snatched up and getting in all kinds of funk and getting, unalived and all that stuff. So that's one of the things I would not recommend. I think, and also on a counter is reading books and being able to be imaginative. We're leaving that all to the internet, so that's one thing that we need to reintroduce to our people. Like, now everybody's looking for an app for something to figure something out. We had to figure it out back then. Like, you just have to figure it out. Even though we had to read book, we had to read the whole book, or we had to do the whole assignment. We had to write in cursive, all that stuff. That stuff don't work no more. You can write in cursive. They don't even have no use for it. They did barely want to use a computer and an impact. But it's the ideal that the things that do work are still relevant. Respect, humanity, support, love, service, all that stuff. That ain't gonna never change. That's just part of the human condition. As far away if we get from it, is how toxic and crazy we get. And then we out on the island in the middle of the ocean. We got to swim back to dry land, and you probably drown out there. So just something to think about.
True. Universal facts.
Yeah, I definitely say that. Just being mindful that we may need to utilize different strategies in order to reach the target audience. But KB, you said something earlier about there's a certain lack of insight or reflection. I'm saying from whether you look talking about the elder or the younger,
Yeah,
or
so it's
their
insight.
experience in life. So I understood what you
Yeah,
were saying by it. I was just
yeah,
saying that it would be wise upon one, I mean, to see the value in both dynamics, both generations, right? And be able to get the perspective from both, right?
yeah.
To make the best decision on what's the best action or course of action to take. As long as we're always approaching every situation with, solution based and the best outcome, then I think that would be the one unified, you know, um, mentality that we can have and be more comfortable with coming into these settings and having these conversations and really having the outlook or the expectancy of getting to the resolution.
Facts, facts. But yeah, to add on to that, like the reason why I say that is because even as things repeat themselves, new things develop out of that. And in order for us to understand exactly how those things can either grow or grow for progression or destruction, we do need to understand the inception of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's really hard to dictate. Like, case in point, when it comes to culture and language, over time, words do not mean the same things that they meant at one point in time, which means that there's a completely different communicative barrier that people use to govern themselves. And with that becomes, it shapes a completely different society. The problem with that
Shit.
is if humanity removes itself so far from where it originally came, like the brother said earlier, we eventually digress or we eventually regress. You know what I mean?
Mm. We can
So
go ahead and go to open panel. Oh,
I think one of the things about prison pipeline is real. I got caught up in it, and the reason why I got caught up in it is
mm.
not because I did the crime; it's because I did the crime. But when I got to the whole judicial system, the plea bargain thing was an automatic public defender. Here you go, take the deal. Good luck. You got a felony. So what I'm saying by that is consequences. The
So
consequences for the youth are not really being shown up in our everyday walk of life. They get you young, but before you get the consequences, and then you get 25 in a wake up, or you get life without, and
mm,
you didn't even got a chance to even breathe in this world.
I
You
was
just
just
got indoctrinated. Go ahead,
so
Hey,
I
guys.
have a
84,
question.
84. Do you
Consequences.
think that frame from that
I know you
convict
fucking
leasing
lying.
they did in the 1800s? Do you think they framed from that convict leasing they had in the 1800s when they
No.
was locking black people up for vagrancy and all that?
So can
Do
we?
you
Can
think
we?
that
Can,
Let her say what she's gonna say.
are we still on the topic?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Same old versus new. Yes.
So are we still talking about can old ways work with the new way, or like where we at?
I
Right.
mean, I think we would like to hear
Same.
your
Okay,
opinion
that
on
so
it.
was the old way though? That was the old way,
no,
but they used to.
no. I'm asking, is it can what you're talking about work with the new ways right now?
Who's the question for me?
No, that was bottom, not you. Bottom right. Royalty. I mean, real. What is
I
his
mean,
name? It's so
I'm trying to
little.
figure out what you
Jesus
mean.
Christ.
The old ways, the old
The
ways,
way
they
you're
still doing
speaking,
it
how
today.
does that correlate with today's time? Does that work
Because
with
they
today's
doing it
time?
today. Convict leasing is still a big thing today. And what
No, hold on.
84
Wait,
was
say it
saying
again.
was what 84 was saying is how he got caught up in the twist. But they doing the same thing today to the youth
No,
right now.
no. What the topic is? Do
That's
old
the
ways
old ways. The
work
Europeans using
with
the
new
old ways to
people?
convict you today. I'm just
Oh,
looking
so
at it
we talking to
from a
y'all talking about something
bigger
else? Okay.
program than just
Real time. Hold on 1 second. Real
You
time.
stressing
Let
me
her
out.
finish the question
Like
instead of trying
the
to assume.
question is, always don't work. Always work with today, right? With new people. So what I'm asking you is, do you think what happened to you or 84? Do you think it benefits today?
hell no.
That's the
Absolutely.
question. So
How
y'all
it gonna
y'all was
benefit you?
not on topic. Y'all was doing anecdotals and y'all
No,
giving out
because
some
they
false
trying to use the
information.
same principles that destroy you.
Okay, okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know because I was like, as they getting off topic, getting all personal, I
Yeah.
was so confused.
No.
I was just
Let me.
expanding. I was just expanding the
No, we don't
always
want to
work with
expand. We want to stick to
new
topic, but
people. You
I
know,
would love to hear what Warlock got to say.
Let me say this. For those of y'all that know, y'all know that I coach, right? Like I said, I deal with kids from the time that they're 6 or 7 years old. Now, fortunately enough, I've had the time to spend with them for all those damn years, and I'm an older dude, and I tell people this all the time, and I will stand on this till the day that I freaking delete.
Mm,
Those kids from 6 up until now they're 17. They've taught me more than a lot of y'all fucking adults on here.
say it
At least
again,
they
Warlock.
fucking listen. At least they fucking listen.
I'm trying to tell you.
You know what I'm saying? So, I, this is why me being 56 years old, I can relate to a lot of these young kids where a lot of other fucking adults won't because you don't want to fucking listen.
Man,
And I
can't.
think that's one of the biggest divides is that because we've lived all these years, we think we know every fucking thing.
Mm.
Even though they are younger, we can all be taught at any given point in time. And I'll be sitting there talking to some of them, be like, God damn, you know what, y'all right? That's messed up. Then
I
they be
love
like,
it.
see, you told me. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's not just little boys. I do little girls now too because I do field hockey, soccer, and lacrosse.
I,
It's a
I,
whole spectrum of kids out there that all they want to do sometimes is just hear you listen and not think you know every goddamn
so Warlock, I have a question.
thing.
Do you think majority of the issues is that parents don't know how to transition as their kids grow? They still treat them like they're 2 years old. They don't want to
No,
transition as they age.
I think a lot of the parents nowadays they're still children them damn selves. And I'm not talking about
I
just
can
it. I'm
agree with
talking about
that.
mentality.
Facts,
You
facts.
know, I think they're still children, and they still don't have a damn. Most of them don't have a damn clue on who they actually are.
Mm,
That's the majority of older folk. A lot of us are still living that facade that we had when we were little kids, and
mm.
we don't. I know some of y'all heard some parents say that they can't be fucking wrong. You need to sit down, shut the fuck up, and go dig a grave and kick rocks
And be wrong and
because
loud.
you know. So that was my answer to your question, D. I don't think
Okay,
a
I
lot
love
of them are.
that. Okay.
So let's get Monique in. I ain't hear her say anything though.
Hey,
So what you
Monique. Where's she at?
Hi, I'm
Oh,
down here at the bottom. Good morning or good afternoon. How you guys doing today?
Good afternoon.
bless?
I am a 64-year-old black woman. And I'll tell you what my grandmother told me. Once you stop being able to learn, you may as well unpack your bags. And it doesn't matter where the information comes from as long as it's true. I have, I tell people all the time, I have the best mom and dad ever. And I'm not even talking about my mom and dad. I'm talking about my son and my daughter-in-law because they teach me things every day. It's an exchange of ideas, but we respect each other while we're doing it. I may not agree with it, but I'm always able to see their point or their side, and they're able to do that with me as well without judgment. And I think that's what's missing a lot. You know, age doesn't always come with wisdom. There's still room to learn because the world is ever evolving. Technology, government, you know, it's a lot of things that we still have to learn that are not like it was back in the day.
You correct.
And I'll go ahead and mute up because I think I got an echo.
no, you don't. You girl, you look amazing. You 64. I've been
Yes,
to your
ma'am.
page. I said, God damn, she look good. I can't wait to look that good at 64. What you be doing? Eat
Look,
strawberries?
no, my son that I live with, he eats clean, which he eats nothing that's processed. We don't eat anything that's fried. I don't exercise as much as he does because I'm 64. But
That don't mean nothing.
I can't do it like he do, girl. I can't do
I agree
it.
with you, child.
My son works a 12-hour shift and then still get off and go exercise.
Oh
I'd be like, "You're
no.
crazy.
Praise the way.
You're crazy." But yeah, we just live a good life and we try and stay happy. We try and stay positive. We try to avoid drama, you know, and sometimes that comes with, you know, cutting people that you care about out of, you know, like loving them from a distance. And that's one thing I had to learn from them. Like, I don't have to cut people off. I can just love them from a distance and still retain love for them.
One of the things, I'm 58 years old, and one of the things I learned is respect is always on the gradient curve. I think when we were coming up, and you can agree with this 64-year-old, is that there was a degree of respect for your elders, regardless of the fact that you agreed with them or not, because they were raising you, and that they raised you, they were going through a lot of attrition. They were going through hard labor and work to make sure that you had better than they had. Even though they were ignorant, there was still a quotient, there was still a caliber of respect. If you look at what's happening in community now, that they say it ain't like it used to be, OG, it's the respect part. How we flip it, because we got to live in optimism, because we're, you know, a lot of us been living in negativism, is to show up and
Hmm.
say, okay, I respect your opinion. However, I think it might be detrimental to you. You see how you come at someone with a different
Right.
conversation piece and
84.
negotiating terms. Yes, sir.
I don't, as somebody a part of the younger generation, I don't believe that's what they mean by that. What they
No,
mean by
I'm
that
talking
is,
about respect across the board.
what I'm
Respect
saying
is
is
always
that
universal.
a lot of people from the younger generation have
Can we
said that
please hold on? Can
older
we
people,
please not?
men
Hold
older.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Can we not interrupt when somebody's talking, please?
I was going to let him continue. Let me,
I know. I'm saying. I think someone was talking before you and you
yeah, it was
interrupted.
84.
Exactly. But the point is that when you're talking about the changes that we go through as a, cause we're gonna have to be here 50, 100 years from now. And when we start talking about sitting on this seat, everybody's gonna get a turn at this. So you can disrespect someone today and say it ain't like that, but when you get in this seat, you're gonna say that's disrespectful because I'm trying to help you, I'm trying to support you, and I'm trying to give you tough boundaries. And one of the things about us Gen Xers and above and Boomers is that there's something about that. The young lady said it. She said I didn't like it, but it helped me. So you ain't really got to like a lot of the information transfer, but I think the change is, which is different from what it used to be, is there is a respect quotient for the young people. They need to be heard at least to figure out if we can figure out the mathematical equation that they're going through, because their vantage point is still from a very young person, and we got to be a little more empathetic to where they're going. Well, okay, what is this leading to? What are you talking about? But you still got to be there to support them with the tough love part so that they don't self-destruct before their time. You know what I mean? We all gonna make mistakes, but we still got to be able to be relevant in their lives while learning and teaching simultaneously. It's a job, and everybody ain't signing up for it. That's the problem.
84. I think when they get this age, when they get older, I think they're gonna be well equipped because they're gonna go through what you're saying right now. That's powerful. When you get to this
Mm.
when you get to this age, they're gonna be like, damn, I understand what they saying, but we gonna be gone. I mean, I ain't gonna say we gonna be gone, but you know what I mean, like that.
So let
It's
me
gonna
ask you
be
this,
it's
real
gonna be
talk.
elder wisdom gonna be gone from them. They gonna be the elder then they gonna say, damn, we got this
They not
responsibility.
gonna say that. I didn't
I,
say it when my parents taught me. If you teach kids early on what responsibilities and all that is, they're gonna get it by the time they're teenagers.
But some people don't
yeah,
get
that's all I
that.
was about to ask,
No, that's
right?
Some
because
people
Well,
y'all
don't
not
get that.
teaching them.
Some
That's
people just
because
go reckless.
no,
You see reckless
hold
fools.
on, hold on. That's because y'all teaching them in y'all
No, it
world.
ain't us. It's who.
No, that's because y'all are teaching them to understand adult world, right? I have a 16-year-old. I can bring him in right now and say, son, how fast are you gonna move out my house? And how fast do you want to be an adult? You know how fast we used to be like, I can't wait to pay my own bills and get out because our parents never gave us the room to freaking breathe. My son be like, who paying who? Ooh, rushing out of where? Child, he told me when he turned 16, he said, Mom, I'm getting closer to being an adult. Like, I'm not ready for it. He's like, I just don't want to leave your house. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave dad. I am not ready for this. That's what it should sound like when you're talking to a 16-year-old. Not, I can't wait to get out this house and get away from you. That means you ain't teaching them nothing and they don't understand life. My kids get it. That's because y'all be trying to bring y'all personal experience to explain it to a child. No, my kids get allowance. Whatever, if you max out your money, that's on you. You're gonna have to wait until I give you allowance again. And now they walking around here like sad puppies, trying to figure out how they go. Mommy, should
Everybody
I?
ain't born
Do
the
you know?
same way, right? You can't levelize everybody the same way, right? They probably didn't have no.
she muted herself. So,
I did
funny.
mute myself. Wait, Kev, you was asleep last night, right? I was trying to mute people. And I was muting myself. And then when I tried to mute myself, I was muting people. They was like, Chrissy, you you killing it. I was like, it was
Mm-mm.
terrible. But what I'm saying is, when people say everybody not born the same way, I do agree with that. But the foundation don't change. The first 5, 6 years, what you put in your children, what you embed, what you condition, that shit don't change. Now, my kids got certain habits, clean, cook, whatever. Now, who they are, what they want to be. My daughter want to be a veterinarian. My other son wants to be a doctor, and my other son want to be a firefighter. Now, that's when you tap into the different personalities. We be acting like these kids just be so abruptly different. No,
Man,
y'all
Tommy
nonsense
Davidson
just
was
be trying
found
to
in a trash can by a white woman.
royalty, hey.
Tommy Davidson was found in
Royalty,
a
hey,
trash can by a white
His
woman.
name, his name is Real Time.
real time. I don't give it
Yeah,
real
yeah.
time,
Tommy
no time.
Davidson was found in
I
a
That's
need
probably
you
trash
to.
why.
I
can
need you
by
to
a white
stop. I
woman.
need you to stop
Now,
acting
how
like you're a
could his
child.
life been
I
different
need you
because
to
the way
stop,
you?
child. You act like one of a toddler, child. So, baby, let me tell you something. This is why people don't understand and comprehend, because y'all don't slow down. Stop
Mm.
interrupting people, because it messes with your comprehension skills. I do this shit for a living. I'm just not talking on the side of my neck. And I'm in school for it. And I've been teaching kids since I was 19 years old. So I'm not saying this because the sky is blue. This is statistically proven that if you educate your kids the first 6 years, and I'm being nice by saying that, their brain is 90% developed by the age of 5. So the foundation that you give them is going to be embedded in them continuously. Now, like I said, who they are, what they want to be, yes, individually. That's when you come in and you nurture that. My daughter want to be a veterinarian. I don't like animals. If truth be told, I would never go to an animal planet ever. But I had to touch a tiger, a goddamn monkey. I don't even know what I almost ran, but a monkey, a tiger, an elephant. I ain't touching no snakes. She can count for Christmas on that. But I had to touch animals that I don't even like, so that I can nurture her well-being of wanting to be a veterinarian. My son wants to be a doctor as well. I don't know why he want to be a doctor. I don't know. He just want to be a specialist doctor. That's cool. My other son want to be a firefighter. I have things lined up for them to actually exercise what they want to be when they become adults. So that's what I think. And when personalities are different, not when it comes to behavior. Y'all just be making that shit up because y'all haven't gave y'all kids the foundation that you should have by the time they brain develop. That's how I feel.
Here's
All right,
another
so
take
let
on it,
me go ahead,
real quick.
Eddie Ford. Then I'm gonna start this topic again in a minute.
I did a paper before I got my undergrad on hypertension and racism. And one of the things it showed that black children, BLK children, were predisposed for hypertension, was the heart attacks by the time they were 7 years old, because of
Facts.
social, because the right, because of social pressures, right? So because we have Gen X's and baby boomers that are full of shit, right, adding to the stress of the children and making them feel inadequate early. And you guys know what I'm talking about. The ones you ain't ever gonna be shit. You're gonna be like your daddy, or calling the girl out of her name. Those kind of things add to the stress of the children. So by the time they are trying to look for a way out or help, that's what you were just talking about. I can't wait to get away from these sadistic motherfuckers, because this is the problem. But on the other hand, when you have people like the young lady that just spoke, talking about how do you translate this life that you're going? Here she said her son is not ready. Good. Don't go out there, because you're a target for them, and they want you out there to do that. So what that means is basically is that you see these pressures being put on the children, and you know that this is our responsibility. We ain't got to be here. Us Gen X's ain't got to be on these platforms helping people out. We can be like, I got mine, because a lot of us are like that, which is sad. And I know a lot of people my age, I'm 58, that are walking around, I got mine, you get yours. That's a horrible way to be. And I think it's the same way for boomers. My father's like that. Even though he's a good dude, he tries. I got mine, and you got to get yours. The problem is that community means you got to help people. You got to help people find these little nooks and crannies. How'd you know about hypertension? How'd you know about the age development? This is information that people on this panel can take as they go out today and be like, if I see these situations, the occurrences come up, I might have some tools to give people. I might give them a tool belt. I might be able to give them a fishing pole and show them what the fish look like. So anyway, I could talk forever. Let me shut up.
All right, so let's get to this topic again. Then we go back to open panel. Let me start with real time actually, because I'm curious. And then I wanted to ask earlier, but I guess it's kind of pointless though, because it's like we too far now. All right, so is it the older or the younger generation that's more of the problem today? What you got for me? Everybody got 1 minute to explain it.
I don't think it's either one, but I would tell you this here. I would tell you this here. The older generation got a lot to say because we done seen it, but the younger generation got innovation. You know what I mean? Y'all coming up in an information age. So with that being said, y'all got more advanced technology and stuff like that, but we got urban roots and everything like that. We can go in the woods and know how to heal ourselves. Y'all can look on the internet and talk about what's happening. So that's the difference between the older and the younger. Y'all, if we can combine the forces, it'll be hell. But some people don't want to do that. And then another thing I want to say, but I ain't gonna say it like that on this time right there. But I want to address what old girl was saying, but I'm gonna wait until everybody done until it's open panel because I got something
Mm-hmm.
to say about that.
Okay. Okay. Um, Warlock, what you got for me?
What's the direct question?
Is it the older or the younger generation that's more of the problem today?
Truth be told, I think it's the older generation that's more of the problem because they think they know everything and they don't want to shut the fuck up.
Mm.
There's a place and a time for everything. I've been taught that since I was a little kid. Sometimes you need to just shut the fuck up and listen for a minute because you might learn something. And I learned that. Oh goddamn, you gave me 40 fucking minutes. Goddamn, kid. Um,
No, I gave
I learned
1 minute. Everybody got 1 minute.
I
I'm
learned
gonna
the
give you
hard.
another
I
one
learned
minute
the
too,
hard.
though, just because you did it. I'm gonna give you another 1 minute.
Okay. I learned that the hard way through my kids, man. Sometimes you need to just sit back, chill, listen, and then extrapolate a plan and then implement the plan. You just saying shit is not conducive to the resolution of a whole lot of things. It's just not. Although you may think you know, you don't know. Because you can just like I said earlier when Chrissy was talking, you have to let somebody complete a thought or you'll never understand, you'll never really get where they're coming from. That's it. That's all.
Okay. What you got, 84? Is it the older generation or the younger generation that's more of the problem today?
I think the responsibility, accountability falls on the older generation. I got to say
Mm.
that in a lot of ways because they gotta do more of the research. They got to do more of the comprehensive research to figure out what's going on with our kids, with our grandkids, what's going on with them. And I think if we put forth the effort, then things will change because they're looking for models. They're not looking to each other to model what healthy, um, emotionally stable, productive people look like. When we had that, we didn't have that of our own volition. We had our mothers and fathers to look at, right? Our grandfathers to look at. So I still think the onus of responsibility is on whether or not we model for these children what it looks like to be a solid, the rock, or to be the anchor in the world. And if they see that more, if they see that depiction more often, they'll want to be like that. But if they don't get that option, they don't get that. They'll, the streets will raise them, or some insane asylum, whatever. It'll be something else other than the community that supposed to support them, which is the older generation.
All right. The more, what you got for me?
I would be in agreement with 84. Being as though, the elders have lived more experience in life, right? And we all came to the consensus that, the boomers and the Gen X have dropped the ball somewhere along the line, then it would only be reasonable that the accountability starts there. And I mean, the more, so it's honorable, and I mean, 84, that, to hear you say that. And, with the younger generation just being more innovative, I'm saying, and also having a poise to be open, that's definitely a key strategy necessary. I mean, to correcting this shit. I mean, the problem, because I always get back to the resolution of the issue, right? Not just remaining, in the problem in itself, which is recognizing the disconnect. I'm saying, so yeah, the elders may have more accountability, but it's definitely equally important and responsible for us all to do our part in correcting it.
All right. Monique, what you got for me? Is it the older or younger generation that's more of the problem today?
I'm going to say it's both due to the lack of communication. I think on both sides, people, I mean, they may have the knowledge that you need, but maybe they lack the
If
effective
you had a choice,
skills.
then, because the key word in there is more. It's impossible to be both at the same time. But
I mean, but both could be true at the same time as well,
well, if
you
you had a
know?
choice, if you had a choice,
um, I guess because of where I live right now, I would say it's the younger generation. I'm
okay.
living in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and there's a lot of reckless things going on here. That we have the National Guard in here uh, because things are so reckless. Police are ineffective here. So I guess I would say the younger generation.
Okay. What? Oh, damn, I forgot to put a timer on you, but all right, you already done. Did Chrissy go? Go ahead, Chrissy.
Oh, I can't wait for open panel.
Facts.
Uh, I'm trying to. Is it the? It's the older. We cannot blame the younger without blaming the older. I'm sorry. People get their foundation, their behavior patterns from the people that taught them, gave them a foundation, put them in environments where they have to build character. So I'm going with the older generation.
All right, Dominic, what you got for me?
Like I said earlier, well, what Chrissy said as well was if if you're getting taught certain things by your parents, or if your parents are not teaching you certain things, which is most of the time parents aren't teaching their kids certain things, you're just setting these kids up for a future of failure. If you're not teaching them what a job looks like from a young age, they're not going to be able to work a job. They're going to get there and be so stressed out that I had a 40-year-old coworker that had a heart attack at Firehouse Subs. That's sad. That's the type of generations that we're teaching people. That like if you're not teaching your kids what hard work is, they will never work hard. So when you're saying that you have a generation of kids that are doing crazy things, all I hear from somebody saying that is the parents of this generation were doing crazy things and they never taught their kids that that was a bad thing to do. So it's always going to be the older generation. And when I'm old, it's going to be my generation's fault if we have bad kids. I'm going to take accountability.
All right, KB, the last one, the open panel after that. Is it the older or the younger generation that's more of the problem today?
You know what? KB ain't said nothing. I
There
ain't
you
gonna
go.
hold
There you
you.
go.
Yeah, my bad. I was on mute.
Thank you, Charles.
So what I would say is you have to look at one thing. Exactly who actually controls the fluctuation and how this generation exists. Because that's where the onus is going to be at. And by that, you have to factor in all elements outside of cultural influence. Because that's essentially the main thing the young people control is the culture, what's popular, what's cool, and what the general populace is going to buy into based off of entertainment. But on the back end, what's really being controlled are the access to resources, environmental processing, the means of production, uh, governmental law and policy.
Okay, KB, hold on. This ain't open panel. You talking about the second question?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'm gonna wrap it. I'm gonna wrap it. I'm tied in. I'm tied in. So what I'm saying is, I'm listing these things off to say the people who actually really control the backbones and the fundamental structure of society are the ones who have the onus of why the generation is what it is, and those are generally going to be the older generation. You can't like the younger generation doesn't have that level of control over the entire general sphere of influence of the planet. I mean, you can tell by looking at the age range of most presidents, most people who own all of these CEOs and corporations. Those aren't usually young people. Some of the most influential celebrities aren't that young. So that's why I say that. I'll check that.
All right. Go ahead, Chrissy. I guess you can start it up. I know you said you can't wait. And next one. Yeah, y'all can rock it out.
Y'all gonna have to come back to me. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Open panel, whoever want to start, you better open the mic first real quick.
Hey, before you guys start, because I'm taking the grandkids to the park, and the rest of my grandkids just got here. But I really want to thank you guys for letting me come up. You've been so nice.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for
And I
sure.
will come back again. I think I'm already following you, and I plan on following more of you that are on this panel, but I really appreciate you giving me your time and your ear.
No, for sure. Appreciate you. Appreciate your perspective too. All right, y'all. Anybody else? I would say, I guess, to throw mine in there, then we can start it. I do believe it's the older, and older actually got to deal with us too, right? It's depending on, and I look at it as leadership. When I think of older, I look at like leadership. So I believe that hey, okay, hold on, make sure that I ain't got that on there. So I believe that we should kind of set the way. I look at it that we shouldn't kind of stoop down and match energy with this, even though one of the topics is kind of going to this though. But overall, yes, I believe we are more of the issue because we do set the examples and stuff. So us acting like the younger folks, even people that's older than us, they should be setting an example for us. You know what I'm saying? But if they teaching the things and to younger generations and trying to use their power and say my experience is better, that do as I say, not as I do mentality, that's messed up too. Like the thing is, if you're not, they're looking, you know what I'm saying? They're people paying attention to these younger ones. They using that as an excuse why to not grow. They like, well, you doing it and why I can't do it or something like that. Being hypocrites and all that stuff, that plays a major part of why, the younger people, because it go back to them, right? So that if you can't really blame that much on them because of how you present yourself. If you're not doing, you looking at yourself as a better person than the younger one, you most definitely the issue, because it's like you're not even making nobody that's younger than you worth even trying to make an effort to be better at, because how you present yourself for the most part though. So yes, and then parenting, that plays a major part. That's why that's so big. I love that my baby be doing that topic on there all the time about different during the week, during about parenting and stuff, because that's very important. So us, leading and showing things and not being the good examples and stuff, I'm gonna probably majority of the time put it on the older folks. You know what I'm saying? Because yes, you have the option. You got the option to become the better person and be the better teacher and all that stuff. You're supposed to teach and spread your experience so they don't have to go through what you went through. Not to just say that you don't know no better and all that. That's child. I think I believe that's really childish. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Different from a kid. You got to use certain things to invalidate other situations to make yourself look better. What's the point of doing that if you saying your intentions is to make sure? And if they don't listen, it is what it is. You got to talk to somebody else. It's not about you forcing nothing or anything like that though. So yes, being an older, even if I got somebody that's a couple years younger than me or whatever, I think I should be the example that the person look up to. So I always hold older people to a higher standard than the younger ones. So it's just more expected from that. So it's open panel, y'all. Go ahead.
I had a question. I got a question for everybody on the panel, and all it requires is a one word answer. That's all it requires. I don't need a monologue. If you took 100 and this is gonna be an awkward ass number, so it's 126 kids, and they're all seniors with the exception of one in high school, and they're all boys. How many of those kids do you think would still be a virgin?
All of them, if they wasn't taught to be promiscuous. Boys are taught to be promiscuous.
Man, they gonna be about 65% gonna be hitting
Be
something.
quiet. Talking about.
We talking
I mean,
about
y'all
in time
laughing. I'm
frames
I'm
of
Man, about
serious.
That's
I'm
serious, man.
65%
He
gonna hit
just
y'all
something.
laughing. I'm serious. Boys are taught to be. I don't think
uh
boys
not
are more
not disagreeing.
promiscuous than women. I don't think
Okay,
that.
Miss Chrissy, give me a number, please. Give me a number. How many do you think would still be virgins as the seniors in high school?
If they wasn't taught, if they wasn't taught,
Just
I
going by
think
today's society.
50% of the boys will still be virgins.
Okay,
Like,
real time, give me a number.
Man, 65% of them young men gonna be hitting something, man.
I need you to
All
hush.
right.
I don't think it's that easy. It's not that easy to get sex
Before
like that, especially at that age.
It's not about being easy. It's about hormones.
All I'm asking for is a number.
He asking for a number. That's it. He ain't asking for your opinion.
I would say maybe 45%.
All right. Then who the heck is next?
I'm still left. I'll give you a number. How many kids will graduate as a virgin
How many of them are still virgins? Yes.
by the time they finish high school?
Yeah, by the time they finish high school or just going into the 12th grade.
Ten
Either
percent.
one.
10%.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was being a little generous. I was gonna go lower than that, but yeah, that's
Ten
yeah,
percent.
yeah.
I
I agree with
10%
that.
promiscuity. Even back when I was going to school, 10% was a great
Okay.
number.
All right. I got 10%. I got 10%. All
Ten
right.
percent.
So the reason that I asked that for with that specific number is because of the simple fact that a lot of times we look at the children just by today's society and all of that shit, and we discount them a lot. The reason that I asked 126 because that's how many kids I've coached in the past 10 years, 126, and over 110 of them are still virgins right now.
For boys,
Yes, ma'am.
I love that. So I
Yeah.
just asked my son just now. I said, "Son, who you think is more managed?" He said, "What?" I said, and then I explained to him. He said, "Girls, these girls get on my nerves. All they talk about is getting in the bed." He said, "Every time I talk about getting this money, what they want to do for a living," he said, "the next thing I know, they want to talk about having babies and doing it." Men don't naturally do that. I have two boys. They don't naturally. My daughter, yeah, she already talking about having a husband. She 9, and she like, my husband better be this. I said, what the hell you talking about a husband for? At night,
Husband
it's
for it.
natural for us, but for
Okay.
men, it's natural to let's get this money, let's build an empire. It be the girls.
I mean, can I straighten something out here? I was born in '67.
Oh
So
Lord.
the '70s was the fallout from the free '60s movement, where everybody was free love, free sex, smacks, whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
'70s were the same, and the '80s were the same. People having body counts in the '80s were unheard of because everybody was doing everybody in the '80s. There was very few people graduating high school in the '80s as virgins. So if this man was able to pull off the immaculate non-conception, congratulations. But as promiscuity for children, for young kids and hormones go together, that's why when you look at a courtyard full of jocks over here, you know who the risky females are over here, who the dope people are over here. You can see the whole population right there, right in front of you. That's about to happen.
Okay, so
And
the
90% of
reason that
them,
I put
what I'm saying is you're acting like this is a new phenomenon. Young men in the 80s when there was none of this other stuff were out
Man,
there running amok.
they've been hitting them. They've
This
been.
is,
the
you know what I
reason
mean?
that I
So it's
brought
not
that up.
like, yeah.
Here's the reason why I brought that up.
Why did you
Because
bring it
Chrissy
up?
made a good statement before she gave her answer. And she said, if they were taught. And as if anybody's been listening, I've been with these young boys since they were 6. I don't fit in the boxes that normal kids. I was born in '68, so whoever said '67, that's cool.
I'm
I
not
don't run.
67.
I don't. I don't run in. I'm not. I don't fill in those boxes that most kids fit in. First and foremost, I didn't lose my virginity till I was fucking out of high school and I was in the military. Wish I wouldn't have lost it then. All right. So we can bring up these statistics, but they do exist. And the simple fact that the reason that they do exist in reference to my boys is because they were taught. They didn't see me with a whole bunch of fucking women. The coaches that I coached with, they were young too. They was in their early 30s when we started coaching. They didn't have a bunch of women. They didn't have a bunch of damn babies and all of that. So when Chrissy said it all depends on what they were taught, I do believe that is a true statement. And the simple fact that we're going to use the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
I disagree.
to,
Yeah, I disagree.
Hold on. Let me finish, y'all.
in order when we use the
I think
60s,
you
70s.
caught yourself when you grabbed again, man.
Okay, I ain't gonna say it again. I'm gonna drop you next time I have to use it. Go ahead.
So am I.
Ah,
So am I. What I was saying was because we use the 60s, 70s, and 80s as
Yeah, we not in those times.
as a way to say that it was okay or it was prevalent, so it was okay if it was. I that goes back to us holding responsibility on the way.
Warlock, I'm not. I don't understand the point you're trying to make, honestly.
Bert,
Yeah.
you be quiet. You've been gone for a while. Don't come back starting shit.
I'm never gone. I'm always here.
Wait, what I
You
miss?
don't understand the point. Like you missed a whole bunch of the conversation, so
Yeah,
that was
Bert, you
irrelevant
missed a
stuff.
lot. Bert, you
Well,
did.
there's lots of people flowing in and out, so help me out,
Hold
Chris.
on, I got
If
you.
I'm confused,
Warlock, did
if
you
I'm
wrap it
confused,
up?
others are too.
Did you wrap it up?
Yeah, go ahead, cause Bert gonna send me on a cursing spree, and I know Bert don't like cursing.
No, wait.
Well,
Hold on. Did you wrap it up though? I don't know if you wrapped it up. I want you to wrap it
Yeah,
up.
I was just saying that because we use our hormones and all of that shit as a
Oh yeah,
proprietary
we
reason.
have to.
Yeah, I'm
So
just
the
saying it all goes back to how we're being taught as we're coming up.
okay.
okay, so
Okay.
the issue
Go ahead,
is
Chris. Help me out.
people
Go
like to
ahead.
use surface level bullshit to explain why boys do what they do. Boy, I'm telling y'all, I got two boys. These girls are not what y'all think they are. Y'all think the boys are the problem? No. As a girl, my hormones at when did my hormones start kicking in? Very early, but I was able to manage them. My daughter is 9 years old. She's already talking about my husband gonna be rich, and when I have a baby, I'm like, what the fuck? Hold on, I know you fucking lying. Who you finna have a baby? She's like, no, I'm gonna be married. He's gonna be rich. He ain't gonna be poor like most of these men. What the hell is you even talking? But my
I
son,
know.
he can care less. All he talk about is like, Mom, how can I get this money by tomorrow? How can I build
Well,
the best career by tomorrow? My son ain't on that, but the girls are. So people are delusional to think that it's the men. It's not the men. It's the girls.
I don't think. I think the
it's the
whole.
girl.
Hold on,
And
Bert.
I
I just
just
looked.
Hold on. Bert was gonna go
God
first.
bless people.
Yeah,
That's
let
that's
Bert
why I like.
go.
I'm
That's
not
why I
gonna
like
argue
to
with
just
that
take
one.
over when I come up. So it's the boys. It's the girls. What? Like finish that sentence. What are we? I thought you guys were talking
It's
about
the girls
virginity.
that are like,
Like, where are you guys
they're the
talking about?
problem. They're the problem.
The problem with regard to.
Smecks, money, life, choices.
All right. So okay. Wow. All right. So I guess it's simpler if we talk about one thing at a time. But like when you guys are talking about like I kind of came up because of what Warlock was talking about before when he was talking about the 126 kids, right? And like it was kind of it was messing my brain because um like if a man like most men, I would agree with you guys that most men have a promiscuous mindset, meaning that for most of our lives we're like we'll take whatever we can get. There's a low qualification for us taking what we can get, right? That's a promiscuous mindset. But at the end of the day, a man can want as much sex as he wants to have, but like there are a great majority of men. Like I think a lot of boys are getting through high school as virgins. That's what I
Yeah,
think,
I
and I
could
think that
definitely see
I don't
that.
I
Yeah.
don't think I don't think we see them, and even me because I was a mover and shaker when I was in high school. Even I didn't notice the boys who were not getting the action, right? But I don't think women notice them either. They're just not seen. So we make these conclusions based off the people that we see. And who do women see? They see, the dudes on the football field and on the basketball field. Like, God, they're really getting a lot of girls. And they draw a conclusion about all men with regard to that. And I think if we looked at it, I would agree with you here, Chrissy. I think the truth probably is that more men are making it through, at least nowadays, more men are probably, boys are making it through high school as virgins than girls. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, Chrissy, what do you think?
Especially, oh my bad.
Hold on, son. Who do you think more promiscuous, girls or boys?
Girl,
You think girls are more
the most
promiscuous?
the dudes will do when they look at a girl say she look good, but before they think about that other stuff, we think about the background. We think about
Everything else,
because,
background. So you
but
think women are more promiscuous? You think girls are more
they don't
promiscuous?
care about nothing else.
Ooh.
It's not. Listen. So I'm not having a debate with the boy. With due
No,
respect.
no.
No, let me finish my thought because I mean I think don't worry, get me wrong, he sounds wise enough, but I'm not having a debate with him. And so I
No,
use
you're
my
having a
words very
debate with
carefully.
me.
I said promiscuous mindset. Right now, I think girls are getting more action because of the way we function than
No,
than a
girls
boy
been
would.
getting action. Y'all
That's
just
not the point I'm making. Someone
okay.
has to
The
do it.
Let me
the
slow
world,
down.
the
Let me
Someone
slow
has to
world.
down.
listen.
So, Bert,
Someone has to listen.
what point are
Huh?
you
The,
making? I need to
I
slow
think
down.
what
Let
he's
me.
saying is
It.
the
I made it
ability
Hold
to
on,
twice.
y'all. I
actually
gotta
act
slow
on
my
it
Hold
mind
in
on,
down.
the
Hold
everybody.
favor
on.
of the
Everybody,
girl.
hold on.
Hold on, y'all.
Everybody, hold
Bert,
on.
I need to slow my
Everybody, hold
mind
on.
down. So, what are you
And,
saying?
and I do know that there are other men on here that understand exactly what I'm saying, but I'm going to say it for a third time. So what I'm talking about here is a promiscuous mindset, meaning that most boys, even most men, are like, you know what? If I can get it, I will. But the reality is, most men can't.
Mm,
Right? So they have
okay,
a
okay.
promiscuous mindset. When a woman who's promiscuous can put that into action. So if a woman wants to have sex, she can. If a man wants to have sex, maybe.
the world average today in
I agree.
2025
So,
is
so Bert,
17
you
years.
just
The world average today in 2025 is 17. That's the world.
no.
The
So,
entire world is 17 years old.
And
so
that's
I
a
wanna,
slightly
I,
different
I
point in the
wanna
world.
talk
Go
to
ahead, Chrissy. Chrissy.
right.
Let
You
Chrissy.
trying to
Let,
derail,
let Chrissy.
Bert? I
Let me
agree
try
with
something,
you.
Chrissy, first.
I agree
Yeah.
with you. I agree with you because
Oh, you would have to because you're smart.
of 100% because it goes back to what I said. Men are not. This is why I get caught a pick me. Men are not promiscuous to me. Women are. Women are. We hunt. I know the moment I lay eyes on your ass, I'm. Oh yeah. It might take a month, maybe 2 months, maybe tonight. It depends on his mood. Women know. We know. Men don't know. Y'all just be out here like, y'all, hey, she cute. No, we be plotting and scheming on y'all asses.
Creative. You understand what I was getting at. What do you think?
Yeah, my thing
Uh-oh.
is, realistically speaking, I agree with what you're saying because one, especially in a high school setting, in high school setting, there's a serious sense of hierarchy when you're talking about natural selection. The most people who have access to sex from a male perspective are always going to be the ones who are more popular. One, because children don't necessarily have access to wealth or sustainability that would make them a more suitable mate for adults. So the currency for a high school setting would be influence, sphere of influence, popularity, certain attire, and then physique. There's only and when you look at it, it's probably smaller than 10%. Because if we were just to boil that down to the football team in comparison, football team may consist of 15 to 20 boys out of possibly 400 or 500 boys in the entire school. It's definitely less than 10%. You see what I'm saying? And those are the people who would actually have the ability at the same capacity as the girls to have sex with people based off of their urges and actually act on it within an equal capacity. The overwhelming majority of the boys in the rest of the
KB.
school may not
KB,
necessarily have that.
KB, so I'm tracking you all the way. So I'm with you, everything that you said, but that doesn't mean that the captain of the chess club doesn't have a promiscuous mindset.
I'm about to get to that because
Go ahead.
there's a flip coin. There's also an alternative that very seldom gets mentioned when it comes to high school settings. So the first scenario, or I guess the first premise is we're talking about interactions from the popularity standpoint of the children. You also have a subset of boys who never gets mentioned publicly or talked about who have certain affinities with teachers. You see what I'm saying? And though that's a certain subsect of the populace that one is underrepresented when it comes to the media and coverage. And two, quiet as kept also alters the numbers as well. But it still doesn't even out in capacity to the ability to execute.
And in agreement with, I played football in high school and basketball, baseball. And the thing is you have a wider net to spread when you're young. And there's guys that I knew that wouldn't. So maybe let's just hypothetical. I lost mine at 12. I ain't no shame. But
God
the
damn.
point is, yeah, 12 on a car hood. Don't trip. Don't
A
worry about it.
victim.
TMI.
How
I'm
old
a
was the
victim. They
how
did
old
it
was the
to
person?
She did it to me. She had me set up. Anyway,
You're a
long story short,
victim.
in Detroit, it was horrible. No, I'm sorry. So the point is that if that one person has five mates in the high school realm and doesn't have and that he makes up for the people who don't. You know what I'm saying? So their sample size of 126 people, congratulations. But the populace as a whole, the promiscuity as a whole, and in high school, people all over the world. I just looked it up. 17 is the norm. That's the low ball. And then 23, 24 is limited to like Bulgaria or someplace in Croatia or something where those people are taught those values. But especially in American culture, where promiscuity is applauded, the younger the better. And they got people scantily clad, and your attention on them early in life. It's the same as when it was in age. Just we did not have the billboards, but we had nothing else to do. You understand? When you have nothing else to do, you're creative in a different way. Oh, girls, I like that. Let's see what you got. Let me feel what that, see what that feels like. You know what I'm saying? When you got it on a film, you can't touch it. We had to do it. We had to practice. That's the difference between back to the prompt, the older generation and the newer generation. A lot of these people spend time behind screens and being not communicative enough. You know, how you doing?
Mhm.
Yeah, you good, good. That's it, right? So when you get them to talk, if you can get them to talk, am I right or wrong? Like I'll be up, how you doing? Good. Okay, how's your day? Good. Okay, well, I
Short
can't work with
answers,
that.
yeah.
What we what and I gotta dive into that rabbit hole to help figure you out. So if I'm having that communication problem and they're speaking in code, yeah, I'm crashing out and that's cap and all that. When do they get into the reality of having that communication? You feel me? And so you could track that. You can track that. So at what point do we slide in and say, and we used to be able to chalk up on ours and get ours when we was young, but y'all over here doing some other stuff, and you want us to track you down and help figure you out, and we're still willing to do that. That's the cool part about it. We're still willing to go. I DJ on the side. I'm still like, okay, I got to learn the terminology. I got to see how they're still pretty much fundamentally the same, the young kids. But then you go, well, what's that? And this, and they come up, but they feel safe. They feel like they can navigate around me. They feel like I'm hip. They feel like this, that, and the third. But even though we think that we know what we're talking about, this communication thing and this impersonal thing is the difference. And we got laid a lot because we were a lot personal. We could go up to a girl. Now you can't go up to a girl because she feels uncomfortable. She feels threatened. She feels these 12 other categories that you got to disseminate which one is what besides hi and how you doing and are you got a girlfriend. So that's some things you got to unpack when you start
Right.
thinking about, well, these people are virgins. They're probably virgins for one of them 10,000 reasons they can create. Anyway, I got to get
Okay.
ready to go in a minute. So go ahead.
Okay. So let me say this to Bert. Bert, first and foremost, I'm not disputing anything that you're freaking saying. I'm not. The only thing that I'm saying is the vast majority of my boys have not engaged in any that type of exercise. I can't even get the damn name right. But however, here's the thing that I don't think that most people do, and I will never be able to cover all of this shit in a live, is the simple fact that they are being approached by girls. They come to me talking about, Coach E, you know this girl like me, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. But this is the things that you taught us while we was coming up, and this is how we're moving. Now, I have some of the girls, like I said, I do soccer, field hockey, and lacrosse too. They come to me talking about, Coach E, why won't such and such talk to me? Back to Chrissy's point. And then I tell them, don't ask me, ask them. And they have a set standard that they live by now. This is the reason why they've been able to keep away from doing certain things because they have a certain standard, going back to Chrissy again in reference to the way that they was taught and what they saw while they was coming up. So I'm not disputing whether or not that men have a more promiscuity mindset. I'm not debating that part. I'm just saying that what me and the other coaches and the other mentors of the men that I coach with have done for these boys has kept them out of harm's way in reference to fucking up their life.
I don't
That's
think
all that
men
I'm
have.
saying.
So I would say this. I truly do not believe men have a promiscuous mindset. I don't. That's bullshit to me. That's bullshit.
I
Men
would argue
don't.
it. I would
I'm
argue.
telling y'all. I'm watching, and I could be biased. I could be. I don't
You
know.
could be biased, and I could be
But
wrong.
no, not but because but this. However,
Yeah.
I am watching my two boys grow up and my daughter. There is a
Right.
huge difference in the mindset. Huge difference. My sons don't give a, they don't care. They really
Appreciate it.
don't. Then I listen to other men, right? Like I'm dating this dude. He don't even give a damn. He ain't trying to rush it. When men are in a crisis, they not promiscuous. When women are in crisis, guess what they do?
What?
How can I? What you mean? What? They're
No, go
not
ahead. I'm
promiscuous. When
thought
women
I
are
was.
in crisis, we go POF, OnlyFans. We try to figure out how
Oh,
to
I see what you mean.
get
I
this
see what you
money
mean.
by tomorrow. Like we can do because we understand that we're women and we can do that. Men can't walk out on the street and do what we do.
No, well, I know we can't. Right. That's my
I
point.
don't
I'm
think
not.
men are naturally promiscuous. I think that's bullshit.
Whoa. But that's what I'm doing. Don't you think? I would argue it's in a man's nature to be promiscuous, and then he
That it's
fights
not in
against
your
that.
nature. It's
Can I
not.
finish? I
Go
would
ahead.
argue
I'm
that.
sorry.
It's okay. I would argue that that it's in a man's nature to be promiscuous, and that he fights against that nature. That's what I would argue.
I don't think so. I don't. Nope.
I
It's
mean,
not.
that seems like that seems
Nope.
how the species is set up to me.
I disagree. So that's because the world has designed us to believe that
Not the world,
men
nature,
are not promiscuous. You
not
guys
the
are not
world.
naturally
No,
promiscuous. You're not naturally promiscuous.
not
You're not.
okay. Go ahead.
I think it's more so supply and demand, honestly. I think it's more so based.
I mean,
Naturally, I agree with that, Warlock. But naturally, biologically, men are not naturally
oh, we just can't.
So I
promiscuous.
We can
think I
hold
think
on.
I
We
do
can.
get what Bert's saying though. I was trying to
I want
because
Professor to do it, Kev. I want
okay,
Professor
go
to
ahead,
do it.
Professor.
Not you. I know you get me. So Professor, like, man, look, these people giving me a headache today, right? And
No,
look,
maybe I'm missing something. I don't believe that men are naturally promiscuous. I just don't.
right. We'll just listen and see if we can get there, right? So he's got Professor in his name, so he must be smart. So
You
Professor,
play
it
too
would
much.
appear to me that from a species perspective, it makes sense for men to be naturally promiscuous for the benefit of the species. And that in modern society, we fight against that
Oh,
nature for a
promiscuous,
host of
hoish,
reasons. But men
hoish,
have to
no
be
intent.
promiscuous,
Wait,
or
wait,
we
wait.
wouldn't exist. Professor,
Before
go.
before we go any further, could I draw a line of clarity between her definition of promiscuous and yours?
No, I'm gonna
It's
pull up
seeming
the
like it might be
dictionary.
a separation. I know.
I
All right.
pull
I
up the
just wanted to make sure
dictionary.
we have
I
a
don't.
baseline first, which is
Thank you,
fine.
Professor. So
All
the
We
right.
need
actual
one
definition,
definition.
you can
Ain't no
pull it up. Let
two.
me pull it up. Hold
It's just one
on, I got
Just a
definition.
y'all.
baseline, so we can talk from the same playing field.
Hold on, I got
I'm
y'all.
gonna say this before you get to go, Professor. I ain't seen you in a minute, so don't come up here and start no shit.
I ain't never even met
That's all
Professor.
I'm
You know
saying.
I'll start those stuff, Warlock. Blessings to y'all. Oh, what's
Go
up,
ahead,
Kev?
Chris.
Blessings to you, brother.
Go ahead, Professor. And
Hold on.
Kev,
The
you
All
go
right.
while
definition
he's
of
looking it up.
promiscuous is
Well, she's got
having
to.
or characterized by many. Ooh. Oh hell no! I'm definitely not promiscuous.
Read it. Read it.
She just said.
Sexual relationships. I know you fucking lied. Nope. Mm-mm.
Read
What you
it.
thought it was?
No, I knew that, but just reading it is just disgusting.
Just say
I,
it. It's okay.
man, I still feel like y'all are not having characterized by
Babe,
many
don't deflect. Just read
transsexual
what you said you
relationships.
want to bring up. Don't
No,
deflect. Just
that
read what you said you want to bring up.
if you
You got to
let me
read it.
finish reading what I'm gonna read,
Just read it out loud as you're going.
I am reading it. I just read it.
To us. To us.
I
We didn't
did
hear it.
read
We didn't
it.
hear it.
Say it
No,
loudly in one line.
yeah. Just read it.
Having or characterized by many transsexual relationships.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't
All
think men
right.
are promiscuous.
Right. Now, to come conversate with you. If we had the opportunity, we'd be extremely way more promiscuous than you would ever be. If given opportunity. We don't hold the access to smacks, thus that's where the barrier starts. Now there are some that get the benefit, the
That's why I say
attractive, the
women are more
big, the money.
promiscuous than you.
That's only because of opportunity, not mentally.
100%. I agree.
Right, yeah. Innately, you don't want 100 bodies by desire.
Ew.
We want 1,000 by desire. That's the
Ew.
difference. I know. I'm not saying. I'm not giving an excuse.
Yeah.
By desire, by body desire. Take away moral. Take away teaching. If you put my male body on planet and I just have desire, it's 1,000 on the minimum.
Okay,
You don't desire
demonstrating or
100.
implying.
Right, right. So all I'm saying is, if given the opportunity, yes, we are
No,
way more promiscuous, but we do
I
not
don't
get the
think so.
benefits of
Nope.
being promiscuous.
Mm-mm.
Hey, Martin
I'm just
Payne, what you
saying.
I
doing over
still
We
here?
don't
You were just
believe
on my
y'all
we
big
don't
are.
we don't.
page.
I'm
I
gonna land
still
here.
don't
I'm gonna land
believe it
here. I'm gonna land
because
here.
guess what? You have to
I'm gonna
give the
land. I'm gonna land.
opportunity.
I know. We don't have the access to it because you are the
So
vessel
we're
that
more
controls the access to it.
promiscuous than y'all.
No, I
You
would
only
say
control our ability to be promiscuous by
Promiscuity is
saying
a
yes or
mind
no.
too.
Oh, okay. I get it.
That's what
Okay.
I
yeah, I
was
think
saying.
because men
Opportunity.
come with
Ability. Okay.
yeah, I think because of men got this, and especially with that poly type mindset and all that stuff. I think I would have to give it to
Yeah.
Bert like that. It's like I do believe they way more promiscuous. I'm not gonna lie.
The
It's
women
just
or the
they
men,
they
Kev.
don't
I'm sorry. The women or the
huh?
men.
Say it
I
again.
the women or the men.
The men, that's what make
Oh,
them more
okay.
that's why I always preach discipline on men. Even though both sides need to be disciplined, men have a
Oh,
bad issue, because they really want to.
okay. I agree.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like
But
it's so bad that they willing to be simps for it and panders for it. That's how
I agree
bad it's
with you and
getting.
Bert. Bert was
It can't.
saying that. Yeah, Bert
I
was
got
saying that.
now.
I agree.
Check this out, Chrissy. One
and we
more
won't
thing.
get paid for it. The last one. We won't get paid for it the way that women would. That's why we can't be it in the way that
Who the
women
fuck
can.
getting paid?
So,
Even
so Chrissy,
I'm not saying.
Oh,
Just listen,
hold on,
listen
Chrissy.
what I'm
Check,
saying.
check
Listen
this
what I'm
out.
saying. Even if
All
you're
right.
him, you don't get to walk out the door and be like, you know what? How I'm gonna make this money tomorrow, and Miss Agnes is right there. That's not our
and
So,
ability.
that's not
Chrissy,
my job. I'm listening to Bert.
let me ask you a question, Chrissy. Let me ask you a question. I just thought of this, Chrissy. Think about this before you answer. What are the consequences to male promiscuity?
Ooh.
I'll wait.
I'm laughing because
What are the consequences to the man? To the man for male
the
promiscuity?
consequences, you gonna be a baby daddy.
That's your consequence, not mine. You're the one getting pregnant. That ain't my consequence. What are my
Wait, what are the
consequences?
consequences? What are your consequences?
What are my consequences
Truthfully,
for male?
if it's
Huh?
not something that she can control, nothing.
I don't have any. You have
Yeah, you
all the
don't have any.
consequences
That's
for
what I said. I said
promiscuity.
nothing. I said
Right.
if she doesn't have if she doesn't have any, there's even still, if you get her pregnant, she still chooses to have the baby. So you
I can
have
walk away. You can't.
zero. Yep, 100%. I agree with that.
Right.
1,000%. I agree with that.
So men are likely more promiscuous, at least in mindset, than women.
Oh, mindset. I can take that.
Right.
Mindset, but
Deshaun go.
You don't have any consequences.
physical. No, I can't agree with that because I didn't see some nasty, dirty. What'd you say, baby?
We're
I
gonna
just say
disagree with you on that because we
I've been
don't get
saying
the
for years
access.
that women have higher body counts than men.
But don't
You
a
don't like to hear
promiscuous
that.
Yeah,
person gotta attract another promiscuous person though?
No.
No,
Women are manipulators. We born that way.
I
true.
would say that. That's why I think they're more manipulative, but I just don't believe they're more
Yeah,
promiscuous.
if no, if I walk up to you and say, I want a husband and I want to be married, I'm promiscuous as fuck. You would never know.
I believe it in this statement
Hell.
right here. Why? Where does the term "make an honest woman out of you" come from?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Hey, let me. Okay.
Get Sean in this building. And Martin,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I said, I caught you. What you doing leaving my baby live there? Come over here. Martin Payne.
Oh wait, Rachel
I
Live?
see.
Oh hell no, I'm gonna leave me. Rachel Live, I know you fucking
Is
lying.
she on? I'm already on I'm doing 2 pages at once.
Oh my god, let me open my other phone. If she live, I'm going on my other page.
Wait.
Hey, low
So
key, I fuss with Rachel,
my
baby,
question.
man. I like they panel. They
God
be
damn.
coming
So
with real
what's
fire.
everybody's thoughts on the topic?
Appreciate you, man. Hold on real quick, Noah, on the topic. Wait, hold on. Yeah, but fuck, okay, since you just said that, then I'm gonna let Sean go. Uh,
Let me mute myself.
why you asked that?
Because we was talking about promiscuousness.
Oh, okay,
I thought
okay.
we was
So,
talking about old people in the new.
we gonna get to that though. We gonna get to that in a minute. We
How
just
do
in
I
a
mute myself? What the hell?
just click your profile and then hit that
That's what I'm
microphone.
doing. And
You gotta hit save. Yeah.
Somebody helped you. Man. Oh, you must don't got that quick little mute button at the bottom. It be doing it to some people like they gotta. press all the thing. Well, go ahead, Sean, and what you then we gonna
All
get
right.
Martin and Noah
This,
in after that.
now, this is why I be trying to tell you, Kev, that it's it'd be hard for me to talk about the shit women do when I see that we be upholding shit that works against us at the same damn times. And this,
Mm.
like, okay, so if most of us would say that a lot of men lack dick discipline, right? And we don't have a problem sleeping around more than women. We would say that, right? And then if we say that we are the ones that's pretty much what you call it, promiscuous, right? But we control it better. You can't say we can control it better when we are the ones who lack dick discipline, right? So if a man is naturally promiscuous, and then when he get with a woman, what is the point of us telling these women to stop sleeping around just to get with a nigga who's going to cheat and very promiscuous? What is the point of that?
I like how
So
that word tearing you up.
the shit that we yeah, the promiscuous, like you say, Israelites, yo,
All right, here
hey,
like
Israelites, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The shit that we try to defend and try to go at women about, I always don't understand why we uphold the shit at the same time. And I'm confused on that. I don't believe that we are naturally promiscuous and then say that we a lot of us lack dick discipline, but then we want to get on these women about like
John,
not being
what's
faithful. I'm confused on that shit.
John?
Wait, what?
John, what's the purpose of what would be the purpose of having dick discipline if you weren't naturally
Right,
promiscuous?
that's what I'm
Because
saying.
Hold on,
Right.
What are
wait,
we
wait,
on?
I'm
wait,
like, did
wait,
he?
hold
I'm
on,
trying to
wait.
see what he get to
No, no,
about that.
I
hold
never said
on.
I never
I
said that
agree with
men don't
Sean.
have
Y'all
dick
know I do.
discipline. I don't
I didn't say
believe
you
that
said
men
that.
don't
I
No,
didn't say
they
have.
you said that.
need
I'm
it.
just asking the question.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what men be saying. That's what we say amongst each other, right? That I'm not talking about what it is. I'm saying the shit that we say to one another when we talking on
Y'all
these
are not
panels.
naturally
So
promiscuous.
Oh,
that's what
you.
I'm
Oh, I
saying.
get what you saying. You trying to put it in a way like people use it. They use
Yes,
it to like use it as
Yes.
an excuse of how they
yes.
are, and they
All
Go
right,
don't
there
ahead,
you
never
go.
Kevin.
discipline themselves.
All right, you
Okay, I
got
don't
it.
think we
Yeah.
speaking from that angle, but I get you though. Yeah, some people be
Men
speaking
are
on. I
not
get you.
naturally promiscuous. I'm sorry.
She said, "I don't care." I'm coming back and say the same thing.
No, I'm serious. Y'all
You are
not.
all over the place.
No,
If
I'm
we
You could have
talking
serious. No,
natural,
I'm
then that's
not.
a
I'm not
human
all over
thing.
the
Then we
place.
want to
I
be
stick to
real.
what I
Then
said. Men are
I could
not
have sworn you
naturally
agreed with us
promiscuous.
earlier.
Well, Bert, no, I understood what you were saying, but I still
Ah,
stand
okay.
on men are not naturally promiscuous. You're not.
No.
well, if we talking
Women
about in our
are.
nature, yes,
No,
nature
you're
humans are
not. No, you're
promiscuous. If we
not.
want to say natural,
Y'all
women
think
are
you
too.
are because women
That's
be
why dick discipline is so
lying.
important. That's why dick discipline is so important.
Y'all,
That
y'all,
regardless
y'all,
of
no,
our
no.
nature.
Discipline is important because you need to take care of yourself. You are
Wouldn't
not
need
naturally disciplined.
Chrissy.
I mean,
Hold
men
Chrissy,
on.
are
I
not
would
naturally
Hold
promiscuous.
on.
Chrissy,
The fact that
listen.
discipline
I
applies
wouldn't
to
need
male and
Chrissy.
female, right?
It
So
Facts.
do.
Chrissy.
It
It
does.
when
do.
I say the word, okay, y'all, I can't.
I mean, yeah,
I was
I'm
agreeing
going.
with you. I said,
I'm almost done.
I don't know. Maybe
Chrissy,
it's lagging. Maybe it's lagging. But I'm saying
I think it is lagging.
discipline applies to both smecks, right? It's not one.
Agreed.
So when I say, the only reason I say dick discipline, because it seems as if for us, it's hard, or we try to say it's natural for us to be a certain way. So that's why I say dick discipline. But I would rather just say dick discipline. But I would rather just say discipline. A woman should practice discipline and not, yes, it's okay to find another man attractive when you with
Mhm.
somebody. Don't mean you have to act on it. Same way with a man, it's okay to find other women attractive, but you don't have to act on it. That's discipline. It's not a gender thing. It's just discipline all together.
Mhm. I still think men are not promiscuous like women.
of course, they
Sorry,
promiscuous
I
different
think women
ways.
are more promiscuous than men. I do, and it could be me being a promoter. It could be me being in the
Good
club.
day.
It could be me having access to more people than other
Chrissy,
people.
Chrissy, I got a
Women
simple
are
question
more
for you.
promiscuous than men.
Chrissy, who purchases all the online adult stuff?
Women.
No, purchase, boo,
That's not being
purchase.
promiscuous though. I don't think
Ma'am,
that's
you have to
important.
answer the question first so we can
Nope.
prove it for you.
Nope.
Who purchases it? Yes
Mm.
or no, man or
I'm gonna look
women?
up the definition of
Nope. That's not the same thing as just
I
naturally
understand, man, but
promiscuous.
you have to answer men or women so
No,
I can
that's
go
I feel
It
further.
like you're
goes
trying to
to a
gaslight
This
mindset,
me.
Chrissy. It
it
goes
goes
to
to
a
a
mindset.
mindset, babe. It goes to a mindset. Please answer, men or women. Who
Women.
purchased more?
Women.
Purchase, ma'am.
Women. I just said
I'm so,
women. Goddamn.
you're talking about the videos online for adult. You're saying women purchase more and view more. Are
Mm.
you honestly saying the truth? Saying that?
No, that's what I'm thinking.
Lord Jesus.
What in the background again?
Who is that?
I don't
Ah,
know.
I love Chrissy, but I think she's trying too hard to be right. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, I
No,
think
I
that's what
don't
I
care
noticed though.
about
She
being
not trying to.
right. I'm serious.
I'm like,
Y'all
the
think I'm
only way
playing?
you
I'm
can be a
serious. I
millionaire
think
There's
on
women
no way
are
you
Clubhouse.
more
saying women buy way more. That's like OF and all that stuff. There's no way women are
Exactly
buying
my
more
point.
OF things than
Oh no, really. Let me look it up. Maybe I.
we. I know
You
for sure. You
should
don't even
know
got to look
this.
that up. You don't even got to
Yeah, but
look
I'm like,
that
let me
up.
look it up. No,
We
y'all think. No, I'm not being a troll or anything. I genuinely believe women are more sexual than men. Maybe I am
You must be
minding
outside your
myself based
mind.
on. If you let me finish my goddamn conversation, goddamn. Maybe it's based off the women I've interacted with that's compromising my way to see a different way. So let me look it up.
I
But
think
y'all
even the
can talk
examples
over
we use is kind of.
So
Devin.
I think the disconnect is coming from how the word is being used out of context. Like
Yeah, that's why I'm about to look
the
promiscuous real
word,
quick.
the
Hold on.
definition of promiscuous means to have many sexual partners. That is the main definition.
Women are way more promiscuous. I looked it up. They way more. They just be lying. Steve Harvey even taught them to lie to y'all. Women
Yeah, we
be
know y'all lie
lying.
about y'all numbers. That's why we multiply by 3. We've been knew that. It's actually you need to multiply by more, but okay.
Oh
We knew
damn,
that.
that's fucked up.
Oh, okay. So that is the okay. I'm glad I'm looking at the definition. All right. So say
Yeah, it just says having many casual sexual
yeah,
partners.
basically that is. I didn't know that was a thing. I did not know that was the definition of promiscuous. Hold on,
Right,
look.
that's what I'm saying. That's where I think where the disconnect is coming
Yeah,
from
that's what
because
it is.
it's
So I
being
do. I
used out
guess
of
I do
context.
agree with Chrissy when it comes to that.
I
Then,
mean,
if
I
we
mean,
talk, now I'm looking at
when
the
you
definition.
when you look, I get the definition, right? I've never disagreed that women
Oh,
have
don't
more.
sit up here and act like you care now.
Hold on. Well, I
I'm just
barely
playing. I'm
care.
just playing.
So,
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Chrissy, look, let me just put it for
What?
the
I'm just
record.
playing.
Of course, I know you're playing. I agree that women have more bodies than men. Like I've always believed, women have more bodies than men. They have better access to sex, no doubt about it, right? What I'm talking about is that doesn't mean that more men, if not even all men, still have a promiscuous mindset, meaning they would if they could. So the mindset is what I'm talking about, not necessarily getting bodies.
So
Oh, okay. He is
the way that the word is
specifying mindset too, though. So that's probably okay. I get it. One of them,
okay,
say
so
Chrissy is actually talking about actual promiscuous, being promiscuous. One of them is saying the mindset of promiscuous. So I can see that though, because if men could, they would. You know what I'm saying? That's why Lil Wayne came with the "I wish I could pick every girl in the world." It's a lot of
Hold
men that
on.
can
I
feel that
looked it
way.
up. I still looked it up.
Yeah. What that mean?
Damn, Gina.
yeah,
What's
Why
that?
so
it's
I'm talking
if
about,
difficult
we
to
if we
hold on.
using the
differentiate
word
What
says
was that?
who's more. It says why it's difficult to differentiate who's more promiscuous. Men genuinely report having more sexual partners than women. Women are mentally more promiscuous than men.
yeah,
I know you fucking lying. No, I'm not.
and that
Okay, you know what? Let
reasoning
me shut up.
the
Yeah,
I'm
I don't know.
reason
There's no
for
way
yes,
they
I
that
can
am.
though.
measure that one,
I'm
anyways. Though
mentally in my mind, yes, I am. I won't act it out all the time, but
I think
And
promiscuous
I
in
think
my
the reason
mind,
for that though
child.
is
Y'all do
for the
not want to be in my
mental.
brain. Y'all don't want to be in my.
So,
I was
so,
about to go ahead, Martin. Real quick.
so I was just gonna say, I think the reason why mentally women are more promiscuous than men is because women control the access to sex. Men, we have to subscribe to that in order to
No,
get that.
mentally means like internally. Physically is what you're talking about, right?
I
No,
think that was what you was talking about
Well,
at first.
What
no.
Bert
What
is
I'm
talking
talking
about is
about.
mentally.
So,
Mentally is internal.
right. That's what I. Okay. Anyways,
That's not what he said.
yeah, I'm just gonna continue what I was saying. So women having access to control for sex, naturally they have more options to decide when they want to. Now, them acting on it actual is a different thing, right? So you can be a woman that can sleep with 5 guys at will, but actually acting on it is what would make you promiscuous.
No, I can sleep with one man and it make me promiscuous. I won't know you.
By
So if I don't know
definition, it
your name,
cannot.
Mister Martin, whatever, if I don't know your name and I fly out and I hump on you, that'll make me promiscuous. All
No,
of
that
it
does
does.
not.
I just thought about that, right? If that
What the
woman is
fuck?
sleeping
Yes,
with
it
that many
does.
people, that means that's one woman with a bunch of promiscuous men that's making her promiscuous. So that it had to be more men. If that's the case, right now I'm thinking
Yeah,
about it.
but you know
So
what?
both of it
So
is way
so
worse though. So it's man and man. So men are more physically promiscuous
Physically, and
and
men
men
are
are more
women are
mentally
mental.
promiscuous.
You know what? I'm gonna
okay,
let her have
so
it.
to respond what Chrissy just asked me, if you just randomly flew out to see me and have sex with me, that doesn't make you promiscuous because it's not many people you're doing that with. So the definition has to be used in the correct context, right?
Mm,
Oh,
So
okay,
if
okay.
so if you're saying that you're someone that just sleeps with a random person, one random person, that's not many partners.
Oh, okay, 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 okay.
You get what I'm saying? That wouldn't make you promiscuous. That would just make you someone who's just very sexually active.
I wouldn't even say that, but go ahead.
Or I mean or horny, honestly.
No, I get what you're saying though. I'm laughing at something else.
Yeah, the pushback. You say ain't nobody gonna say you wrong, huh? I feel that.
No, I wouldn't. No, I'm not even laughing at this situation. I'm really not. I'm laughing
Grizzly,
at something else.
Grizzly's good people. Grizzly's good people. Fuji, go ahead. What do you think?
I'm on. I'm feeling like mentally and physically men are more promiscuous.
yep.
Using there are not any the whole you know what the brother said it best, the D discipline. You see what I'm saying? Men have to fight D discipline. You know what I mean? Because if they don't have it and they're just promiscuous, they don't get any name attached to them. That's they homies be like, oh snap, da da da. If a woman does it, you know what I'm saying? Now she's all kinds of names, but the name that God gave her. You see what I'm saying? Men buy it from the women. They take it from the women. They floss and get clothes, cars, and all the rest of this for the women. You see
Hmm.
what I'm saying? So I feel like men, and like you say, they can't help it. So it takes discipline. They fight against it or whatnot. But there's no way to me that a woman can be more promiscuous than a man.
Again, so women controls the access to sex. A man does not.
True. That's true
So
though.
I
so
disagree.
with that in mind, right? Who has more chances of having sex with someone else, man or a
Women,
woman?
Women can't. Yeah,
women.
Let me ask you a
women.
question. Let me ask you a question. Do you
Right?
have a shed? Do you have a shed in your backyard?
What the fuck that mean?
I got. Just give me a second to cook,
No,
Chrissy.
no, I don't.
Okay.
Okay,
No.
let's say you had a shed in your yard and you went and you picked out this awesome ass shed and it's sitting in your yard. Now that you have it, it's sitting in your yard. How many times would you go to that shed? You have it, but you don't go there often. You see
How
what I'm
does
saying? So
how
you
does
can
that
have a
correlate?
promiscuous mindset and not act on it. You feel what I'm saying?
Wait, how
But
does
there's
that
laws
correlate
that
with
were
what we're
put in
talking about?
place.
I'm
Hold on a
confused.
second, Christy. There are laws put in place because of the lack of deep discipline.
No, but how does
You feel
that
me?
correlate
How
with
does that
attraction?
correlate
How does that correlate?
at all?
It does.
No,
It
it
does.
Okay,
doesn't.
well,
A
elaborate.
shed does not correlate with
It does. It
attraction.
does.
Sexual
How? I'm
stuff.
asking
So
you
so
how.
I'll
Hold
let me
on, Bert.
elaborate
I
on
want her
that.
to.
So a
Hold on.
shed
No,
is
no, no.
dormant.
Just
A
flow
Hold on,
shed
past the
a
end of
y'all.
your
shed
thought.
has
Oh my
Just flow
no
past the end of
God.
your
ability
thought.
to
Let her
move or act.
explain.
Chrissy's
I'm not about to
talking.
explain
Chrissy's talking.
anything. I'm just saying,
I
just
get
pass the
what you
end.
was I
Bruh.
get where you were trying to go with that, but the analogy was horrible because a shed is not a living thing. A shed has no
Right.
emotion. A
Well,
shed
when
is
you
dormant.
And it's
but
not
think about it.
attractive.
In all generality, do men talk about women, the promiscuous women, like they're living things or objects?
No, they talk about them like they're
How,
living
I
things.
was
okay,
asking
so
Marky.
how does right? So how does a non-living thing correlate with something living?
What you?
Explain.
But I'm talking about the usage of.
Exactly. How do
Again,
they correlate?
You see what I'm saying? Do you feel what I'm saying?
no,
That's the
No,
usage of. Hold on,
no,
Chrissy, baby. You've had the
no.
floor 30
no.
years. You've had the floor 30
Mm-mm.
years. Give me a second.
You're comparing a non-living thing to a living thing. How does that
Could
correlate?
you maybe use something that has more desired
Again, so I'm not the only person
equilibrium?
that
I'm
thinks
Because
that.
sorry,
no one's
Professor. I
desiring
can't
a
Okay,
hear you.
so
shed.
I'll give you a better example for your logic that you're presenting. Let's say someone has a Ferrari, right? A very
Mm-hmm.
expensive Ferrari. Now you know that car is top of the line. It's considered top notch, right? Now, if
Mm-hmm.
you have a Ferrari and you also have a Honda Accord, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so both of these are two things that are moving, right? you can have feelings for that. That you can have feelings for that item. It can make you
Okay.
feel a certain way, right?
Right.
But it's still not a living thing.
Gotcha. But based off what you
That's
just told me,
crazy
you knew
work.
where I was coming from. Based off of what you knew where I was coming from.
I
Yeah,
said
the
I
You
same
knew where I
understood where
fucking
was
you're
coming
thing.
from.
coming
At the end
from,
of the
but
day, you knew where I was coming from.
I
Because you
said
So
that,
let
literally
me
you
ma'am.
literally illustrated it differently, but and I appreciate
let
that because that was a better
I was
analogy, and I
I was
thank you for
helping
that.
you.
But you saw
I
where I was coming from.
all
I
right. Let me
did.
That
say
That's
is
this
why
real
I gave
quick,
you
crazy
y'all.
another
motherfucking
example.
work.
Yeah, let me say this real quick, y'all. Cause I'm just really y'all got me really thinking on that. I gotta make that a top. But
What's
I was about to
funny?
say like, huh?
Go ahead, Kev. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know what's going on.
Sorry.
But I was about to say that it's like I get it though, cause it's like I guess we talking about access, who do it the most and stuff. But we talking about I was thinking about it this way, like you talking about this one woman that's very promiscuous, right? That just go around sleeping with a bunch of men or something like that. But then you're not thinking about that add more men that want to sleep with her. That's what make it worse. Like if she slept with a hundred men, that's 100 promiscuous men. You see what I'm saying?
Wait a minute,
Well,
Ken.
versus her one. You
I
see what I'm
disagree
saying?
with you. Not
Huh?
really. Because think about it. So if a woman sleeps with 100 men, each of those 100 men have one body. She has 100.
Yes. She do. Okay, but I feel you on that. But that's one woman that's very promiscuous versus that a bunch of promiscuous men. That's what I'm getting to about that. So I'm saying that goes back to more men are more because
You want
like
access and
and then
easy.
also that look also that if because I believe if men had the control, right. And I still stick on that. If they could, they would. A woman, I think a woman is less likely to sleep around more than just men. I think men would
Oh
sleep with a
hell
bunch of people
no.
if they could. If they could, they would sleep with a bunch of women. If I mean,
I
like I said,
agree. Yep.
that's what I'm kind of getting to about that. That's why I keep thinking about physically and mentally. I do believe men are more promiscuous. If they, like I said, based off that, we only just throwing it away because men can't do it. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean just because they can't do it, that don't make them not more promiscuous. You see what I'm
That
saying?
mindset is
So
majority. I agree.
Kev,
I agree with you.
that's why I believe women are more promiscuous because we can be. We
That one
can
woman.
be. We choose. We choose who we sleep with. We know when we lay eyes on you, we gonna hump on you. I've seen it in
Wait,
the
so
club.
you saying there's one? You saying that all women would sleep with a bunch of men? More.
Hell, mother, they
So
have.
you
What you
saying
talking
okay?
about?
I really don't believe that. I don't think they want to get trains ran on them and all that other
So,
stuff. I think men
no,
will rather
yes,
run
they do.
trains.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I talk to more women that say this than you know. They actually
Okay.
want two
Yeah.
husbands. They want trains ran on them. They
I think
want
they want
fuck.
a husband more
Okay.
than
Miss Chrissy, can I
I
meet
think
you in the
men.
middle?
I
I
do
think
agree with
men
you
don't
on
want to
that,
get
Kev. But
married
I'm
like
telling you
women do. I
what these
think
women
Eventually,
say
men
out
want
of their
eventually, a
mouth.
woman does want to settle
May I
down,
meet you in
but
the middle, Miss
before that
Chrissy?
Yeah, I
point,
think women want
Okay.
to settle down before men. I don't. I just can't agree with that.
I
And
No, they
I'm
don't.
gonna show it to you right here. I'm gonna show it to you right
But
here.
it's out
That
of
statement,
Kev. I will say it's out of trauma. So I agree with you on that part.
Yeah,
however the
yeah,
reason, however the reason, the statement I said earlier, Chrissy, and I'll use your own logic. Remember when I asked you if given the opportunity, if you gave men the opportunity to have that access of control, 1,000 would be the low number. If I ask women in a perfect world, no STD scares, no baby scares, and no judgments, would they desire a
Mm-mm.
hundred bodies?
Mm-mm.
A hundred
Hell.
bodies. I just use a hundred,
Hell.
and mostly the answer is no. So
Oh, I see what you're
mentally,
saying.
that's what I'm
So
going to.
they lying to themselves is what you're saying.
Yes. So even
Got it.
there's some that do it. I'm not gonna deny that. And there's a lot that do it.
No, it's
But
some
it's
that
the
do it, but there's
desire,
a majority they're lying to themselves,
right? And it's the
which I
desire.
can
They
agree
don't
with
hey,
that.
so
desire
real
to
quick,
go that high.
Okay, I can
hey, so
agree with
real
that.
quick, can we get back to the prompt? We've been on this promiscuous for like 5 minutes.
All right, hey, I feel it though.
No,
And I was
we
about to
are
say
on the
real quick,
topic.
y'all,
I thought we
I'm
was
gonna
on
do
the
an hour
topic.
because this thing been on forever. Because I'm gonna relocate over to Rachel. We're gonna just get hers
I
going
know.
after that.
Look on my other phone, Rachel on my other phone, but I still haven't tapped into her. Like I got two phones.
Yeah, so yeah, we gonna go over there in a minute because I've been on all
Y'all
day.
better
So
go over to Rachel Live and y'all better not
This
do
is
her like
all
that.
my fucking fault.
Or I'm gonna call y'all all
This is
some
all my
fraud.
fucking fault.
Bert, Warlock,
I'm the one that brought them back
Merton,
into this shit.
Professor, all y'all some frauds if y'all don't go to her live.
Oh, I'll be
That's
there.
crazy.
Why is your fault, Warlock? What you do, blood?
No, I
Because I
named
was the one that
everybody.
brought my
I
boys, and
named
Bert
everybody. Y'all didn't
came
hear
back
me?
up here starting shit.
I said
I
Bert,
was the one that caused
Burlock,
Bert to ask
whoever's
the
in the.
initial question.
I'm gonna be
Oh
quiet because I
damn.
can't
Caused Bert
tell
to
So
men
come
you
what
in
to
and
got
ask the
so
do.
you
initial
done
When
got the
men
question.
tell me what to do,
promiscuous
I be
shit
quiet.
started, Dad.
I just want to. I want to say this. Yeah, I guess we're not off of this yet. I just want to say this. I said it before, and this started. Part of this started when I said that men are naturally promiscuous, right?
No, it actually started when you
Ah,
said,
here I go.
I
Let
don't
me
see
get
the
the fuck
point of
on
what you're
this.
saying right now. That was the first thing you said when you came up here. I
What is
don't
it?
even see the point of what you're saying right now, Warlock. I don't.
You don't see what now?
No, when you came back up here, you said, I don't even see the relevance of what you're saying, Warlock. That's what started it all.
Mm.
Oh,
Hey, you know
yeah,
another one? Oh,
yeah. I just my bad,
look,
bro.
they go another one. Think about this, Chrissy. That even the animal world, right? That's why they call people dogs. Dogs or whatever, like animals, whatever, they are willing to stick it in anything. They just go around, keep sticking stuff. Even with the women on there, they selective. Like people gotta
Jumping
fight
on
for
your
that.
leg and shit. Like, get
The-
your ass off my leg.
Listen,
Yeah, they.
Chrissy.
Yeah,
No, to Kev's point, the male of every single mammal, for the most part, with
Ah,
few
okay. I see what
exceptions,
y'all
with few
saying.
yeah,
exceptions,
I see what
doesn't
y'all
give a
saying.
damn about
mhm,
where his seed goes.
But do y'all not
yeah.
know that women? Okay. You know what? Song. His name is Song. He came on Kev and Rachel live earlier. He taught me a lot about the when women sleep with too many men, they become masculine. That's what I'm confusing that
True.
with.
That's true.
I'm
That's true.
confusing that with women who sleep with too many men with women who don't. I haven't slept with that many men to really process that if a woman is able to do that, she's masculine now. That means she has too many stems left in her body from these men. I didn't
That's why.
I didn't click to that. So I can't relate to that. So I'm like, no, women, that's why I'm fighting for it. Like women can be the same way.
Nah,
I'm not
no,
I'm not. I'm a
it goes to
crybaby.
fight.
Good
Check
luck.
this out. Check this out. That's one of the reasons. Like people talk about this body count thing. It's I mean, I'm
It
almost 1%.
matters. It matters.
Well, the thing is, men don't have to ask the question because we can already tell just by talking to you, and that's that
Yes. Oh
masculinity.
my God. The
It's
energy.
masculinity coming from you because women who are promiscuous have a very masculine way. Their relationship with
Woo.
sex is the same relationship that men have with sex, and we can
Because
sense that.
that's crazy work. And that explains why. That's ghetto. Oh my Lord.
That ain't explain nothing but ghetto and ratchet.
That's no. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about it's ghetto. The fact that women don't know that this is happening. So, as far as men are more promiscuous. I can see it. I still, okay. I can see y'all say men, but I still feel like women.
It
Y'all
is not to
killing
make fun
me.
of you. Not to make fun of you. No, it's just common ground.
Y'all
But
killing me though because it's still I'm still tugging. My heart is still tugging at women are. They just
I
be
thought we had you
lying.
for a minute.
They just be lying. Women be
I thought we
lying. They
had
be
you.
lying. They be lying. They be lying.
they do be lying.
They're more promiscuous. Oh, okay. So
Why though? Nobody asks why though. Why?
So,
we already
what do you
know
think?
why. We
Hold
already
on, hold
talked
on.
about that.
I'm
Didn't
older,
we talk
so
about why?
I'm just trying to learn a little bit more and understand everything. I'm pretty sure I can figure out what
Supply
the
and
problem
demand.
is, but I just feel like it's just so
I,
odd as to what is the difference from back then to
I'll
now,
see y'all on Rachel
besides
Live, y'all. Love
I
y'all.
see you,
finances.
Going
Chrissy.
to
See you,
Rachel's
Chrissy. Supply and
Live.
demand.
I'm
See you, Chrissy.
Supply and
Um,
demand.
why do you? So, what's your ask your question again? I didn't hear the whole thing. Yeah, I want to hear it.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I didn't hear your whole question. Too much was going on, and I got distracted.
No,
Give me your question.
I understand everything y'all talking about. I just want to know why is this such a difference? What happened between back in the day till now? Is it only because of finances? Is it because of social
Sexual
media?
liberation.
There's just so
Sm-
much open.
yeah,
um
sexual liberation.
it's just too much. It's a very broad question, and I'm older, so I'm old school obviously, and I don't know too many people who are in the younger generation other than my kids, but my kids have my values and they have followed those values. They're older kids. I'm an empty nester, so I just don't know What is the issue? What
Well,
happened?
here's your small answer right here. Sexual liberation, ma'am.
Say
That's
what
all
now?
it is.
Sexual liberation. I used to have to be committed, worth something before I could even get your daughter's access. I had to meet you and dad and the rest of the family. Because that part is gone, and people nowadays test before commitment, or you even have to test before commitment, there's an always constantly revolving door. Outside of the people that are moving in a moral value that you explained, that is an old school nature or previous of what's now, sexual liberation has opened the playing field to where there is very difficult to get commitment because people need to test first. We're just
Test
overly
what?
saturated with physical access.
Test what? What are we testing for? To see how much a person's
Well,
worth, their physical appearance? Like,
everything in combination. If you ever heard of a lot of the divorce rates, most women will say they don't never want to be married to a man that they're not satisfied to. So what do you have to test before you marry him? Physical. That'd be one.
wow, that is honestly sad.
It is,
That
but it's
that
the truth.
that is really it is really
And
sad. No,
define.
no lie. I'm older. I've been married a few years. You know, all my kids are grown. I understand. I see the change and how people obtain a relationship, but I feel like it's all for the wrong purposes.
For the most part.
Agreed.
Go ahead,
I
Warlock.
don't think I don't think that you'll get a big argument on that people get into relationships. I'm not even talking about marriage right now. I'm talking about any type of relationship for many of the wrong reasons. Um, a lot of times we don't even know their full fucking government name, to be honest with you. And that's your man, that's your husband, that's whatever. We don't have the conversations anymore to get to know people to actually say that I would want to marry this person. Plus, at the end of the day, I don't think most people they want the ceremony, but they don't want the actual responsibilities that come behind marriage. They don't. Because if you did and you understood that marriage is a duty and a responsibility to your spouse, your children, and that household, we wouldn't have as many divorces as we have now. Not at all.
Definitely the value system has changed generally. If you ask generally, most people, what does duty mean to them? They don't have that concept right there. I'm pretty sure both of y'all do, and those of us that know. Just
And
ask
whose
people
fault
on
is
what's a
that?
duty. It's a very
Whose
wide
fault is
range.
that? Is it the way you were brought up, or is it the media? Is it your environment? There's so many aspects to that. Like, what I'm trying to say is that my I raised my kids with my old school values. Of course, they had a spin-off on their own. Some of my children didn't want to go to college grade. They went to the army, whatever. Some got married, some have kids without being married. That's all in well and dandy, but they still adhere to, like, the traditional roles of a man and woman, which is
Man, how many
fine,
kids
but
you
I
got?
don't expect it because of what's going on today or whatever. But they still hold on to that, and um I just feel like it's my situation is different from everybody else's. I cannot compare my situation to everybody else's because everything is based on, I want to say, finances, physical aspects. That's it. You can't base nothing on love no more. You can't base nothing on trust no more.
No, no. Everything is money,
Well, give me
money,
more,
money,
Warlock.
money.
You just give me one word. Go ahead, Warlock.
Everything is money,
Well, give
money,
me more,
money,
Warlock. You
money.
just give me one word. Go ahead, Warlock.
No, no. I was just saying everything's based on money, finances, and looks. That's basically what the vast
That's
amount
what
of.
I'm saying.
Go ahead, Warlock.
No, I fucking lost my thought, Bert. You know how I do.
I mean, it does. It seems like it's sad, but reality is just what it is sometimes, you know? Of course, when we just change certain norms and then we act like, well, why is things different? because we changed something that we used to do and we're not getting the same results. I'm quite curious in asking, why do you have the question? We know that we're moving completely different. If we want to use our community for example, we can all admittedly say we did not have a unified community within the last 40 years. However you want to slice it or dice it, whether it be anecdotal or general. Correct? Right. So then you're going to take out at least a generation or two of duties, honors, responsibilities, and norms or traditions or whatever, and how you take a process of dating, marriage, and family and community. Would you say that too?
Absolutely.
Then next, religion. Most of us are out of the church. Not all, but most. So what structure is anybody following, if any?
I think it's, they just follow what they feel benefits them, and that's where I have I don't want to say I have an issue. I just I'm confused because all my kids they all follow something different. None of them are like me, but they all follow certain traditions or whatever cultural expectations, whatever when in terms to a relationship, and it all worked out good for them, but it wasn't exactly like mine. I'm happy and glad that they're good, but why the change? And I'm pretty sure I already know why. It's the finances, it's the media, the environmental impact, whatever the case may be. But there are certain people who I know or I just watch on whatever media, and they out to just get the most that they can out of a person. But why do they do that?
So when I asked
Selfishness.
when I asked the question like why the change, I've heard people bring up finances and social media, and no one's brought up the breakdown of the family. Is that part of it too?
Yes, yes, sir.
No one brought that up, and I was wondering why.
I was just trying to ask that. That's all it was.
You're trying to do what now?
I was just asking that. That's all it was. I'm I'm just trying to figure out what caused this certain change to where people are so superficial in relationships and expectations. And I'm pretty sure I already answered my own question, is the financial part, but everybody's situation is different. That's what
Explain,
I'm trying to
explain,
say. That's what I
explain,
would like to know. Why
explain
is your
well,
situation
first,
different from mine?
yeah. Explain the. You said the financial part a couple of times. What do you mean by that?
What, why else? What else is keeping you from following traditional expectations? If you have those values, if you know those values, if you know what you're supposed to do, why can't you follow them? What is stopping you? And that's why I say my situation is different from everybody else's. But then again, I feel
Let
like
me say this really
everybody
briefly.
relaxes on their excuse or their
Let me ask
problem.
you a question.
Hold on, Warlock.
Let me
Let
ask
her
you a
finish.
question.
Go ahead, Warlock.
No, I was saying, would you say that a lot of the downfall or the issues that we had are boiled down to two simple things, either selfishness or greed?
Are you talking to
Uh,
me?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm a like whenever I'm presented with these questions, I don't know if I'm going to answer your question directly. I'd rather someone else do it. But check this out. Whenever I'm presented with a question like this, the way my mind works is I try to get to like I hear people talk about symptoms, but like I like to figure out like what is the likely root cause of the problem that we have. And I don't think selfishness and greed are the root cause. Do you?
I don't. I
The,
think it's more deeper.
You said finances. You still stand on that?
In my view, it's just a little bit more deeper.
What is it? Is it finances,
I
as
mean,
you said?
thanks for it.
I think it's also morals and culture.
And tell me what you mean by culture.
Culture. And so I'm Spanish, we have this thing where, the man makes the money, the woman stays at home, raises the kids. If the woman works, then the man and the woman contribute to raise a child, and that's it. Where your kids are have an education, they have their own job. they live out the house when they're successful. That is my thing. Other cultures are different. And my kids did not follow that to the T, and that is okay, but they did still have that, I don't want to say pressure, but that expectation from me and their father, to follow those traditions, that expectation to be successful adults. And everybody did it differently, but they all came out with the same result. They're successful, they're okay, they're financially good, they're married.
Professor?
One second. One second.
Warlock?
All right, so herein lies the question: is culture a standard, or do you think culture is a standard now, or is it just a suggestion?
Who's that to?
That was the PA. Or you, Bert. You don't answer none of my questions directly because
Well, I
you don't
mean,
like this.
so we don't have a like culture is now she's gone. So culture is and she was confusing me if I'm honest. So culture is what culture is, right? So what is culture? Culture is what you eat, how you drink, how how you greet each other, how you move around, how much eye contact. Like it's how you move. Like you can't. It's one of those things. It's like a ship in the ocean. You can't change direction quickly. Culture, if it's going to change, changes gradually, right? So we can't just like the way you talked about. We don't have that much control over what our culture is. Some parts of it are bad, some parts are good, and over a generation, maybe you can change it. But in the moment, there's nothing you can do. That's my view on culture. What do you think about that, Warlock?
Okay, I agree with you. Like we always say, for
Like
us
like
to
like
change the
like
way
like
that
like like, like what's the culture of what's the culture in in South Louisiana? If you there's nothing you can do
that,
to
that
change
that's
that, it is
Cajun
what it
food.
is.
The first thing you think of when South Louisiana is Cajun food.
Right, that's part of their culture. And and
Right.
and, and
That's the first thing.
yeah. Anyway, but go ahead. Yeah, I mean I'm running out of steam on this. But go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta go get up to the field in a couple of minutes and I myself.
You
Every
go to
day
the
is a
field
kid.
on a Sunday? We
Huh?
got practice or a game?
Yeah, they got practice today.
Okay. All right.
Every day is a kid.
Yep.
But I mean, as far as culture and things of that nature, that is something that you can't go to sleep on Sunday and wake up on Monday and say this shit has changed
It is what it is. Right.
because it's a basic buy-in from a for a vast amount of people in order to change a culture. So I agree with that. I think that's why people my age will be like, man, we may not be around to see the change of this shit because
Right.
it's a
Exactly.
gradual.
Yeah.
So
When people talk about culture, like where they annoy me is what I want people to do is be honest with when we have discussions about culture. Be honest about what the culture is, because not everything that's cultural is are good things. Some of them are bad things that we don't like, but it's still part of the culture. Be honest about what it is. That's the conversation. Don't be sitting there talking about things wanting to change it because you won't. Just criticize it.
I think that's one of the biggest things is just being honest about what it actually is,
Right.
instead of trying to make it something that you want it to be. Your fairy tale illusion,
Yeah.
and
Agreed.
I think that's the biggest thing, man.
All right, man.
So
Kev's gonna be mad at me, man. I was supposed to have this room booming, but everything died down when he left. Kevin, you there?
I just got back. But yeah, we can head over to because shoot, we ain't both of us ain't about to be on for too long anyways though. So I'm
Okay.
trying to see if I can hype her up and see
we
if she want
both
to do another hour.
You've been going for
you're
like
being
how much? What?
promiscuous,
10
Kevin.
hours?
I think no, it's more than that. Because when I went to sleep, so it's a little like say 17 hours and 46 minutes. That's how long it's been on.
Man, you got good numbers,
Kevin, you're
bro. You
being
get good.
promiscuous. You're cheating. You're cheating, Kevin. You're being promiscuous.
Right, with I swear, trying to say that. But yeah, let's head over to Rachel real quick, and then shoot, we probably call it from there. But appreciate you, Bertie, always. My boy
Yeah,
Warlock
man,
in
no
the
problem.
building, huh?
Yeah.
I said no problem, brother.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I'll catch up with y'all.
I got y'all for 20 minutes. I gotta be up at the field at 3:30.
Okay,
So I
yeah,
got
because
y'all.
I ain't about to be on too long either, though. But I'll catch y'all though.
All right.